Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposal on budget. I will now ask my Senate counterpart to introduce her members, since I've not been given a list of my members yet.
Okay, I see Senator Brian Kavanaugh, our Housing Chair, Senator Brisport, Senator Clear, Senator Mayer, Senator Jackson, Senator May, and in the absence of Tom O'Mara, I will allow Senator Helming to introduce the Republicans.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Joining me is Senator Mark Walczak.
I think
All
that
right,
covers the Senate.
And we have the Chair of a Housing Committee, Assemblywoman Rosenthal. We have with us Assembly People Burdick, Jackson, Lee, Levenberg, Meeks, Torres, and Braunstein, and Assemblyman Otis. And Assemblyman Robb will introduce his members.
Good afternoon. We have with us our ranker on housing, Assemblyman Novikov, as well as Assembly members Chang and Mengtalo.
Okay. Have to read the legal stuff. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitutional and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee, I did that. We had a late night last night. We here till we did a 12-hour day. Time limits. Governmental witnesses have 10 minutes for a testimony, and the chairs of the relevant committees have 10 minutes for questioning. All other members of the relative committees have 3 minutes. I want to call everyone's attention to the clocks that are visible to both members and testifiers. Those clocks are going to be strictly enforced. When you see the yellow light flashing, that means there's 30 seconds left on your time. Please sum up your question, or if you're answering a question, please rush through it. If you're asking a question, you're not going to get an answer if you don't finish before the buzzer goes off. With that, I want to start this hearing and with our commissioner.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay,
Am I
I was
ready
going
for
to
me to
give you
go?
your name, but go for it.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairs Krueger and Pretlow and members of the legislature. I'm Ruth Ann Wisniewskis, Commissioner and CEO, New York State Homes and Community Renewal, and it's an honor to testify today on Governor Hochul's 2025-2026 executive budget. As we continue to address the housing crisis in New York State, Governor Hochul has once again put forth a series of proposals that demonstrate her commitment to addressing this problem and giving more New Yorkers the chance to succeed and to concentrate on doing more than just making ends meet. This year's proposals build upon last year's momentous achievements when we passed a budget and a package of reforms that included new property tax incentives to stimulate housing production across the state, $500 million to build up to 15,000 homes on state-owned land, and an enhanced pro-housing communities program to help ensure municipalities that share our housing goals were given exclusive access to more than $600 million in state discretionary funding. And in New York City, even before they became the City of Yes, the state's efforts to spur affordable housing development in the 5 boroughs were boosted by last year's budget. This included approval of the 421A extension, which resulted in 71,000 units installed projects applying for the benefit, and the creation of a new 485X property tax abatement. Before I get into the details of the governor's 2026 plan, I want to provide updates on some of HGR's programs that address the need for housing and community investment. I'm pleased to report that the governor's 5-year housing plan has surpassed the halfway point. We've created and preserved more than 55,000 affordable homes toward our goal of 100,000. Included in this number are 4,200 homes with supportive services so that vulnerable individuals can live independently. It also includes 5,700 mortgages that we made to first-time low-income homebuyers. And we must ensure that homes for sale, we made our first awards under the Vacant Rental Improvement Program, which will provide $40 million to help restore vacant units and underutilized buildings into affordable housing outside of New York City. We expanded our resilient retrofit program by making an additional $17 million available to homeowners so they could make proactive flood mitigation and energy efficiency improvements. This nearly doubled the program's initial $10 million allocation as part of our pilot in 2023. And as of today, our Pro Housing Communities program includes 277 certified municipalities across the state. Last month, the governor announced more than $100 million in state investments for projects located in certified Pro Housing Communities, part of a total of $123 million allocated through the latest round of the state's Regional Economic Development Council initiatives. Thanks to you and our partners, I could spend a significant amount of my time allotted here celebrating what we've accomplished over the past year, and I'm proud to talk about that. But for today, I'll put the focus on looking forward and how to keep our momentum. Governor Hochul's 2026 budget proposals build on her commitment to increase affordability by addressing the housing shortage. She is proposing new tax incentives to put homeownership opportunities within reach of many more people, and taking strong actions to increase housing security and ensure affordability for more New Yorkers. Embedded within the governor's budget are creative new ideas to spur home developments, including additional funding for housing communities, new models to drive down costs in home construction, and down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers. I'm excited about enabling more development upstate with the new revolving loan fund for mixed-income rental housing and expanding the availability of the state low-income housing tax credit to help us fund thousands of additional homes. To protect New Yorkers from economic abuse, we're proposing legislation to ban rent-fixing collusion. We're extending security deposit protections to rent-regulated tenants. We're reducing the tax burden for Mitchell-Lamas, promoting reduced insurance costs for affordable housing landlords, and expanding programs that help homeowners impacted by storms. And we must ensure that homes for sale will be available for everyday New Yorkers. Owning a home has long been the foundation of the American dream, providing stability, opportunity, and the chance to build a better future for generations. But for too many people, that dream is out of reach. We've seen examples of large investors making instant cash offers that take homes off the market before anyone else has a chance to even bid. The governor's proposals will level the playing field by instituting a 75-day waiting period before institutional investors can make offers to buy one- and two-family homes. I believe we're primed for growth and prepared to battle headwinds that come. People are feeling very anxious about what lies ahead, and I want to assure the members of this committee that despite the turbulence, we are not making changes to our day-to-day services and operations or abandoning our work. Should any federal action impact our vital mission, we will take our cues from the governor and the attorney general. They are front and center, defending New York's funding streams, our laws, and our programs. In closing, I can confidently say that the governor's initiatives, as expressed in her executive budget, cover our next generation ideas for meeting the housing needs of New Yorkers. I'm fortunate to travel the state listening to what New Yorkers have to say, attending meetings and seeing our work firsthand, and best of all, welcoming people to their new homes. Each encounter makes such an indelible impression, and I take heart in all that we continue to accomplish. I'm grateful to work with the governor and a team at HCR and members of the legislature who recognize that housing is a basic human right. By continuing to work together, we can transform lives by increasing the supply of quality homes, developing new pathways to homeownership, investing in the types of programs that benefit individuals, families, and entire communities far into the future. Thank you, and I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. With 4 minutes left on your time, I'm impressed. Assemblywoman Linda Rosenthal for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Maybe I can have those extra 4.
No.
You know, first-time chair, full of power. Thank you, Assemblymember Pretlow, and good to see you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
So I have many questions, and I only have 10 minutes, so hopefully we can have a good dialogue. At the last hearing, last year, I inquired about staff hiring for upstate New York TPUs, and I know there were staff lines in the budget last year. Can you elaborate on, are there like 6 TPU offices, or what the status is outside this city?
Sure. I'm actually happy to say we also have a new head of the TPU division. Our prior head left, and we recently had someone start about 2 weeks ago who came from Brooklyn Legal Services, and we're very excited to have new leadership at TPU.
And what's the name?
Her name is Julian Lee. We are per your question about sort of upstate, we are opening an office in Poughkeepsie. We secured some space there. We have been having staff go up there and work both from RA and TPU with communities up in that area. But obviously, having the office space there will make that happen even more. Now that we have an office space, we will hire a director that will be based up there. But we've just been having staff go up there very frequently to do the work that needs to be done.
Okay, so and other offices? Like any others across the state?
No, the office in Poughkeepsie will cover all the communities
So
surrounding.
Buffalo, for example?
We do not have an office in Buffalo, no.
No,
for
I'm
TPU.
saying if people have questions and need help in Buffalo, they would just
We do
call.
have we have a Buffalo, HER has a Buffalo office, yes, and we have a Syracuse office
TP.
and an Albany,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Last year, HPD distributed $18.3 million in LIHTC over 11 projects to create 875 units. Is there any way to forecast what steps we can take to manage the potential lack of funding on just that LIHTC for next year?
Sure, sorry, the stats that you gave, did you say they were for HPD?
It was HPD distributed 18.3 million
Sure, so
last
we
year,
get.
and also what's in the budget.
Sure, yes. So as the state, we receive around $45 million in 9% low-income housing tax credit allocation to the state, and we sub-allocate to the city, and HPD takes that portion, as you just mentioned, and then we run a process to distribute the rest throughout the state of New York. We're actually just about 30 days away or so of making the awards that we'll make through our portion of those funds.
Okay, in terms of Mitchell-Lamas, the governor's budget includes a reduction to just 5% shelter rent tax. Can you tell us a breakdown of Mitchell-Lama developments based on the tax exemption level they receive? And I don't expect you to recite it, but that would be interesting to see.
Sure. So there are about, and you can tell me if this is what you're looking for, but there's about 200 Mitchell-Lamas in the state that are have supervised, both New York City and New York State have supervisory responsibility over them. There, I think about 160 of them have Article 2 or Article 4 tax exemptions. Otherwise, many Mitchell-Lamas have a subset of them have separate tax exemptions. So this proposal, which we're very excited about, to reduce the shelter rent from 10 to 5 would impact over 160 Mitchell-Lamas.
Okay.
As if it's adopted by localities.
Okay, and I'll send you more extensive questions about Mitchell-Lamas, but we know that, you know, a lot of them are in precarious, I'd say, financial conditions. So what do you think about the state investing more money in trying to stabilize them so they don't turn into public housing type where they're built and then people walk away and then they deteriorate and then we are in trouble?
We care very deeply about our Mitchell-Lama stock, as I know that you do, and as I said, are very excited about actually the tax exemption relieving pressure on both maintenance and rent increases for those buildings. We also, through our joint efforts in our 5-year housing plan, invest $50 to $100 million of capital each year into Mitchell-Lamas. We work with sort of a series of them each year, having them do physical needs assessments and making sure that we can provide funding for large capital investments that they need to do to, exactly as you say, to make sure they can maintain their buildings up to the quality standards that we want them to. So we look forward to continuing to do that work.
Okay. Last year's budget included language allowing landlords to claim larger IAIs. Have any applied for above 30,000 IAIs? And where would those be?
We opened up that program in October of last year, so landlords could start the application process. We've received a few hundred applications, which
A
is
few hundred?
which is about on track for where we were sort of historically with IAIs.
And were they all approved? Or are you still going through them? Or
No,
how
they're
does
all
that work?
these would just be the applications that have been submitted.
Okay. Okay, so we imposed a hefty fine on landlords and building owners that did not do their yearly registration of rent-regulated apartments. So from what I understand, that's been wildly successful, and I wonder if you'd describe the difference between last year and this year, or et cetera, in terms of registrations of stabilized apartments.
Yes, I would certainly thank the legislature for that increased enforcement power that we had. We saw many more on-time registrations than we had in previous years. And also recently, we launched a sort of dashboard that's now sort of an online tool that people can see the registrations. And previously, right, people could just register a year or 2 or 3 years late. And so the fine really helped us to get 100,000 or 200,000 more apartments to be able to register on time, which is great.
And what will happen if they don't right now?
There have been some that have not, and we have levied fines and are going through that process. And that will continue to be a process as people don't register year over year.
And can you estimate from that or from any other source how many vacant apartments? Because I continue to hear that there are vacant apartments.
Yes, there absolutely are vacant apartments in the stock, right? There are about 1 million regulated apartments in the city of New York. We see through our data, landlords register the status of the apartment as of April 1st each year, vacant or occupied. And we see in the data that the level of vacant apartments on April 1st of this year is back to what we would say would be historic norms from prior to the pandemic. There was a little bit of spike in the pandemic of reported vacancies, but we are back now to the same level of vacancy in the system that we've had historically.
Can you extrapolate from this year's registration that an apartment that is listed as rent stabilized was not registered for the past, let's say, 4 or 5 years, and why that was, and are there actions that HCR can take to say, wait a minute, if you didn't register it, maybe you were charging a market rate, which you shouldn't have?
What we saw more in the data was that as people registered for this year, if they had missed last year, they went back and registered last year. Not really gaps in registration, but catching up in that registration. So the tool I think helped us both to get people to register on time, and also if they had had a lag from the prior year, they did both.
And what about more than 1 year?
The same. We had people I think who caught up, but so I think it encouraged people to fix their registrations year over year.
But maybe we can see, could HCR check what the rent is? Because perhaps during those unregistered years, the rent was higher than it should have been.
Well, certainly, as you know, the TPU unit looks at the registration data and uses that as a resource to look for anomalies or inconsistencies in registration and then investigates those, so for sure.
Okay, I'll ask you a question that's on everybody's minds in terms of every area. In the event that HUD no longer administers project-based, Section 8, any kind of Section 8 vouchers, any kind of help in terms of subsidies, grants, and I know you mentioned in your testimony you will take the lead of the governor, et cetera, but how can HCR tell people out there, don't worry, you won't be kicked out on the street if the federal government ceases to perform its duties?
Certainly, in addition to our day jobs, I'm sure is true for all of you as well, we spend an enormous amount of time planning for large-scale changes at the federal level in HUD and in other agencies where we receive from which we receive resources. There is no great answer to if the HUD ceases to exist or the programs go away. These are the Section 8 program, for example, right, has been in existence since 1978, and it covers a large number of people in the state of New York, and we would rely on the federal government to continue to fund that program.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Housing Chair, Senator Brian Kavanaugh, 10 minutes.
There we go. Thank you. It's great to have you here today. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just going to ask a lot of colleagues here. You'll get, I think, a lot of detailed questions about a lot of these items. I'm just going to ask a few kind of, overview questions about the budget to start. First, the biggest item, it's mentioned in your testimony, the biggest new item in housing is the City of Yes. It's $1.025 billion of capital to support, activities in New York City that was announced around the approval of the City of Yes by the mayor and the city council. Can you just talk a little bit about sort of plans for that? There are a couple broad categories that are mentioned in the budget that it would be used for. Just can you talk a little bit about how the expectation is that that'll be used.
Yes, we're very excited to be able to have additional resources to invest in the city of New York. The demand is great and the need is great. As we sort of outlined in the appropriation language, we would predict that we would work closely with the city of New York to fund new construction rental, home ownership, preservation of existing housing, Mitchell-Lama, public housing, really sort of what is ostensibly the suite of things that we often are funding in New York City, and we will work closely with the city on their priorities to get that money out the door and into buildings.
And do you expect that those conversations will come to some fruition during the course of our state budget process, or is that sort of deciding how to divide that money up would be something later in the year?
Well, I can't divine what will happen in the rest of the budget process, but I would say that we work very closely with the city of New York on sort of their priorities and funding priorities, so I don't think however that sort of funding source works out, we will really just take it upon us to make sure it gets out the door and spent.
Okay, great. Another item in this year that's new is a significant commitment to a mixed income revolving loan fund. Can you just describe a little bit about how that works, what the criteria would be for accessing that money?
Yeah, so we've heard from sort of going around the state and talking to people that there are a lot of projects that don't pencil out that are mixed in. There's a lot of mixed income rental, a lot of rental projects because interest rates are high and the capital needs are really great and capital is very expensive, equity is very expensive. And so in order to sort of unlock what we think is sort of stalled development that would help the housing supply and also ease what the housing sort of crisis around the state, we proposed what would be a construction loan, sort of second mortgage that would allow projects that aren't penciling out right now to get into construction, and then once complete, that funding would come back and we would fund additional projects. We're really excited about this. It's not, as an agency, we generally are funding 100% affordable projects, and these would be sort of more mixed income, so it's sort of a new line of work for us, but we think really necessary to get housing jump-started.
Good. And I think Senator May is here and probably will have some follow-up questions on this, but just brief, it's a revolving fund, so the money's in the budget this year, it's allocated to projects, and then it returns to the fund. Can you talk about a little bit about the time frame, like if $50 million is in this year's budget, is some of that available in next fiscal year, or is there a longer time frame?
Yes, I mean, I think you never know how quickly it's going to go until we launch it and see what the sort of demand is for it. But our anticipation would be it would take us sort of post-budget at least sort of 6 months for money to actually get out the door as projects come in and submit underwriting. Generally, new construction projects take about 2 years to complete and convert to permanent financing. So we would expect the dollars would come back sort of every 24 months. If they could come back sooner, that would be great. And some may take longer, but that it would revolve at about that pace.
So if we were to fund it this year and fund it next year, after that, we might just be working off the same funding recurring.
Yeah, I mean, we would hope that it would be a great success. It would really revolve and provide a lot, but so we would say.
We'll see how it goes. And the governor's proposal excludes New York City. In your experience, might this be a useful tool in New York City as well, were it funded?
Yeah, I mean, look, New York City, since last year, we passed 485X, which, as we have heard from many developers in New York City, was the key to sort of unlocking rental development there, and the rest of the state doesn't have that same. We passed 421P last year, which is a mixed income tax exemption available to upstate cities, but not very many have taken it up, so we really saw this as a tool that would help sort of jumpstart rental housing outside New York City.
Great. I want to talk a little bit about the lead abatement program, which is something that I know you worked to create a few years ago. The budget includes $20 million for abatement for the capital costs. It's run jointly with the health department, which manages this inspection program. Can you talk a little? Do you have kind of information on how many units, how many housing units have been affected by that, either in the past year or over the course of the program?
So we work with both counties and nonprofits to get that funding out into the landlord, into the stock to get the units abated. We have signed contracts to commit all of the funds, but it is sort of in the process of being spent down. I could get back to you with sort of exact numbers of where we think we're going to be, but we certainly haven't spent a large portion of the dollars yet since.
Okay, and the original program required that there be a cyclical inspection, basically that over the course of 3 years, units be inspected. There's a implementation date that's sometime in the fall of this year, after which the health department is supposed to report on the status of that program. Do you have any sense, has there been any progress in inventorying how many units might be in need of abatement in Again, the program deals with high impacted zip codes as defined by the health department.
Yep, I don't think we have a clear picture on that yet, but I think we will as maybe we get closer into the fall and we get a little further in the process. And happy to circle back with you on that as well.
No, thank you. Yeah, any data you can make available would be appreciated. We can follow up. There are a series of items that were in the adopted budget last year that were not in that are not in the executive proposal this year. I think that often is the way this process works, and I think there may be some expectation that the legislature will be coming forth with some proposals for capital on certain items. But just to go through a few of them. Last year there was $215 million for public housing capital. I guess with each of these, I just want to know, it may be that you're not putting new money in because the existing money is still available, or it may be that you've spent the existing money and you could use some more if the legislature and the governor were to allocate it. But just on public housing capital, I guess the question is there kind of an ongoing need that's not met by existing funds, and would you have a capacity to move money out the door if we were to allocate that?
Yes, we work with public housing authorities across the state and have certainly this year, I think we have Buffalo, Schenectady, Syracuse, White Plains all lined up to get funding from us. So we continue to spend that money as it gets put in the legislature and very much well put to use in what is a very old housing stock across the state.
And the same with New York City Housing, NYCHO, which I know goes through a slightly different path, but.
Yes, it goes primarily through DASNY, not the rest. But.
There were two new programs that we funded last year, the infill housing program and the program that became VRIP, which we have to work on our acronym creation in New York. But can you just talk about it? It was $40 million for each. I think you've had quite a bit of activity getting those out. Can you just talk about the status of those and, again, whether there might be some use if there were more capital?
Yeah, so I think for both of those, and this is true for many of our programs that have sort of legislated ads, is that so they're sort of startup programs. So for, in the case of VRIP, it was $40 million last year, I believe, and we have fully contracted all that money out to the organizations, and they will begin to spend, they have a 2-year contracts to spend those funds down. So we will continue to sort of monitor the spending there, but they're fairly early in their spend.
Okay. But if there was quite a bit of response, I think more than $40 million worth of response. Presumably if there were an additional round, would you expect there to be some additional ability and desire to spend that money around in various parts of the state?
Yes, I mean, I think for better or worse, we are generally oversubscribed in many of our programs, which is, a good thing and a bad thing. So we generally can deploy funds into communities where the demand is. So yes.
And Senator Hinchey is not a member of this committee and is not here today, but I'll ask the Small Rental Housing Development Initiative, which is a great program that funds smaller buildings in rural and village areas. Again, it was $7 million last year. Is that a program where the money's moving along, and might there be some capacity to spend additional money on that?
Yes, we love the Small Rental program. It is a tool that small developments can access. It doesn't require tax credits, doesn't require bonds. It's, they don't have to be giant projects. It really is tailored to smaller places that are doing 5 and 10 and 15 unit housing development. So we also really appreciate the support on that program, and I can get an update to you as to where we are in our spending, but we generally have a good uptake in that program as well.
Good. And just more generally, you mentioned that we're in the midst of a 5-year plan. I've got 36 seconds left, but your majority of those units are now kind of in process and many completed. Do you track kind of starts and completions by program? We have myriad capital programs here. Do you track internally, like how many units have started, how many have completed, what the sort of remaining capital is available in those programs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, is that data you could share by program for, I'm not gonna ask you now, but.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, that's my time, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblymember Novikov for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a number of questions about the city of Yes. So the executive budget proposes to contribute $1 billion to New York City new City of Yes housing program. How many units does the city plan to build, and how many will be utilized state funding?
Well, so the City of Yes, which was passed by the City of Council, I think was projecting to add 80,000 units through all the measures that they, I think if I have that number right, through their efforts. I think this, and that's all types of housing. The funding in the $1 billion in the budget is targeted towards affordable housing. So that would go towards new construction of rental housing, new construction of home ownership, preservation of existing housing like Mitchell-Lamas or 202 senior buildings or public housing. So it would go to sort of the spectrum of the types of housing that we generally finance at the state agency, but for all affordable.
But there's no particular number of square footage or units to be utilized with the $1 billion, right?
No, it's just meant to be a flexible source of funds to be able to get affordable housing produced. Both the city and the state we run programs that have term sheets that have per unit amounts and, unit size restrictions and the things you're talking about. So we would presume it would follow those same rules.
Okay, thank you. And do you know how much has the city committed to spend on City of Yes?
I believe the city committed $2 billion as part of the overall, but they would be able to answer that better than I can.
What types of housing units will be built?
Through the $1 billion?
Yeah.
We would expect they would be funded as we do sort of typically in our projects for all affordable buildings that could be rental or homeownership or preserving Mitchell-Lamas or preserving, other types of existing rental housing.
Will the state be attaching any requirements for the city to utilize these funds?
We would anticipate that the spend would align with the types of term sheets that we have now, which require income testing to live in the apartments. It requires long-term regulatory agreements so those apartments stay affordable far into the future. So yes, we would expect that the funding would follow our typical procedures.
Can the state trust that the $1 billion will be properly spent considering existing uncertainties at City Hall?
Yes, we would expect that the funding would follow all the typical program guidelines that we have at the state, and we stand behind those.
And can the state trust that the new mayoral administration would continue with the City of Yes and that state funding would be necessary?
I mean, I can't really speak to the state administration the state administration and how they will be, but I would assure that the funding that comes through the state that goes into affordable housing in the city will absolutely be spent well.
And will the state require the city to build units in any particular boroughs or neighborhood despite objections from neighborhood residents or local community boards?
No, I would say that we generally, both the city housing agency and the state housing agency have a very long pipeline of projects that have local approvals that are looking to get financed. And so I would expect that the first projects that would, sort of come through a funding source like that would be ones that have approvals.
And will the governor be considering the construction of units through City of Yes as a part of the 5-year affordable housing and homelessness initiative housing goals?
This funding would be incremental since the prior housing plan was already sort of approved, so we would think it would create additional housing.
How will the state provide this funding? Will it require the city to apply for reimbursement from the state, like the current process of reimbursement for migrant-related costs?
No, we would expect that funding to flow through the state housing agency directly into projects in the city.
And the city has been pretty slow to request those reimbursement funds. Would the city delay in the same way with the City of Yes funds?
We would expect the funding to flow through the state housing agency directly into projects in the city.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Rachel May.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here, and a special thanks for including the revolving loan fund in your budget proposal. I am hoping to beef that up some, that we may be able to add some of that as the legislature, but I would love to hear your ideas about what is the capacity for that? How many projects would you expect could be funded with the $50 million if we doubled that, or even did $200 million and included the City of New York? How much could be done with that project?
We're really excited about it also, and thank you for being a sort of thought partner on that front. I would say that We have talked to, as I'm sure you have as well, different developers in different parts of the state, and there are kind of projects of all shapes and sizes. So I think that the exact unit count we would get would sort of depend on who's sort of most ready and how quickly we can get the money out the door and get it back. And we would very much obviously like to revolve as quickly as we can so that we can sort of keep this going. We feel, as I know you do too, an enormous amount of pressure in upstate to get housing construction started so that people who are coming to all the jobs that have been created have a place to live. So we don't have an exact sort of unit count yet. Certainly if we doubled the funds, we would double the amount of production that we had.
So
but I
you
we
think
need to-
there is capacity to?
Yes, for sure.
more? Okay, great.
Yeah.
On the affordable housing preservation, the 4% tax credits were disallowed. Is there another source of funding for that? I know in Syracuse this is a big issue.
Yeah, so we've been working with owners who want to access tax-exempt bonds to have them utilize conventional financing, and then we've been providing state low-income housing credits and subsidy to sort of make up the difference of what would otherwise have been available in the tax-exempt bonds, so we can then do new construction with tax-exempt bonds and do the preservation projects with these other resources so that we can get both done. So we continue in Syracuse to work with a series of owners on those approaches.
Wonderful. And then finally, the $50 million for modular housing. Can you just sketch out how that's going to be used? Are you looking at multifamily as well as single-family housing, and any cost estimates?
Yeah, so we are very much looking to drive down the cost of infill housing, of small home development. It is very expensive for us to subsidize home ownership, but we would like to do more of it. We recently ran a pilot to get modular homes on 3 land bank sites upstate, and we are sort of hoping that will provide a gateway to us understanding sort of a cost to get a modular home sited on a land bank or otherwise sort of small infill site. So we would ideally use this funding to really drive that process and get to
Just
scale.
single-family homes, though?
The 1s, 2s, 3s. I mean, I think we're thinking of it as sort of in smaller infill sites.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Grace Lee.
I thought I was last on the list. Okay. I have a bunch of questions, so let me go really quickly. Just for some context, DHCR approved the sale of Knickerbocker Village, a historic rent-regulated housing complex in my district, a sale from Cherry Green Property to L&M Fund Management last April. And through that development project, it was promised that tenants would receive capital improvements alongside annual rent increase caps at 2.5%. We've heard from numerous, along with some $50 million of renovations and capital improvements. So we've heard from numerous Knickerbocker Village board members that L&M has had poor communication with tenants regarding the scheduling of capital improvements in individual units. And in many cases, contractors have shown up unannounced, causing confusion and disruption for residents. Additionally, there are no quality checks on the contractor's work, leaving many tenants with subpar repairs and no clear way to request corrections. How is DHCR overseeing the planned $50 million in capital improvements to ensure these improvements are completed with high-quality standards and proper oversight?
Thanks for the question. We were, as you, I'm sure know, that project was sort of a very long time in this sort of process of getting transferred to new ownership so that renovations could be made, investments could be made, and also a lot of Section 8 could be sort of brought into the project to keep rents at levels affordable to the tenants. I certainly, we stand behind all the transactions that we do. I would be happy to meet with you separately and talk about sort of the ins and outs.
Can you just tell me about the oversight? What you're doing for oversight?
So we approve when Mitchell-Lama housing companies take mortgages for capital improvements or take loans. We have oversight of that, and we are approving, looking at scopes of work. Again,
Are you checking in on the progress of that work on a regular basis?
Sorry. Go ahead, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's the question.
We work, in the case of that building, they also have, I think, a first lender in place also, so we would coordinate both our funding, the first lender, and the owner. And so, if things are not being done up to par, we would certainly be happy to to step in and talk to the owner and meet with the tenant association and make sure we can get to resolution.
Okay, great. The board has numerous concerns regarding oversight, and there is a BRD hearing scheduled for April 1st. The Knickerbocker Village Board was only given $6,000 to hire an outside accountant to represent them. This $6,000 is not does not give them a lot of ability to hire someone at a market rate.
Okay.
Who has experience. So do you think $6,000 is an appropriate number? How did it come about? And is there ability to expand that allowance?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. I don't know the details of what the scope is that they want the outside counsel to do, but happy to talk and make sure we can get to a good outcome.
Okay, great. And then, well, that's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting ranker, Senator Walzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned the institutional investor proposal in your testimony. How many single and two-family homes are owned by institutional investors currently?
So there's not really a database to track it, and I think people, if you sort of are following this, the issue is a much bigger one in the sort of Sun Belt cities, where sort of nationally there's been a huge growth in investor-owned single-family homes.
So we don't know. Can you ballpark it?
Yeah, well, so I'll get, yeah. So we, however, have spoken to the mayors in Albany, mayors in Rochester, and mayors in other cities who say that they definitely have an investor-owned, haven't had institutional investors come in and buy scales of hundreds in each of those cities of investor homes, and have told us that those homes are often the ones that have the highest code violations. They have more sort of 911 calls than the sort of average owner.
So maybe in the thousands statewide?
Could be, yeah. I don't think we have a great data
And do you have any data on how often those homes are on the market before they're picked up by an institutional investor?
So we have talked to many individuals, New Yorkers, who are trying to buy homes who find that when a building goes on MLS, it is gone either same day or one day later, and they don't have the opportunity to go look at the house, to get an inspector to do the things a normal homeowner would do. So we wanted to do this 75-day window to kind of level the playing field and let homeowners have a chance to go have the opportunity to buy the house before an institutional investor would buy it same day.
About on the seller end, are the sellers generally, are these vacant properties that are sellers that are absentee? Are they New Yorkers? Do they stay in New York after they're selling this property to an institutional investor? Any concept there?
I think it probably runs the gamut.
Okay. In Alpha Part H, an algorithmic device is defined as any machine, device, computer program, or computer software that is on its own or with human assistance performs a coordinating function. Are we talking about a calculator? Could that be a calculator?
I think we were talking about software that can figure out when a house comes on MLS in a day that it fits the right categories for an institutional investor, and they make an all-cash offer that day. I think that is what that is referring to.
So computer software, are you talking about Excel?
I am not a computer software expert, so I wouldn't assume it is Excel. I would think it's a piece of software.
Would the algorithm at Zillow count under this definition?
I think this would be about an investor using a software of their choosing. I don't know what they would use.
If a real estate agent or a leasing agent suggests to a new property owner their market rent should be, is that considered a coordinating function under that definition?
I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that answer.
Okay. Is the intention of the legislation essentially to prohibit people from using information out in the market to determine what prices should be?
I think the intent of the legislation is to give New Yorkers who want to buy a home the opportunity to do that, and not to have houses that come up on MLS get sort of cash offers same day and turn into rentals, and then people who want to buy and live in those homes don't even get the chance to take a look at them or walk inside.
Okay. Insurance rates, as I understand it, have gone up pretty significantly in New York City. When you look at rent stabilization and rent increase caps from good cause eviction and those kinds of things that we've placed, how can owners mitigate the cost of those increases and improve their property?
Well, obviously in the case of private owners, they can do that as they choose. In the case of owners who own rent stabilized properties, they would utilize either the MCI for a major capital improvement or IAI for an individual apartment if they want to make investments in the building and recoup a return.
Are good cause eviction laws causing small property owners to remove homes from the market or shift to short-term rental?
I have not heard that.
So there's a proposal for $1 billion for the YES program. I think you mentioned it in your testimony. Is that for building new units?
It could be either construction of new units or preservation of existing affordable housing.
How many units do you think will bring online under $1 billion in the YES program?
So we would coordinate with the City of New York on whatever the needs and sort of demand were across new construction and preservation. So I think that
Can you give me a ballpark number, how many we can expect?
I think it would really depend on how the funding gets spent in terms of preservation and new construction. So I don't think we could give a
How
number.
short on units is New York City right now?
I believe the mayor announced that he wants to build 500,000 units in 10 years is his moonshot.
And how short is the Adirondacks on units right now?
I don't know that the Adirondacks have published a number that they're short on, but there are housing pressures across the state for sure in every community.
Are they, would the Adirondacks be eligible for the YES program?
The funding for the State of Yes is going to New York City. We certainly at HCR have funding sources that we make available to every community in the state.
Senate, Assembly. I'm on a roll.
Assemblyman Ed Ra.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Commissioner, I want to follow up on something you discussed last year with Senator Martins. You know, we have another round of funding for housing on state-owned properties. And, you know, since that discussion last year, obviously some of the statutory language kind of fell off the table in the final budget, but the funding was there. So can you give me an update with regard to that program, and in particular, what is being done to at least have some coordination with the surrounding municipalities where the state is pursuing building housing on state-owned lands?
And are you referring to the RUSH funding? Is that what
Yes.
you're referring to? So the RUSH funding is administered by ESD, so doesn't come through my agency. We do work closely with ESD on projects, on all housing projects that are developed on state-owned land, and where there is infrastructure need, ESD has a process they go through to get that funding to the project so that the infrastructure is not the reason why the housing can't get built, and then we are generally coming in behind that with housing subsidy.
Okay, so, but I believe what you had told us last year was, right, there were those provisions for a few specific sites because a statutory change would have been needed to allow that to happen, but in most instances on state-owned land, there wasn't a need for any type of statutory change. Is that correct?
In terms of sort of zoning,
Yeah.
I think the ESD is using the general project plan process where they need to make zoning changes on state-owned site to facilitate either residential or commercial, whatever type of development is appropriate. And they've continued to do that on several sites that have come out since I was here last year.
Okay. And you did at the time, though, indicate that perhaps, you know, there might be some type of list of places that were targeted, and I would reiterate, if such a list exists or the places that are being looked at, if that is shared, I think it would be helpful to both legislators and local municipalities. I understand, you know, they're not subject to their zoning, but I do still think it's important that they're aware if a site's going to be developing housing.
Absolutely. I mean, my understanding is that ESD does reach out locally when they're doing RFPs. It takes quite a while to get an RFP in place and in process, but certainly happy to continue that.
Okay. Another thing that, again, I understand that this is being looked at within a different agency, but certainly very much deals with housing. There's a proposal in the Department of State to mandate sprinkler systems in new 1- and 2-family homes. Does your division have any opinion on that, and what impact it might have on the development of housing?
We certainly would defer to the Department of State as a lead agency on that. I would say sort of more writ large, we are always looking to both make sure housing is safe and as safe as it can be, and also as affordable and not adding unnecessary construction costs. I suspect this is an issue that challenges both of those.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing from a lot of, you know, developers that are saying that it's going to slow or hinder their ability to build housing because of the added expense that comes along with it. And obviously, safety is paramount. We want you know, our codes and everything to keep safety paramount. But I don't know if this is the best way to get at it for you know, single-family homes and 2-family homes. With the minute and a half I have left, pro-housing certification. I know I've spoken to some of my local villages who have been denied certification. Is there a process where, you know, a municipality who has expressed an interest in becoming a pro-housing community but gets denied for whatever reason, to work with them to figure out what they need to do, or is it just, you know, starting from scratch, like they're a new applicant trying to do it for the first time?
So we haven't denied any applications because it's really just a rolling process that once you submit all the information to us, you get certified. I think we had one locality withdraw its application, but we, and I, really sort of earnestly, we work very closely with all localities that are applying. We want the process to be accessible and achievable. We want as many housing communities as we can get, so we aren't trying to make this something that people can't achieve. So I would be happy to follow up with you also to, if there's ways that we can make the process easier for localities. We want them to be certified. We want them to have access to the funds because we want them to build housing.
Okay, I'm running out of time, but maybe I'll follow up offline regarding some of the other issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Jackson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I have 3 questions to ask you. What is the working relationship with HCR and HPD?
We have a great working relationship with the city housing agencies. We co-fund a lot of projects together. We, generally are deferential to them as they're looking to achieve their housing priorities in the city, and we finance a number of projects in the city as well. So we work really closely with them.
In looking at what MCIs, major capital improvement, that goes to your office, is that correct, as far as verification and/or if someone wanted to appeal the MCI because it's not really what the landlord is saying? Is that within your office or HPD?
That is, that's HCR, and we review and approve MCI applications.
And would you, if I put in a freedom of information or ask you for how many have you had within 1 year, would you be able to give me that information?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can certainly get it to you.
Yeah, I'm talking about not now. Yeah,
Absolutely.
later. And then also, I wanted to ask you about amalgamated housing in the Bronx. It's like I'm getting my hair all gray about the issues and concerns that they have there. And I was wondering why, in my opinion, that you, meaning your office, doesn't, help them to stand on their 2 feet overall. Can you make them do something, or you have to ask them, can they do it?
We have supervisory authority over the Mitchell-Lamas, but they are privately owned and privately operated, and so we act as a support function for them as it relates, to, especially for something like capital improvements and trying to make sure that they have access to consultants if they need to get banks on board, if they need to do capital needs assessments. In the case of Amalgamated, we have been working with them very closely for quite some time to make sure that they can get a series of repairs that are very much needed in that building. And I think we've come a long way from where we were a year or 2 years ago on that. And hopefully those investments will get made soon, and some of that gray hair will come down a little bit.
The $1 billion that you're investing, as far as a loan to Amalgamated, could that come out of the money that the state is allocating?
Yes, we see the City of Yes funding as very flexible, and that it could go into Mitchell-Lamas, it can go into 202s, it can go into existing rental housing, and so absolutely.
Thank you. I'll follow up with your team.
Okay, thanks.
Assemblyman Steve Otis.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for all you're doing and your frequent visits to Westchester when we have projects there. Appreciate that very much. One issue that's been a challenge, certainly since the pandemic, has been municipal housing authorities, and I'm especially asking about municipal housing authorities outside of New York City. I have a few in the district that I represent, but have been in discussions with the state association. What is the state of play in terms of the financial issues, still issues with arrears, and I know we, in last year's budget, drove some additional money towards those housing authorities, but if you could give us some update on that, that would be great.
Yes, I would certainly thank the good leaders in Westchester for being very pro-housing and supportive. We really have done an enormous amount there over the last 5 years. And with housing authorities, we have done a lot of work in Yonkers, in White Plains, and in many of the with many of the housing authorities in Westchester. Our primary interaction with them is around capital and making sure that we can facilitate investment into roofs and boilers and mechanical systems that are often very old in those buildings. And so year over year, we probably have 4 or 5 or 6 different public housing authorities that we're working with to make those investments, and that would continue, I think, for the ones in your district as well.
That's great. Well, just want to make sure that the upstate authorities are paid attention to. And, you know, on the individual level, a few years ago, we had one of those boiler situations in one of the ones in the city of New Rochelle, and your folks were of tremendous help. And so we got that solved. And it really, in a sense, saved the authority and the residents their pocketbook, because we found a good solution through your staff. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Helming.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hi.
In talking about the pro-housing communities, and I mentioned this at the first Senate Housing Committee meeting of this year, I have pro-housing communities that can't build housing because there's a lack of electric capacity. What's being done to address that issue? Do you recognize that that is an issue in upstate New York, and are we going to back off of the all-electric mandates so that we can build these homes that we need?
We absolutely acknowledge that there are challenges in your district, but also in others across the state and in New York City, frankly, where the power grid is not sufficient to handle development. So I would say 2 things. We certainly are, supporting communities to get housing built, and ideally through an electrification platform, but if they can't, we will still continue to work with them. There is $100 million this year in the budget for housing communities, and we would love for that to go towards infrastructure upgrades that can actually make that happen.
Commissioner, I don't mean to be rude, I only have 3 minutes, but I understand there's $100 million. In the governor's press release about that, she called out specifically water and sewer infrastructure. I think we need to make it very clear that that is also available for electric capacity. And I'm also worried about that $100 million. One of my builders was told to bring electric in for 186 homes was going to cost $3.2 million. So I'm not sure how far that $100 million is going to go. And just for clarification, I understand we have a lot of funding for the city of Yes. There's funding for NYCHA. What is in the governor's budget that's before us right now for our upstate public housing authorities?
So we still have funding in our 5-year
Just
housing.
how much?
Oh, we have, I think, over $100 million still in our budget to spend on public housing authorities.
Okay,
The
and
rest
that's a
of state.
line item that's in this budget proposal.
It's in our 5-year housing plan. It would be, you would see it as reappropriated funds, I think, in the budget.
Is there anything new?
No, because we still have money to spend.
Okay. And then we talk about all of these programs, this aggressive measures we're taking. We're spending billions of dollars on housing initiatives. Yet in the comptroller's January report, he calls out how our homelessness in New York State is greater than any other state in the entire nation except for Hawaii. Something that's really important to me and troubling to me too is that in 2024, the number of veterans homelessness is just, again, it's the highest in the entire nation. How can that be when we're spending so much money on housing? What is in this budget specifically to address the issue of veterans homelessness?
So we still, and similar to my prior answer, in the supportive housing budget that we have from our original housing plan, we had $1.2 billion. We are still spending down that. I agree with you. It is hard to be spending money on supportive housing all the time, and there is still a lot of homelessness.
I just have to, real quick, so also in the governor's report, and he calls this out year after year, is that we need more transparency and accountability.
Thank
we
you,
need to be able to
Senator.
show people what we're
Assemblyman
doing with the
West
taxpayer
Chang.
dollars.
Going?
Oh, okay, works here. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Several questions. It's a math question here. Is in your testimony trying to lower the cost? Initially, trying to lower the cost of construction and housing. So, how can we lower the cost if our cost of labor gone up and minimum wage is going up, plus increase in construction costs? Now we have to compete for the same material as in Los Angeles, which is, as you know, devastated. We have to compete for those material costs. And recently, in past year, increase in legislation on meeting environmental standards, and which on record I voted against. So where's the math? How can we lower those costs while all those costs are increased? So what's the idea based on your testimony?
Yeah, so the funding that's in the capital funding that's in the budget is to try to expand the production of modular housing, which is something we have seen cost less than other types of construction in New York State. And so we want to use this funding as a way to drive down costs by expansion of modular housing.
But modular doesn't help in New York City, which most of the budgets we are allocating for New York City. So how to do without modular buildings in New York City, which is not possible.
Well, there is some modular. There's also some manufactured, pieces of buildings are starting to be sort of factory built. And so I think we want to try to push the envelope where we can drive down those costs through those types of innovations. We want to make sure we're doing that.
Who will use that? I mean, which developer? I don't know of a developer in New York City that does modular. If you can.
Yeah,
line
we
up.
are happy to follow up with you. There are definitely examples of manufactured and modular housing that gets built in New York City, and we can send you some examples.
Another math figures here is what's the ideal goal of reaching market point of affordability housing? What is the availability of housing between New York State and New York City?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We always say about shortages, but at what point is where the shortages doesn't really become shortages? It just become market factor. At what point?
So when we did our research last year on what we thought, based on job growth, we needed to be doing on housing, our projections were that we had built 400,000 units of housing over the last 10 years. We thought if everything stayed the same, we would build 400,000 units over the next 10 years. But based on job growth in the state of New York, we needed to about double that production, which is very hard to do, to get to about 800,000 units. So I think we feel like until we really see substantial increases in production, that sort of supply and the pressures on housing are going to exist.
Again, math question here. The population of New York State is barely 20 million, probably less than that. In the past 10 years, we lost 500,000 people to Texas and to Florida. We might be endangering of losing those jobs because of proposed tax increases for millionaires and all that. So that would drive away potential growth. How do you project those job growth?
Thank you. We have Senator Bridgeport.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I had a question about the language for the waiting period for institutional investors, because I do support it and want to make sure it's as strong as possible. I bring this up because deed theft is a huge issue in my district especially. It's rapidly gentrifying, and primarily older Black homeowners are targeted, and oftentimes their home is stolen from them by some of these institutional investors, and often by way of an LLC. I'm looking at some of the language and the way it's defined, and I see things such as owning 10 or more residences, having $50 million in assets. I'm just concerned if an LLC could get around this definition by creating a new and separate LLC that's fresh for the purpose of acquiring a home, and if so, was that the intention?
I think we wanted to protect small business owners who might own 10 homes in an upstate community and operate that as business, and we didn't see that as a threat the way we saw institutional investors, people buying right with other people's funds and who are buying all cash offers day of, sort of a different business model. So the intent of the language was really just to distinguish large institutional from maybe sort of smaller businesses, but I'm happy to work with you to make sure it's strong enough.
I would appreciate that. And then just for my second question is on the City of Yes, though, the $1 billion fund. I have a very large development happening along in my district, along Atlantic Avenue, part of the City of Yes proposal. I'm curious, what is the process already? Is it in place already for how certain developments will acquire this funding or apply for it?
Well, it still has to get approved through the budget process, so it's not in place yet, and we would we really see this as a way for us to work directly with the city on their priorities and where they most need this investment to go in the city of New York. And so that's why it's sort of written in a flexible manner.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Woman Emerita Torres.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm really concerned about skyrocketing insurance rates and their effect on the ability for our multifamily affordable housing units to stay afloat. I read in a New York Housing Conference report that the average cost is $1,700, and that's gone up over 4 years, 103%. I know that I think your office has been at least alerted to this. What's the dialogue been with DFS? What are we doing to try and control some of these insurance costs?
It's challenging for sure, right? It's a real private market issue, and it's impacting for us owners, downstate, upstate, small buildings, large buildings, public housing authorities across the board. We are trying to work with our owners to stabilize their buildings, to allow them to make capital investments so they can drive down their sort of risk profile as it relates to insurance providers. There has been a captive that was created in New York City, so to the extent that our owners want to join that, we want to work with them if they need to make capital investments in their property to be eligible. So it's a hard issue, really, sort of nationally. And we are sort of taking the approach that we are working sort of with all the owners in our portfolio to get them on steady footing so that they can try to drive their costs down.
Just to add, it's been a real challenge, especially in the Bronx. Affordable housing developers have been refused.
Yes.
They've been told that they can't get reinsured, so hopefully it's something that we can work on. The other issue I want to talk about is the toxic flipping. We have in the Bronx single-family, multifamily homes, and elderly in particular have been targeted. I'm wondering on your end, are there any resources, educational or otherwise, protection, particularly for elders who are being attacked, pretty much like targeted attacked?
Yes, I mean, we'd love to work on that with you. Last year, we did some what we thought were really meaningful strengthenings to the deed theft provisions in the law to make sure that we could help be a deterrent to that. I think to the extent that there's other things we can do from a outreach or communications or statutory perspective, we are as troubled by the issue as you are and be happy to work with you on it.
Awesome. And then with my couple seconds of time, another issue that's come up and the extent the state is involved is, we have a lot of affordable housing units in the Bronx, right? Affordable, quote unquote. And what I notice and some of what my constituents tell me is, oh, well, these are studios or these are one-bedroom apartments. I don't see that we're building for families in the Bronx. And I don't know what the dialogue is like with the city, but I'd love to learn more about how we are determining the unit types, how we're working with developers to determine the unit types and how we're building for the future for families and children.
Absolutely. We also take priority in making sure that we have family-sized units in the buildings that we develop. We also want to get as many units built as we can, and there's a need for ones as well as twos and threes. But happy to talk to you more how we could make sure we're meeting your needs.
Thank you.
Senator Clear.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good to see you. In the case of state-owned land, which is a precious, scarce resource, especially in my district, and specifically, I'm talking about the Seneca project, is there a way to use the City of Yes funding, to use any other funding to ensure that this project, when it is built, will be truly affordable, not at the current rate of basically upwards to $44,000 a year for a unit when in a community that the average income is $55,000 a year pre-tax income. How can we make affordability a reality on state-owned land projects like this?
Thanks for the question. I think we're happy to continue to work with all the legislators on where there is state-owned land, because we don't have an enormous amount of it in New York City or the rest of the state. So where we do have to make sure we are getting affordability that meets the needs of the community. So certainly happy to continue to work with you on that.
Thank you. And also, New York State is the 4th largest population of seniors and growing. What are we doing to factor in enough housing for older New Yorkers? Currently, I'm hearing upwards to 7 years waiting lists for people to get in to senior housing. If we are able to put more money into the budget and capital, can DHCR commit to more affordable housing for our seniors?
I mean, I think we certainly have a good track record so far of financing and building new construction of senior housing. I think we would also love to work with you on how we make sure that seniors who are currently housed in apartments that may not be suitable for them can also stay housed. I think it's sort of an all-hands-on-deck approach because it's probably hard for us to build as many senior units as we need in the time we have. So I'm happy to work with you on that and to think creatively about other ways to get at it.
Thank you. I look forward to that. I just want to, something that was mentioned earlier about TPU. Are they looking back proactively, or does it have to be generated by a tenant complaint?
No, we really take intake suggestions from you all. We take it from local community. People can call us, and then we proactively look at the data to look for inconsistencies, and we are on our own bringing cases in that, and also so sort of all of the above.
And last, Project 145 in my district, which we do want to see deeper affordability. A project like that built to market can tip the scales and really, really contribute to the great exodus of Black families out of the community. how can DHCR be helpful? HCR, I'm sorry, be
That's
helpful.
okay. I don't know the ins and outs of that project, but I think we are always happy to be talking about affordability and projects built in the city of New York.
I would like to follow up with your team. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. Always good to talk to you and your team. I want to start with the governor's proposal to reduce property taxes for Mitchell-Lama for more than 5%. What's the estimate amount they pay now?
Many of the Mitchell-Lamas in New York City and the rest of the state pay 10% shelter rent as sort of a formula, and so this bill would drop that 10% to 5% automatically in New York City, allow New York City to drop it further should they so choose, and the rest of the state has to opt in to the change.
Okay, sounds good. Part of my problem, because you know I live in a Mitchell-Lama, I advocate often for them, is that we let the property deteriorate for a long period of time, and I know you guys do yearly needs assessment, but what enforcement do you have to make sure that people take care of the issues that you see come forth?
I mean, the Mitchell-Lama stock is privately owned and privately managed, and so we really try to make sure that year over year, as people are working with us and submitting their materials to us, that we are pushing them to do capital needs assessments so that they understand what repairs are needed and what those repairs costs, and then we are happy to work with them on financing to get that work done, but we do need the owners and the housing companies to be doing those capital needs assessments so we actually know what their capital needs really are.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's much to the enforcement part. Like you make sure, you tell them what should be done based on the assessment, but there's no guarantee that people will do what you said for them to do.
In the case of the co-ops, they are homeowners. It is
Yeah.
their decision what they do in their buildings.
I think part of the problem, though, is that the board has a lot of control about what gets done and what doesn't get done, along with the management company. And so residents may not even know that these problems are occurring, and we should be why their maintenance may have to increase for these projects. But I'll move along. Is there a list of state-owned property that we can maybe find on the website?
I can ask ESD, who's sort of the holder of all that, as to whether they have anything published. I know they have released a series of RFPs for state-owned land over the course of the last year. I think there's been 5 or 6 that have gone out. I don't know what else they have coming out after that, but we can certainly talk to them about it.
Okay, so ESD may hold that information.
They are the ones who are doing the RFPs for the state-owned land, yeah.
Got it. And then the $25 million for NYCHA, part of City of Yes. We've been putting capital funding into NYCHA since I've gotten elected, and the drawdown is always an issue. Is there anything that's going to enforce the drawdown for this $25 million in capital?
I'm not sure if it will end up going through the channel. Normally, it goes through DASNY, the reimbursement. So I guess we'll see how the process goes and if this follows that same process or not.
I don't like the process, but okay. $8.8 million for the Blue Buffers voluntary buyout program. Never heard of it before. Good to see it. However, what percentage of this is actually spent down? How many homes are impacted?
So we have just begun to do outreach to communities that want to participate, and it's a complicated thing, obviously, to have your home, if you're in a sort of repeated flood area, to have your home bought out, and both for the municipality and for the community. So we've just begun to do outreach. We've engaged an organization who's going to go around the state to talk to impacted communities about this.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us today. I just got a couple follow-up questions here. On the City of Yes program, it's very vague to me from what I've seen. Is there any specific match or commitment of the City of New York to be matching this billion or in any kind of ratio?
So I believe the City of New York put in $2 billion into the City of Yes, and the governor put in $1 billion. The billion that is coming from the state budget is specifically for housing, so we would anticipate that would go sort of into your comment about the language into the types of uses that are in the appropriation language.
But there's no, as I understand it from the questioning today and what I've read in the budget, there's no real detailed outline of how this $1 billion for the City of Yes is to be spent. That's correct at this point?
It's flexible in terms of new construction, preservation, Mitchell-Lamas, NYCHA. Both the City of New York Housing Agency as well as we at the state have programs, so we would anticipate it would go through our sort of programmatic channels, and there are sort of standards in all those programs.
Of those spending areas that you outlined there, Mitchell-Lama, NYCHA, preservation, where do you prioritize?
I think we would work with this. Yeah, I would say we would happy to work with you all, happy to work with the city on what the priority is for that. I think there's need across all those categories.
All right. it is concerning to me with the lack of detail, and it frankly it should be to everybody in the legislature on these kinds of dollars. You know, the governor has in her budget the Sustainable Futures Program, which is for energy. Again, no detail, another $1 billion on where that's going to go. We heard from Senator Helming about certainly our concerns upstate with energy capacity and access to that for new housing projects. We see it in any economic development project we have in upstate New York, the inability to get the power that's needed for a new manufacturer, for whatever, housing included. So we really need to get more details on these programs, and I'm certainly not asking you about Sustainable Futures, but on the City of Yes program, is it the intention of the executive to be negotiating that kind of detail in this proposal throughout the next month for us to get to a final budget, so that detail is in there and it's not just a flat $1 billion lump sum to New York City? Because my understanding, there is no similar funding proposal out there for the rest of the state.
I would say I would imagine it would be part of the discussions that happen from now to the end of the budget process. But I would also say that we have at the state various funding programs for new construction, for Mitchell-Lama, for preservation. And so we would anticipate that the funding would get spent the same way we spend capital dollars that we get from the legislature for our other programs in those same sort of buckets of affordable multifamily new construction and so forth. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Chris Burdick.
Thank you, Commissioner, and for the work that you're doing. I was very pleased to see so many initiatives there and the progress on the 5-year plan and the $100 million in the executive budget for pro-housing development community projects. And I had mentioned to you before the hearing that working with colleagues, we'd like to increase that. I have a question regarding certification. And let's take a municipality that submits the required documents. Would you feel that if the community does that and completes a housing needs assessment and housing plan with the pledge to carry it out, would that meet certification?
I think we'd be happy to work with you if we need to evolve the program to meet more needs of more communities. I think our two paths right now are sort of an affirmation that's passed locally, right, and building, and actually building. So I think if we think that we need to be a
fair
third
enough.
path.
I have a different question. I asked one of my communities the obstacles to getting certification, and the reply was, I think it is more that I can't see what the benefit would be. What we need is funding to improve infrastructure, to accommodate more housing or grants, to go directly to support, incentivize more housing where we can already do it, not, quote, potential opportunities for grants after the fact. So, you know, you've got sort of a double green light. You first have to get the certification, which is going to cost money, planning money, and so forth. But then you have to apply for the grant, which you may or may not get. And I'm wondering what kind of reply we have for her.
I mean, I think we feel very proud about the fact that there is $650 million available in the budget, and hopefully this year even more, that's available exclusively. While it would have been to all 1,500 localities across the state, it's now available to 278 who
No, I saw that.
can be eligible, right? I think that's really showing those communities that want to be pro-housing, that we want to meet them where they are. We care. We want to give them investment. And the funding is intended to be, as you, for infrastructure and other things that would allow.
So, sorry to interrupt, but so a lot of those programs are not necessarily directly infrastructure related. And I'm wondering if you've been giving any thought to expanding the programs that might provide grant funding and the kind of funding that is mentioned here in that text.
So we heard two things this past year. One is we need technical assistance. We need grant dollars that if we want to do a rezoning or we want to do a electric e-file permitting system. And so we have funding in the budget this year to give to localities to do master plans and zoning grant dollars. And then secondly, we heard infrastructure dollars, whether that's water and sewer or electricity, as the senator said.
So the dollars for technical would include grant funding for doing planning?
Yes, absolutely.
It would.
Yes.
So it isn't just from HCR, but it would also be potentially to give grants.
Yeah, grants for planning, absolutely.
Super, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Commissioner.
Hi.
You know, I'm very interested in development of co-ops and condos as an affordable form of home ownership, and the state seems frankly quite a bit behind in considering this as the way to enhance affordable housing. Last year, there was $75 million for the Housing for the Future home ownership plan. There's nothing in, I think, this year, the executive budget. Did you spend any of that, and were any new co-ops or condos begun under that program?
So we have a funding line called Affordable Housing Opportunities Program. That is our primary homeownership funding source. It had $400 million in it that we funded 2 years ago. I can come back to that, but to answer your specific question, for the Housing for the Futures, our term sheet is up. We haven't gotten any applications to use that funding to date, but we do continue to fund homeownership through our Affordable Housing Opportunities Program. We had $400 million. We are well we've committed a majority of that funding. We didn't have it in our first housing plan, just in our second, so I would
But
acknowledge.
Just as a question, have any new co-ops or particularly co-ops started with that funding?
Yes, with our Affordable Housing Opportunities Program, yes, we have funded co-ops with that. We can send you a list.
Yes. Secondly, you know, in the suburbs, many municipalities have these set-asides for affordable housing with the creation of new market rate rental, which is completely unaffordable to the vast majority of my constituents. Do you provide any guidance on what is deemed affordable? And I don't mean percentage of AMI, I mean whether they're entitled to lease renewal, whether they're entitled to rent protection, because the concept of affordable is a very shady one, frankly, in some of these municipalities.
I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but I think I would say that last year when we passed the good cause provisions
Yes.
in the process, that provides municipalities who opt into it with sort of that rent gouging kind of protection
It doesn't
for
apply
tenants.
it doesn't apply to new buildings, so that.
Yes, it would apply in municipalities that had a existing stock. That is true.
Lastly, on Resilient and Ready, which I know you've worked on funding for flood preparedness, again, it didn't include co-ops and condos in the prior iteration. Is there any way you can extend that? Because in many communities, including mine, where flooding has been a disaster, co-ops and condos have all these costs associated with rebuilding, and none of it is covered through this program.
Yes, let's continue to talk about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Assemblywoman Levenberg.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I wanted to just follow up on some of my colleagues' discussions about the Pro-Housing Communities program outside, obviously outside the city. I'm really glad to hear there's 278. How many are in process above and beyond that? And also, how much of the money has actually gone out the door to those communities? And where are we with the beginnings of actually seeing building taking place?
So we have, I would say, another 150-ish localities that have submitted letters of intent, and that we're working through with them. Could be closer to 200. We made some first awards. I think it was $100 or $125 million of the first set of were just announced. I think in the last month or so. But we could follow up and get you in a detailed list. And what was your third question?
Now I forget.
It was who's
you know,
in
how much
line,
money?
that
No, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
and how many units? How much housing
Oh, right,
has started?
how much building? You just
and
kind of answered
we-
that question, but
that's
just the
okay.
money's just getting out the door.
Yes, and I think in terms of housing happening, the problem right with housing is sort of it takes a long time to get
Sure.
there, and so I don't know that we can see yet. We're like a year and a half in whether the program is, but it's our goal, and we're going to keep being transparent about what's happening
Right,
so we can see it.
And just to follow up, I think we are hearing also from communities about needing more money for the planning and for the comprehensive plans, for the housing action plans, and all on housing needs assessments. So you know, we've definitely advocated for more money specifically for you know, for the entire program, but also specifically for that planning money. I think that's really necessary. And then I wanted to just find out a little bit more about how is Good Cause working. I think you just mentioned a little bit about it to my colleague, Senator Mayer, but how is it working outside the city? How many communities have you seen opt in? And you know, it seems like it may need a little bit more help outside the city.
There are about 10-ish communities that have opted in. We can circle up with all the names as we know them as of today. And I think that it's early, right? I think so. I don't know that we know yet whether it's sort of working or not working or what's working about it.
Okay, and then just to underscore the need for the for infrastructure, money is really, again, what we hear from so many communities saying, you know, all of this stuff is sort of whether it's an unfunded mandate or we're not going to be able to build anything if we can't get drinking water and stormwater infrastructure in place. So, there is legislation out there to actually help get the drinking water grants out the door. I think I mentioned to you when I'd seen you in the city. That's really, could really be helpful for engineering planning grants to actually help the communities, because a lot of that money just isn't getting out the door. And a lot of these communities, again, need the planning money to get the engineers.
Yep,
Plans in
understood.
place to get the grants.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I'm the last senator for the first round, so I'll take my 10 minutes now, and then I'll continue through the assembly members. Thank you. So we put $4.5 billion into a 5-year housing plan. The questions I keep getting are, because I think it was supposed to be 10,000 supportive housing units within that plan. Where are we on that schedule? People are desperate, desperate, desperate for more supportive housing units in my city. I have business groups begging me to move this faster. They say there's 250 million specifically supportive housing that groups are trying to get and they're not allowed to. So help me understand where we are on all this.
I don't know what the not allowed to would be in referencing, but we, the 10,000 units is 7,000 new units and preservation, and 3,000 units of preservation of supportive housing. We are sort of well on track. I don't know the exact number. We can get it to you of the 7,000 where we are halfway through, but we track about halfway on everything. We do an enormous amount of supportive housing. It's in almost everything that we finance across the state, because the need, whether it's seniors or youth aging out of foster care or vets, right, across the board, people in their communities are including it. So happy to follow up with you on our supportive housing. We are certainly meeting our commitments there. The preservation of supportive housing has been harder for us. I think those buildings are more challenged, and we are really trying to, we want that money to get out the door as fast as it can, because the buildings need it. So that's an area we've worked with Ginny to try to get more production.
And why would preservation be harder than building new?
I think that it's hard for organizations who are running buildings to sometimes sort of stop and have capacity to hire a consultant, get a contractor, figure out a needs, take the whole building through a construction process. Preservation is disruptive. So I think those projects have been a little harder to get started, but we're very committed to them and meet with Shani very often to talk about getting those dollars out the
And
door.
you'll be able to get us some breakdown data of the money
absolutely.
that's been sent. Thank you.
Yep.
And you mentioned it already, but the other issue for me, senior citizens who are being priced out of the homes, the apartments they have lived in on Manhattan their whole lives. And no matter what we do, we simply can't come up with the math to make those apartments affordable for them. So is there any housing model that you are investing in specifically to help seniors stay in their communities?
I would say a couple things. We certainly finance a lot of housing that is sort of investing in existing housing to make sure that where we need to be doing modifications to apartments as we're doing part of preservation, so that people can stay in houses that weren't built with, or in buildings that weren't built with to accommodate seniors. But we produce a lot of new construction for senior housing, as I said to the senator, right? Not as much as the demand, but that's true across all categories, I think. And so I think we'll happy to sort of continue to work with you. I think there's other creative ways we can make sure we can keep the senior population stably housed.
Okay. And you answered a question earlier about the private investment funds buying up single-family homes. I have to tell you, I think the numbers are much larger in New York State than you think. I mean, based on national data, we've gone from 1,000 houses owned by private equity companies about 20 years to nearly 1 million in the last report coming out of Congress in a very short time frame. It's sort of startling, and it's impacting affordability of housing throughout the country. So I just know it's bigger than you and I both think. So I'm glad the governor has in her budget a longer time frame for them to have to, I guess, wait before they can make the buy.
Offer, yeah.
But I have a bill that would actually limit their buying them, because I would put a significant tax on them and use that tax revenue to help build more affordable housing. And if they want to sell off that housing so it goes back to being the private housing it's supposed to, that would lower their tax bill. What do you think of my bill?
I think we looked across the state at across the country, at what different states were doing. As I'd said before, we really heard about the sort of buying first day as a real problem and houses coming off MLS as soon as they are listed. So I think we felt very strongly about the 75-day waiting period as a way to give people a chance to actually buy a house. And we worked with the other parts of the executive on the other piece of the bill, which is about removing the deductions available to institutional investors that single-family homeowners can take, and removing those as a way to make the investing in that business sort of less lucrative. And we felt that was the right approach.
Again, I'm not opposed to the governor's proposal. I just think these companies are way more sophisticated than we are as private buyers, and they will just figure out how to play out the 75-day clock without any impact on the numbers being purchased. So I don't want us to have false hope that that will actually change behavior significantly. So today, even though this is an energy question, everything we're talking about with energy overlaps with housing. One of my colleagues said there's not enough electricity in a certain part of her district to build more housing. I just came across this article today that the city's model to put electric heat pumps into public housing, and they piloted at a specific Queens public housing site. I don't know if anyone's here from Queens right now. Yes. In Woodside, thank you, and that the results were phenomenal. We're talking about, sorry, where's my numbers? Something like 87% lowering of the costs. And it was much cheaper to installation than imagined. It was much quicker. And now it's basically going to save everyone who lives there and public housing an enormous amount of money. And I'm asking you, what kind of programs are we doing in coordination between our energy agencies and our resources to support these models, and you, because you're the one who knows where all this housing is and what it needs all over the state. And I am just, NYCHA doesn't necessarily get that many big applause rounds, but I'm just blown away at how effective this whole storyline was. And I live in a city of 8.5 million people, most living in giant multi-dwelling buildings. So what do we know? What can we do together?
Yes, I totally agree with everything you said. And we, as you know, switched sort of all of our production on the new construction side to all electric several years ago, a little bit ahead of the curve, but on the heels of the CLCPA. We pay for that to sort of prime the industry to make sure that there are products that can do that downstate, upstate, multifamily, small houses, all the things that we touch, and also that there's a workforce that can fix them and maintain them. We work really closely with NYSERDA. We get some funding from them, and we work really closely with them on our initiatives to make sure from like a technology perspective, but we have our own team at HCR. We have a set of sustainability guidelines that we use for our new construction and our preservation projects. To the extent that NYCHA has something that is leading the way, we are happy to work with them on adapting that technology for the buildings that we finance too. I think that was sort of the intent of NYCHA's buying power, was actually to get the market to respond in a way that most other owners can't get, to create new technologies. So I think hopefully this is paving the way for more of that work and more multifamily buildings in New York City.
And I think when you answered a question earlier, you were also saying there was $100 million left for upstate public housing. And I gather because perhaps harder to get some of that money spent, I don't know. But I would urge you to maybe take a look at this model for these facilities also, because they're older.
Yes.
And so the potential, again, I'm a huge supporter of geothermal, but it's not just private houses. You can do amazing things with retrofits of geothermal in big, older buildings, because let's face it, it's not like the NYCHA complexes were in such fabulous shape that made it easier, and the fact that it's worked so well, so quickly, with such enormous savings, is just like we shouldn't forget about the win-wins we have.
Absolutely.
Okay. I also have a bill to deal with land lease crisis in New York City for, I think it's estimated to be over 100,000 units in buildings throughout 4 of the 5 boroughs. And I'm wondering whether even if you can't comment on my bill, you've got a better answer, because these people are basically middle-class people who ended up in co-ops that are land leased, and suddenly, because of the skyrocketing value of land, they're literally sitting in buildings where the landowners are saying, I'm gonna go up 10 times your rent and you're not gonna be able to stay here. Got an answer?
It's a very challenging issue. We've been working on it for multiple years with members of the legislature. We have not found a way that we thought was the most legal way to get at what is a challenging issue. It also crosses us not just sort of on a policy issue, but also into our and the rent stabilization side of the house as to some of the impacts there. So we would be happy to continue to work with the legislature. We agree it's a really important issue.
So Linda Rosenthal and I carry a bill together. We've modified it. So I'm urging you to take a look, because we think we have an answer now, and we need to come up with an answer. So thank you. My 10 minutes are up. Oh, and I'm playing Assembly also. So to continue, Assembly Member Kellis.
Fantastic. Wonderful to see you.
You too.
So a few questions. First one, just getting a sense of timeline. Ithaca's housing crisis, we've actually had a 50% increase in homeless children in the last 2 years. It's been an increase of 274% in the last 14 years in homeless children. So my concern is, I guess first, what programs you have, affordability programs to address this need?
Thank you for the question. It's a terrible stat. You are lucky in Ithaca that you actually have a handful of really tremendous housing organizations that support, especially low-income New Yorkers. We work really closely on a lot of supportive housing projects in Ithaca and the surrounding area, and many of those are serving sort of vulnerable populations where there is a lot of childhood poverty as well. I think to the extent that we're not meeting, I'm not sure we can meet the need statewide, because the need is great, but I think happy to sort of partner with you on other new things we could do.
Absolutely. I guess, how long does it usually take to get a project? My concern, I guess, I have a couple things. Low-income housing tax credit is one project, way overprescribed. We can't do not even half the projects in my district alone that are trying to get. I have projects that have been applying for 3-4 years, can't get it. So I have that concern, but then it takes 3 or 4 years to develop. We can't really tell kids, be homeless for 3 to 4 years, wait, we'll get you into a house then. So anything to do more short-term?
So we, a couple years ago, significantly increased the breadth of the things that we offer as an agency in terms of capital resources for projects that can get done outside of our tax credit and bond pipeline, exactly for that reason. So we have, as we talked a little before, the small rental development initiative. We have a home ownership program. We have a series of other programs that can create housing in communities outside of our bond program. They are generally for smaller projects, which is oftentimes more appropriate and great for sort of an upstate scale to do.
The small rental development initiative too is very overprescribed, correct?
We are, it's sort of a rolling $7 million sort of dollar program.
Right.
So we
I think you had those 13 projects. You were only able to fund how many of those 13 projects?
I think we probably funded a little over half last year of what we got in.
So we could use 14. We could use 14 million probably in that project. That gives me a good sense of it. I saw too their projects, the Restore and Access to Homes, those are significantly overprescribed currently as well.
Those are wonderful programs we've had for a very long time. They kind of, in some years, sort of go up and down in terms of in terms of the demands, but we can always use additional funding in those.
Yeah, I'm just seeing across the board a tremendous need for housing, and everything is overprescribed and underfunded generally. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Next is Assemblywoman Chandler Waterman.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony today. So in the Mitchell-Lamas in my district, and I would say throughout my whole entire district, as a whole, community members are aging in place. And I appreciate my colleagues because they mentioned a lot about the older adults aging in place and, if they're suffering because there's not enough affordable, stable housing. So I want to clarify, I believe a similar question was asked, what is the funding amount used to help our older adults age in place? Did you say an amount that was being used for this?
We had, I think, $300 million, but I could go back and check for our senior program and our 5-year housing plan. We probably spent at least half of that to date, which we're a little halfway through the program. So we'll continue to spend those. That's to create construction of new senior units. We also have multifamily preservation dollars, which was, I think it was $200 or $300 million from a couple of years ago that we are spending down. That also goes for what is often like naturally occurring sort of senior housing, even if wasn't that at the get-go.
Got you. And I also know we talked before about technical assistance when it comes to Mitchell-Lama, the executive board and their members. Where are we at with that program?
So we just released an RFP recently to provide technical assistance to Mitchell-Lamas. It'll be available to the boards to help with governance and financial guidance and legal and sort of other needs that they have.
Okay. And also, as you know, throughout the state, and I know we're working hard on this with the flooding and sinkholes. So what is HCR doing to address the issues of homeowners being impacted by the floods and sinkholes?
So we had funding last year, and there is now new funding in the budget this year for two different, one is sort of a resiliency program, and one is kind of an after-storm funding to go to help people repair their homes. So we have two sort of dedicated funding sources in this year's budget to help storm-impacted areas and houses.
Okay. Is there RFPs for that for nonprofits?
Yes, they will. It'll get administered right by nonprofits sort of regionally where the storms hit.
Okay. And that RFP is not out yet, right?
Well, the funding for it's coming through this year's budget. We'll have to get approved first, and then it would get RFP.
And then the other question I have is for the neighborhood preservation programs. I know those major cuts will adversely impact the state response to services such as evictions, home buying, counseling, housing preservation. How do you think it's all going to impact those things, the cuts?
We work really closely and always want to support all the organizations around the state who, many times are implementing all the work that we do. So I think happy to follow up with you if you want to talk about certain funding programs or organizations.
Okay, and I think that we don't have really time to address that, but I know you said you work with the city and it's more of a comment. It's like, how do we help with all these applications that we have out for housing, especially with NYCHA, where it's a lot of vacancies, but then like to transition people into that's waiting for housing. So what is that city-state kind of relationship to help move that process along?
I'd say we really try to get people into our apartments as quickly as we can, and I think happy to follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lucas.
Good afternoon, everybody. So in 2024, New York State Homes and Community Renewal, HCR, created a historic $500 million capital fund to create 15,000 new homes on state land, $600 million in new funding to boost housing supply statewide, and a $1 billion commitment to support New York City's goal of 80,000 new homes. What percentage of those new homes are being considered for East New York, particularly the 60th district, which is mine? And what can be done to position aspiring homeowners to take advantage of this effort?
So for the $1 billion for the City of Yes, so we would anticipate working with the City of New York on priorities for that funding, and we would anticipate that it would go through our traditional funding programs, which would include homeownership as well as rental housing, as well as preserving existing housing throughout the city, and we would coordinate with the city on the spending of those funds.
Specifically in East New York in the 60th? Do you have that data?
I think the budget has to pass with the funding in it first, and then we would engage with the city on getting the money out the door.
Okay. Well, congrats on also putting in place a 75-day waiting period, right? Before institutional investors can make offers to buy 1 and 2 family homes. How is this effort being policed, and is there an estimate on how many more families might be impacted by this measure?
So we have to get the proposal through the budget process first, so it's not in place right now. It would become, as part of the budget process, it would become the policy and the law going forward. So it hasn't impacted anyone yet. But we have seen and heard from mayors in upstate cities that hundreds of houses in their localities are being bought by, and to the prior senator's question, that could be, 5 or 10 times that amount that we don't know. So I think to the extent that it defers and prohibits that activity to happen, it will assist thousands and thousands of New Yorkers to be able to access
Not to
homeownership.
cut you off, but are there any projects in my district that will be impacted by the 5-year, $25 billion housing plan? And based on the federal tariffs, 3 in 1, lumber and steel have probably gone up significantly with that, and the housing plan may be affected by those tariffs. How many housing units will we lose as a result of that?
So we can send you a list of what we financed so far in your district. Happy to do that, so you can see how the housing plan has played out. I think we are as worried about the tariffs as everybody else is in terms of it impacting construction costs, but we have to see when and if they get implemented and how that impact affects the plan.
I'll email the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Our last first run in the assembly is Senator Mangtolo. Is that correct?
Assemblyman. but
Assemblyman.
I can take the senator part. Thank you, Senator.
Assemblyman Mangtolo.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. You're doing a great job. In the executive budget, the governor proposes $50 million for capital funding of modular homes and starter homes. How will those, if that ends up in the budget, how will those funds be distributed across New York State? And the reason I ask is in our rural districts, that's a lot of money and could do a lot of help for some very poor families. So just a question.
Yes, there's obviously there are manufactured homes and modular homes throughout the state, but certainly a lot of it you don't have to drive too far into upstate New York to see them. And we actually have a series of programs, not just that $50 million, that are really trying to get at an upgrade of those homes. This $50 million, we hope, will be sort of spur more construction of that factory-built kind of housing that we want to see that will help drive down costs. And so we work on a demand basis, but we feel that once we get the word out that this is the type of funding we have available, that developers and modular construction companies will come to us, and our funds generally go out as construction loans.
So it'll be first come, first served pretty much, or?
I think we will work sort of regionally with where the demand is. Yeah.
Okay. And I apologize, my next question, I did have the number. Well, what is your total budget number, out of curiosity?
Our capital or operating?
Capital.
Well, we have a $4.5 billion capital budget that was approved by the legislature 2 years ago, and then there have been a series of add-ons since that. I would assume we have spent some of that, but over the course of the 5 years, we'll spend north of $3 billion.
How much, 3 billion?
Over the 5-year period.
Okay. My question is veterans housing. I have a lot of questions about female veterans housing, disabled veterans housing. Of that total number, what percentage of that goes towards our veterans?
I could get you that. We do fund veteran housing. There's a series of great organizations that serve veterans around the state that partner with our housing agencies. So we could send you a list of the veterans housing that we finance in the state. We can always do more, but we do a fair amount of it.
I would very much like to see that, and please send that to me. That would be great. In my last question, in my last 50 seconds, I know there's a talk about the sprinkler mandate in houses, and I know we're trying to push new housing across the state, getting homes available for people. One of our concerns in our rural areas is, with this mandate, will that slow the process down, especially where we don't have public water?
I think that as I said earlier, we have definitely heard when we've gone across the state that infrastructure is a real impediment to this, and it's why we have this $100 million in the budget to really get at unlocking some of that infrastructure, whether it's water, sewer, electric. And so we want to work with communities that are willing to be able to get those investment dollars to them. And I think if we don't get it through a program we have now, we should work together to figure out how to do it.
I look forward to talking to you about that later. But
Okay.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And we missed one Assembly Member Meeks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question pertaining to the technical support for pro-housing communities. Would sound barriers fall up under that particular funding?
The thing that we heard from localities that they needed funding for was things like doing master plans or updating their rezoning or taking paper maps and making them, electronic and available, wanting e-permitting or e-filing systems. So we want to be flexible and meet communities with what their needs are. Those are the types of things we heard so far that we would imagine this funding would be for, but happy to talk about other things.
Thank you. Regarding the Blue Buffers Voluntary Buyout Program, is that oceanfront property, or would it also include lakes, rivers, as well as creeks?
Really anywhere that has consistent and sort of persistent flooding, so it doesn't have to be waterfront for sure.
Okay. And looking at the proposed 2.8 million increase for OTDA regarding homeless housing, will any of that money be geared towards individuals living with HIV and housing for those individuals?
I'm not as familiar with OTDA's program, but we certainly co-fund a lot with them in housing projects where there are, very vulnerable populations like the one you mentioned that are included in the overall. So I can't speak to that specifically, but we certainly do fund housing with that population.
Okay, because that's part of like ongoing treatment, like having quality housing and consistent housing. And then we're seeing, I'm from Rochester, and we're seeing a number of, doing some great projects in the communities there. But one of my major concerns is we're seeing more mixed income housing, low income housing developments, but all too often we're not seeing individuals in those communities afforded an opportunity to generate wealth by helping with the build outs. Are there any plans in place to work with even our educational system to prepare individuals to take on these opportunities?
We do have, operate sort of as other agencies do with MWB requirements that we attach to our construction projects, which can oftentimes sort of by extension lead to sort of community hiring, and but it isn't probably as explicit as it could be. I think we would be happy to work on initiatives that would allow for more local community participation in our local community development projects. So happy to talk more about that with you.
Yeah, it's truly needed, and I look forward to working with you. And I would also like to see what the numbers are currently as it relates to MWBEs.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am now going to go to 3-minute follow-up from chairs. Senator Brian Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for a couple hours now of great enlightening testimony. Just a few topics we have written testimony from several witnesses who are going to raise the question of support for existing 100% affordable developments that may be in distress. You and I've had some opportunity to talk about this in the past, but can you just talk a little bit about the need there as you perceive it, and to what extent, there's a proposal that we're going to hear about in a moment to put some capital as well as some operating money behind that. Can you just talk a little bit about how that, the need and whether there might be something we should be addressing?
Yes, absolutely. So we care very much about our existing portfolio of affordable buildings, and there is a lot of stress in the market. There's a lot of, labor costs have gone up, and insurance costs have gone up, and utility costs have gone up. And since the pandemic, we have seen collection rates lower than they were pre-pandemic, and many tenants are not, cannot or are not paying their rent, and so it's providing a lot of stress. We stay in close contact with our owners. We want to support them. We want to provide capital if there are sort of repairs that are driving up their operating costs. We want to make sure they have reserves so that they can access funding when they have sort of shortfalls. We are sort of trying to consistently work with them, and I think to work with you to make sure that we can shore up that part of the housing stock, because we understand there is a lot of stress in it.
Okay. You mentioned insurance, good segue to the next question. There's a lot of talk about a captive insurance. I know that the executive has actually proposed providing several agencies with the authority to create captive insurance companies, but not HCR or any of your sort of subsidiaries. So I gather you're not trying to create a captive insurance company. What more could the state do to promote that as a solution? Is that a viable solution? I know we have Milford Street Associates is up and running, but is that a viable solution for addressing the insurance needs for housing? And what more can the state be doing to try to facilitate that?
Yes, we were obviously very happy when the Milford Street captive was up and running. It serves a great test case for affordable owners to continue to join that. And so we have would like to sort of work with the legislature to figure out how to provide resources to owners so that they can join the captive, whether that's making investments in their buildings or whatever types of capital needs they might have, so that that can provide an alternative to private market insurance and help them drive their costs down.
And some have suggested, and I think will suggest in a moment to us, that there's also a need for additional kind of analysis of the market and how that would work, how the funding would work, what parts of the state it might be used, that might be an effective model. Is it your sense that kind of we need to know more kind of analytically about where this would work or how it would work? I recognize that we have one model is up and running in one part of the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great to get a little more sort of time under our belt with the one we have to figure out sort of what works and doesn't work and who's in and who's not and why. But we are always searching for more answers on the question of insurance costs. So
Great. Okay, so that's my time. Again, thank you very much for today and for all the work you do all year round. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Linda Rosenthal.
Thank you. So I have 3 minutes, so I'll ask you very quickly. I looked at the website where you check on apartment registrations. It says it's still in beta form. And it says the year in which the building registered its units, but not how many units per building. Is that envisioned for the future? It'd be very helpful.
I think that we very much, and the governor wants us very much to be transparent, and we want to be transparent with data. We also want to make sure in the case of building data and rent data in the city of New York that it isn't used for any sort of negative reasons as people are looking to buy buildings or trying to figure out just how many rent-stabilized tenants might be left in a building. So I think we are, to your point about a beta version, we put this out there. We're very happy to be able to be transparent, but I think we want to test whether there's any ways that the data would be used sort of in a way that we weren't anticipating before we go to sort of the next step of additional data.
Okay. For PARs and other MCI overcharge things, applications from different tenant groups, how can HCR speed up the processing within the agency? Some take, 2-3 years to get through and tenants pay while their question is being researched.
So PARs take varying amounts of time because each one is very case specific and fact specific. And as you know, most for all of those, both landlords and tenants can have 2 or 3 time extensions. So that does, in fact, which is, I think, a good part of the process in many ways, does make that longer. I think to the extent that there are things that we could, if you think there's ways that we could make it speed up, I think sometimes they're complicated by court cases that are going on. It's not our intent to make them. It's not our intent to make them take a long time, for sure.
But it'd be great if they could be sped up in some. I mean, this is a long-standing problem before you. So maybe you could clear it up. And my last question is about not-for-profit and for-profit owners of multifamily housing properties. Many of them are distressed and getting in worse shape, not able to pay mortgages. A lot of tenants are still behind in their rent. And while we helped rescue, regular landlords, and we gave some to NYCHA, we didn't give very much to that sector. I think they're in real trouble. How can HCR address that issue?
So we, as I said before, we care very much, obviously, about the buildings in our portfolio, and we try to work owner by owner to give them relief where we can on rents, on expenses, on capital grants to fix up their buildings, and we will continue to do that because we want the stock to be well invested and stable.
Well, Senator Kavanaugh and I have a bill about a loan fund for these kinds of properties, but I think we have to do more because so many people live in these subsidized buildings and apartments, and we may lose them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 minutes. I'll try to not even take 3 minutes. So I feel like my whole life we've talked about some landlords never file with HCR about having rent-stabilized apartments, and we changed the law in 2018, and so there should be more motivation not to not file and motivation to file. Have we gotten better, or do we still have those problems?
Do you mean on registry on rent regulated apartments registering?
Yeah.
Well, the fines, thank you to all of you, that got passed last year that gave us more enforcement has been great. We had more on-time filings than we've ever had before, and we had people go back and register apartments that, you know, people could register a year or 2 years later. There wasn't really a penalty. So the fine has drastically changed the number of buildings and apartments that register on time, and it's great. And now it's more transparent, and we have it up on our website, and people can see the year over year. So thank you.
And are we able to see whether there's been a reduction in the illegal deregulation of buildings? Is there a way to track that?
I mean, I think that is something we do more through TPU, where we, especially now that we have actual sort of on-time we can spend less time tracking down people who just aren't registering their buildings and actually looking at the patterns and the buildings that are now all registered about where rents are and where registrations are. So it will make TPU much more strategic in its efforts.
And when buildings are going through transition, so I'm thinking today's world moving from gas to electric, which we want them to do, there seem to be more opportunities for landlords to somehow change the rules of the road on apartments, or even try to bill the tenants for the transition, even though it'll probably be cheaper when it's electric than when it's gas. Is there like some kind of new thing we should be watching or doing to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yes, absolutely. I think if there's would get filed, I think with us, whether there was sort of a service sort of overcharge and if people were switching. We also need to manage that in the rent stabilized stock, right? It is a big, there's 40,000 buildings. If they are going to switch from gas to electric, we have to have sort of a standardized way. So we have been working for quite some time on how to manage that. And we'll certainly come talk to the legislature when we have sort of a proposal, I think, to share on how we might manage through that transition.
Because obviously I want the buildings to transition, and it's a win, frankly, for the whole building and the costs, but I also don't want people to get exploited or the math not to work at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
All right, so I was the last person allowed to ask you anymore, so I'm now going to officially thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
And to your agency for all the work you're doing every day. You've been around a while now, haven't you?
Oh, come on.
Okay. Well, I feel like I've been around for a while. I feel like you have too.
Thank you
So
very
I'm
much.
actually now going to excuse you and remind all legislators, if you attempt to grab the commissioner to talk to her, do it in the hallway outside, not in this room, so that I can call up the next panel. Take the clock with her. No, that's her business once she gets in a hallway, and she has staff that she can assign to do things. But I'm calling up 6 people. The New York State Association for Affordable Housing, the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition, the Community Preservation Corporation, the New York State Public Housing Authorities Director Association, and the Local Initiative Support Corporation of New York. So we'll get them all down here. 2, 3. We need just one more chair. Let's see. That's all right.
I need to tell you
Oh, wait.
the registration.
Oh, you're right. It's only 5. I started with 2. Sorry. Okay.
Fantastic.
Oops. Sorry.
It used to be $10 if you film.
Yes. Yes. And the assembly staffer will come around and check. Not to worry. Okay. And apparently I can't count because it was 5 groups that I was inviting down. And we're still missing 1. Okay, wait, I see someone coming down, maybe? No? Nope. All right, well, I'll tell you what. What you need to do is, hi, each introduce yourself so the people in the booth back there know who you are when they put your name up with your face. So we'll do that first, and then we'll start testimony. So Jolie, would you, thank you. Yes. Oh, no, it's not. With the green light, there you go.
Now it's on. All right,
Now it's
thank
on.
you. I'm Jolie Milstein from NYSAFA.
Thank you.
Bill Simmons, Executive Director for the Syracuse Housing Authority and President of NYSFADA.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Erin Burns, Maine, CPC.
Mark Streb, Neighborhood Preservation Coalition.
Great, okay, so I see we are missing LISC Does anybody from the list want to wave their hand fast and go, oops, I meant to be down here? Nope, that happens, not to worry. So shall we start with Jolie?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Each of you get 3 minutes. We only get 3 minutes. There's no second rounds. There's no respect for chairmanships. This is just the people's process. And also, the reason you don't see my finance chair or my rankers is because there was a conflicting event this afternoon that we were all supposed to be at. So I drew the good straw to stay here and listen to housing testimony, and they drew the short straws to listen to a bunch of really boring economists. I just didn't say that, did I? Never mind. Not all economists are boring, I'm sorry. Okay, Jolie, let's go with housing.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members of the legislature, for the opportunity to testify regarding fiscal year 2026 executive budget on housing. I'm Jolie Milstein, we know that. Critical to NYSAFA's work are the resources and policies advanced each year at the local, state, and federal level. Our successes have been made possible thanks to the commitment of Governor Hochul and you, the New York State Legislature, as well as the talented staff of New York State HCR. With your support, we look forward to another year of progress towards creating and preserving 100,000 new affordable homes under the state's $25 billion, is that right, 5-year housing plan. However, we know that commitment is hardly enough. This year's state budget represents an opportunity to make further progress to address our affordable housing crisis. This need is evidenced by the governor's pledge to provide $1 billion in state resources to advance Mayor Adams' City of Yes housing opportunity rezoning plan. However, the affordable housing crisis has no geographic boundaries, and neither should the solutions. We're therefore asking the legislature to support $1 billion State of Yes Housing for All plan. This would include $150 million for an affordable housing relief fund to support preservation and for many properties that have not recovered from COVID financial losses and now lack the financial stability to remain affordable. These units are at risk of being lost to expiring affordability agreements and deteriorating physical conditions. Every unit lost to a lack of preservation only increases the need for more new construction and adds to our losing ground to this crisis. We support the governor's proposal to double funding for state low-income housing tax credit program, SLIC, to $30 million annually for the next 4 years. Currently, there is a limit to transferring the credits only once to a potential investor, which limits its value in the financing process. We're asking for transferability for more than once to help increase this value and provide and private investment in affordable housing projects. We also need to address escalating insurance costs. The Milford Street Captive was formed by NYSAFA members to provide insurance for multifamily affordable housing properties in New York City. We're asking the legislature to provide $500,000 in funding for a statewide feasibility study for other potential captive insurers to evaluate growth throughout the state. We're also asking for $3 million to help smaller and not-for-profit projects with upfront capital costs to fund loss reserves. Additionally, we urge the legislature to prioritize improving the state historic tax credit program, increase funds for the homeless housing assistance program, and update public housing authorities as well. Increasing ESHI rent subsidies beyond what the governor proposed and applying those increases to existing properties. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your consideration for our budget requests. I welcome any questions and comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I come before you today to discuss NYSFADA's budget request for this year. Over the last several years, NYSFADA has worked closely with our partners in the state government, NYCHA, New York State, HCR, Governor's Office, and the legislature to urge housing authorities, public housing authorities, to rethink how they rehabilitate their public housing stock in need of modernization. Many of our authorities are considering rental assistance demonstration projects and pursuing innovative alternatives to responsible repurposing their facilities. NYSFADA is very grateful to the legislature and the executive for increasing the support in the past several budget cycles to help modernize and rehabilitate our aging facilities, including last year's $75 million. Over the last several years, 30 to 40 of our members have utilized these fundings to pursue modernization projects. We are expecting more housing authorities to pursue major projects and the rental assistance demonstration projects in the next 2 years to come. Therefore, we respectfully request that the legislature and the executive set aside an additional $75 million in this year's budget for our substantial and moderate rehabilitation and or for demolition and replacement through the new construction of our public housing authority development outside of New York City. This allocation would be the second half of last year's requested $150 million. We think that by every measure, this public housing modernization has been a huge win for all of New York State. We have taken advantage of over $250 million in the last 5 years to help public housing authorities across New York State modernize their facilities. We want to continue that momentum for our public housing authorities and provide the highest quality of life for our residents. Several of our authorities have undergone renovations utilizing the New York State tax incentive programs, and there are a list of over 20 housing authorities that have done so in our report. In addition, our budget request, we want to address the issue pertaining to the rising cost of insurance for public housing authorities. This is a major issue crippling our public housing authorities. Many of our authorities have seen a 40% increase in the insurance costs. I've included a graph in our presentation, and we are very encouraged to see that the governor has included funding for technical assistance for affordable housing premiums. NYSFADA strongly supports this initiative. In addition, we are partnering with NYSFADA and FADA and other industry partners to ask for $500,000 in funding for the captive program. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you. Hi, next.
Hi. Thank you, committee chairs and other distinguished members of the New York State Senate and Assembly for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Burns-Main. I'm the Senior Vice President for External Affairs with the Community Preservation Corporation. Over the last 50 years, CPC has invested over $15 billion to finance the creation and preservation of more than 230,000 units of housing through our lending and investing platforms, many across New York State. Of note to the earlier conversation, CPC is currently administering the state's Climate-Friendly Homes Fund, which includes $250 million to electrify 10,000 units across the state, which includes high-efficiency heat pump projects, and public housing projects are eligible. On behalf of CPC, we'd like to express our gratitude to the governor's administration, Commissioner Wisnauskas, and all of HCR and the senators and assembly members who continue to advance housing solutions across the state. In particular, we applaud the administration for the ongoing success of the Pro Housing Communities program. We're hopeful this program will continue to grow thanks to the additional funds in this year's executive budget to assist with building out the infrastructure and the planning capacity needed for municipalities across the state. We're also very supportive of the $1 billion commitment to help fund the necessary infrastructure upgrades needed to ensure the success of New York City's recently passed City of Yes zoning text amendment. As we begin to build a little more housing in every neighborhood of New York City, this financial support will help ensure that the city's infrastructure will be ready to meet the new demand. Despite these successes, our state's housing crisis is still very much ongoing. For far too many New Yorkers, affordable, quality housing is either unsustainable or unattainable, leaving our neighbors housing insecure or worse, on the brink of homelessness. From our work managing a large construction loan and mortgage portfolio for affordable housing, including a portfolio of loans on behalf of the New York City Common Retirement System, and now a portion of the rent-stabilized multifamily portfolio formerly held by Signature Bank, we understand the cause of the housing crisis, and it boils down to two main things: challenges to preservation and barriers to production. Efforts to preserve existing housing are hamstrung by how increasingly difficult it is for existing affordable housing to maintain cash flows needed to ensure physical quality and financial stability. Within the former Signature Bank portfolio, comprised of just under 35,000 units, 80% of which are rent stabilized, about half to two-thirds of the portfolio are experiencing some form of financial or physical distress. Often these two go together. We're worried that the realities of this portfolio are a harbinger of what's to come for the city's larger rent-stabilized stock. when building cash flows are constrained to the point of financial infeasibility, the conditions and quality suffer, and ultimately the tenants are the ones who come to bear the costs of failing buildings. Given this, we do encourage the legislature to explore options for shoring up the financial and physical conditions. I'll stop
Thank
there. Thank
Yes.
you.
Sorry, we make you stop. Hi,
Thank
Mark.
you.
3 minutes.
Mark Streb, Neighborhood Preservation Coalition. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to each of you for your incredible support of the not-for-profit frontline housing workers during this housing crisis. It is your steadfast support of the Neighborhood Preservation Program that allows essential services to be provided. These boots-on-the-ground community leaders are often the difference between a family living in a home versus a shelter versus the streets. The incredible value of that cannot be overlooked. Now I ask, for this year's budget, $18.8 million is requested to fund the Neighborhood Preservation Program. This reflects a 6% cost of living increase from last year's final budget amount of $17.63 million to cover 2 years of flat funding and inflation. Additionally, the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition seeks a $350,000 carve-out to continue providing technical assistance, training, conference, educational webinars, research, and communication. The Neighborhood Preservation Program was originally created as a response by the forward-thinking state legislature to the recognition that neighborhood preservation companies face significant challenges due to inadequate funding. These not-for-profit housing organizations play a crucial role in addressing the escalating demand for affordable housing and community services. Their services, ranging from housing counseling to home improvement and rehabilitation projects to food programs to eviction protection. Unbelievably, Governor Hochul's proposed budget presents an incredible concerning reduction of $4.8 million from last year's funding level, lowering the NPP allocation to $12.83 million. This decrease will severely impact the vital services provided. Cutting funding for the frontline workers fighting the housing crisis is wrong and must be reversed. Families and children's lives will be negatively affected if this draconian cut is instituted. In addition to the program's investment in human capital, the economic development investment of this program is incredible. By working with the community and leveraging other resources, this program's return on investment is 10 to 1. In addition to this fantastic return of investment, the local not-for-profits must provide matching funds of 33%, a true testament that this program is community-driven from the very neighborhoods that it serves. The urgency of the housing crisis cannot be overstated. In closing, we request the Neighborhood Preservation Program be funded at $18.8 million with a $350,000 carve-out.
Thank you. Our first questioner is Brian Kavanaugh.
Thank you. I didn't know it was first. Thank you all for your testimony. It'll be a quick 3 minutes here. Just for starting with Jolie from NYSAFA, can you talk? You have a $150 million proposal for a affordable housing relief fund. I asked the commissioner about this a minute ago, but can you talk a little bit about how you arrived at the proposal of $150 million?
Yes, and you'll remember that 2 years ago I asked for, I think it was $2 billion on the heels of COVID. The need has not lessened. We've right-sized our ask because we think as a pilot program it's a good place to start, but you've heard almost everyone testify that the portfolios are at risk, and I think we're seeing more and more problems. So we are asking for the $150 million, half in capital, half in operating expense to run a pilot program in the first year and really take in RFPs to see how big the need is. It's hard for us to right-size the need. We're working with NYU right now and the agencies to try and get some good data. We have a lot of anecdotal information. We're not sure how big the problem is. I suspect it's bigger and getting bigger, especially with all of the noise at the federal level. I think we're going to have increasing numbers of problems. But we thought $150 million in working with the agency was a good place to start with a pilot to really assess the broader need beyond the pilot program.
Great. Second question, you are proposing transferability of SLIC. I
Yes.
have a bill, as I think you know, that would
Yes.
accomplish that, but just talk about a little bit about, for folks that may not, how that work, how that would work and why it's needed.
Right now, several years ago, we were successful in bifurcating and certificating the state credit, which means that while most projects have federal and state tax credits in them, it was previously required that there be one buyer for both sets of credits, even if the federal tax credit buyer didn't have a state tax liability. By separating the two, we can have two separate buyers. The problem with not having more than one transfer for the state credit means that if your state tax liability in New York changes, you can't resell that. I likened it to buying Taylor Swift tickets and not being able to sell them if you got sick. You've got this investment, you know it's valuable, but unless you're allowed to sell it to somebody else, you're going to hedge your bets when you originally purchased the asset. So we think that if you're able to transfer this tax credit somewhere during the 10 years, it'll increase the value at the onset and increase the resources.
I'm not going to ask you who in their right mind would sell a Taylor Swift
I know,
ticket once they
maybe
had
it's
one.
not a perfect analogy.
You're also pushing us to facilitate the creation of captive insurance entities or companies. There is a $2 million, I think it's a loan, a low interest loan that ESD did to the mills, to the existing captive. Can you talk about just, does that meet the need? Is there more we need?
Am I allowed to say anything? I can't answer.
If there were time during somebody else's questioning and you wanted
If
to
somebody else
opine
wants
on
to
that.
ask me about the 2 million versus our 3 million, I'm happy to answer.
Fine, thank you. Assembly. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I have to tell you who. Linda Rosenthal, Chair of Housing.
Thank you very much. Yes, I only have 3 million as well. Sorry, 3 million, 3 minutes. Okay, quickly, I want to ask, first, thank you all for your testimony. I agree with you. I hope the commissioner hears what you said and that the governor hears what you said, because, you know, you ensure that there's affordable housing and that people can own and rent in decent, affordable housing. So we need to rescue a lot of your funds. For Mark Streb, your NPCs, RPCs are basically oversubscribed. Is that true?
Yes, the requests that we get from the community, the individuals, the families in the community, we can't address all of them fast enough.
And what is at risk if you can't help them?
It's the whole gamut. You know, a veteran not being able to get his roof fixed, a senior not having power, a family not being able to have an after-school program. The list goes on.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Milstein, 2 million versus 3, you get half a minute.
Yeah. The 2 million is to backstop the loss pool in the Milford captive. Our 3 million is a statewide ask so that we can enable others to have the capital to participate. So the 2 million is specifically for Milford. Our 3 million, along with the actuarial study for 500,000, will enable these kinds of things to grow and flourish across the state.
Okay, and I wonder if you'd just go into a bit more about the dire need. I did, speak, as you heard, to the commissioner about that, and she said there are programs to assist, but really, if you could expand on what you need.
The relief fund.
Yes.
What we need is to help projects that are newly built, something before the 15-year recapitalization that happens with preservation deals. So there are projects that were built during COVID, rented up, and some of these projects have no cash flow from some of the tenants that were pre-qualified, and we know they could pay, but they don't. There also has been more homeless set-asides in projects around the state, so those tenants are coming with little or no services and really need support, and when they move out of a unit, the units aren't in shape where they can be re-rented, and the projects haven't been online long enough to have enough relief funds, enough reserve funds rather, to put those units back online. So it's a lot of COVID overhang, it's a lot of damage caused by the increased number of homeless housing, placements without sufficient support funds. There's a whole host of reasons why the units before they're recapitalized, need more money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your testimony. I want to start with Mr. Simmons. Welcome from Syracuse to Albany. I appreciate your request for money for modernizing the public housing. Talking about the Syracuse Housing Authority, how much money already has gone to SHA for that? How much would you anticipate of the money that you're asking for the oldest housing project in the state that you oversee?
Yeah, as you know, for Syracuse, we're getting ready to launch our transformative project that's going to demolish 600 units, about 600 units of public housing. Pioneer Homes was one of the first in New York State, built in 1937.
I'm hoping for a quick answer here.
Oh,
So
sorry.
how much of the money?
Oh, well, it's probably, because we're going to be doing it in phases, we're probably looking at about 30 million in the first couple of phases.
Okay.
Yep.
So as you're well aware, there's a lot of turmoil around what's going on. As I talk to the residents there, they know they're going to have to move. They know the highway's coming down. They know the project is going to be rebuilt, but they don't have a timetable. They're really anxious about it. Are you even at the point of having a timetable to create a timetable that can let them know what to expect?
Yeah, we're in a process where we work through all the issues with the Department of HUD. And so there's some financial commitments and a number of 4 or 5 things that have to be worked through with HUD for final approval, because what HUD will do is give them the tenant protection vouchers. Some of the residents are planning to leave now because...
So are you giving clear answers to the residents now?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
good. My other question is for Aaron Burns. You know that we're proposing a revolving fund for building new housing. I would like to hear your thoughts on the feasibility of that, on what kinds of projects you would like to see.
Yeah, we were very excited to see the proposal for the revolving loan fund for multifamily housing. CPC is absolutely excited about it. We think it's a very strong proposal. We are standing at the ready for any sort of planning work that needs to go underway. But I think it's something that's necessary as we think about spurring the production that needs to be spurred. But we're very supportive of the proposal.
I didn't hear that last thing.
We're very supportive of
No,
it.
just before that,
Oh,
you said...
that it's going to spur the production that is very much needed in terms of multifamily housing.
I see. And are you aware of developers who want to
Okay, thank you.
create those kinds of projects?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I could see that being a program that would quickly be stood up and the demand would be shown.
And 50 million, we want to put a lot more in that. You think that there's demand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Assembly Member Lucas.
Good afternoon. This question is for Ms. Milstein. What strategies have the New York State Association for Affordable Housing used to promote MWBE initiatives that strengthen and increase the participation of minority and women-owned businesses in the affordable housing world?
Thank you for the question. NYSAFA has a long-standing commitment to MWBE programs. We have a committee that meets regularly to vet the various programs that the state comes with. We partner with HPD and HCR and run technical trainings. We work with CPC to run mentorship programs. When recently we were asked by the state's MWBE program administrators to bring people in to vet a new program they were considering. So we have a whole classification of membership within our organization for MWBE firms. And at our annual conference, we usually run a track or at least a panel on discussing MWBE procurement and business building kinds of ideas.
How would they access some of this information regarding the programs that?
Well, it's a membership program. We're a 501c6 membership not-for-profit membership organization. So those are all programs and activities that are available to companies that join NYSAFA as MWBEs.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Senator Clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My question mainly, but it may relate to others, but to CPC, this revolving loan fund, would that be useful in New York City?
I believe the current proposal is outside of New York City, but it absolutely would be if it was something to be made statewide, there would absolutely be demand there. I believe the current proposal is outside of New York
It
City.
is outside. I just wanted to know,
Would it be
wouldn't
useful?
in New
Absolutely.
York City?
And I also think to the earlier question, I think the dollar figure is absolutely a great starting place, but you could be oversubscribed very quickly given the need.
Provided that type of fund was available in New York City, could it address what I find is just these not affordable units, especially in communities like mine of Harlem and West Harlem, East Harlem, predominantly Black communities where the income is $55,000 a year average, and housing costs are $44,000, $50,000, impossible amounts for that community to pay. And in light of the recent New York Times report, thousands, hundreds of thousands of Blacks are leaving the state because they cannot afford to be here. Would a fund like this be helpful in building housing that they could afford to live in?
Yes, unequivocally, yes. Increasing supply, increasing tools to build multifamily, mixed income housing will spur production, and by increasing supply, you will be able to help with the housing affordability crisis.
But targeted supply, because no one has ever walked up to me in my decades of public service in this community and said, you know what, Cordell, you got to get some more of that luxury housing, get on it.
And I believe we're dealing with currently the vacancy rate's still around 1.5%, which is really low. So you're absolutely right.
Right,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Burdick.
Thank you, and I want to thank each of you for the work that you do to promote housing in the state, particularly affordable housing. And this is a question for NYSAFA and Jolie Milstein. And you may have heard the exchanges with Commissioner Wisniewskis regarding the pro-housing community program. And as you may recall, my colleague to my right here, Dana Levenberg, and I are working on legislation to try to enhance that program. And I wanted to get your thoughts on the bills that we have to provide for housing needs assessment and development of a housing plan by municipalities, and whether NYSAFA supports that, as well as the proposal to increase by $50 million the executive budget figure of $100 million for pro-housing community development.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you both for your support for affordable housing. We certainly endorse increasing by $50 million the fund for infrastructure investment in communities. I think at least $50 million more. We see communities all across the state that want to build and are stopped dead in their tracks because of the cost of building out the infrastructure, including electricity. I thought that was a very good point, too. We have a task force looking at the inaccessibility of infrastructure for electricity, too, to build out new homes around. And I think any affordable housing that gets built with state or federal funding has to have a needs assessment. So I think getting communities to start that process early and to require that to become a pro-housing community, I think is just very smart planning.
So you feel those would be positive
Yes.
legislative proposals. Also, have you given thought to how that program in HCR might be improved, might be made more accessible, might enable more communities to be certified and to get the resources that they need in order to the infrastructure and so forth?
You know, I live across the river from Kingston, and I think that they're doing a very good job at outreach, and I think it will just, as more communities join and the success of the program becomes known, I think more publicity about the successes and all of the positive things that are happening in those communities, and the sense of community from communities coming together to talk about these issues. It really is spurring community building, I think, just having the program. So I think more publicity for the successes would be highly welcomed.
Great, thanks very much.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you. Sorry, next is Senator Walczyk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we need more public housing?
Absolutely. Affordable housing and public. Well, you need all housing in New York State and throughout the nation. And we've been working in Syracuse to do a model that is mixed income housing. And we're going to increase our stock from 600 to 1,400 in a particular area, which will have market rate, affordable, and returning of the public housing families that are there currently.
Is that the East Adams Neighborhood Transformation Project that you're referring to?
Yes.
How much does that cost?
Well, it's going to be a 8-phase project, probably close to 800 million when it's all said and done.
800 million?
Yes.
And your request here, because you're here on behalf of the association, was for 75 million across the state. Is that right?
Oh, correct. We requested 150 million last year. We were able to get 75. We're coming back for 75 more. It's my understanding about 25 million of the previous dollars are left, and Syracuse, Schenectady, and Buffalo have big projects that are coming up this year.
So how much of that 75 million would end up in Syracuse for your project in the 15th Ward?
We, as I pointed out earlier, we'll be doing it in phases, and of that 75 million, we'll probably have close to 30, maybe 25 million in that first couple of years.
So in your testimony, you talked about demolition and replacement. That's specifically what you were talking about is projects like the East Adams Neighborhood Transformation Project?
Yes, we recently won a $50 million competitive revitalization grant from HUD this year, which will go towards demolition and a number of those kinds of expenses that you really can't get from the tax credit program. So while HCR has done a great job of prioritizing our transformation plan with the housing component, we're working with the city and county for infrastructure, putting in new pipes and streetways, making neighborhoods safer. But we did get a $50 million grant from the Department of Transportation, from the HUD department, for the relocation of families, demolishing the buildings, and help cleaning up some of the land.
And your housing authority is committed to that project?
Absolutely.
So we talk about affordable housing in the state of New York. We generally, as a rule of thumb, 30% of your income is used, but we qualify affordable as 80% of the average area income, or AMI. How are we helping the middle class afford homes in the state of New York?
Well, in Syracuse, that's the beauty of the transformation project, because we currently have 600 public housing units, and we're going from 600 to 1,400, creating more housing for market rate and affordable in Syracuse.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lee.
Good afternoon. This question is for Mr. Simmons. 2 years ago, we worked very hard to secure funding in the budget for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Can you just talk about the impact that has had on the public housing authorities that are under NYSFADA?
Yeah, we've had some 20 housing authorities that are included in my testimony that have done work. And as you remember, I came to the HCR about 6 years ago when the previous governor, Cuomo, gave $200 million to NYCHA for their roofs. And I said, well, wait a minute, what about us? We're getting cut back from the federal government, and we could use some roofs as well. Well, going through the process, and a long story short, HCR said, look, you guys have got to take advantage of this rental assistance demonstration program where you're transforming your properties in a holistic way. And so you're not coming to us every year for a roof and a window. And we've been doing that for the past 5 years, using up most of the $250 million. And we've been getting additional dollars, 75 last year. We hope to get your colleagues have been successful in putting in another 75 for us this year, and it's worked out tremendously to really help public housing and affordable housing maintain itself in New York State and upstate New York. And I wanna
That's
thank
great,
you for
and to
your
keep
help.
people in their homes as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
quite
work
a
that-
shame that the governor at the time excluded public housing residents across New York State from that program.
Yeah, and, you know, not only has the legislature been helpful with monies to repurpose our properties, but also you've been very, very helpful with the rental assistance for so many families who couldn't pay their rent during the COVID time. So I want to thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. For Jolie, just in the last minute here, I wanted to understand better the insurance and the $2 million backstop. That seems like a very small amount of money, given if you're thinking about a portfolio of a number of buildings that are going to be insured by this captive insurance fund. Can you talk more about that?
Yes,
number?
our proposal is asking for $3 million for outside Milford. ESD is giving $2 million to Milford. We think that that will help every company that becomes part of this cooperative insurance effort has to put some money in. There are some less well-endowed not-for-profits than others, and the $3 million is a stopgap, really, intended to help more companies participate in Milford-like captives. So it's not meant to underwrite the entire loss pool. It's meant to supplement. We have other ideas about how we can expand support for insurance costs that are rising to all the businesses around the state, and we're part of a federal work group to do the same.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next is Assemblywoman Levenberg.
Thank you all so much for all the good work that you're doing to retain and improve all of the housing statewide, especially our affordable housing stock. I am curious, first of all, I just wanted to say yay, I love that 1 billion State of Yes idea. That sounds phenomenal. As long as we actually understand how it's gonna play out, just the way everybody wants to know how City of Yes is playing out. Also, I am curious for all the work that's being done around electrification, if you're looking at climate resilient building, and I don't know if Aaron, you wanted to take that a little bit. I'm just going to throw out all the questions and whoever can get to any of them. Nobody really talked at all about the Housing Access Voucher Program, and that maybe that's not really in your bailiwick, I don't know, but it's something that we've talked a lot about and seemed like something that would have been really, really helpful. Okay, you guys are going to be talking about it, but in case you had any thoughts about that, and finally, I wanted to know a little bit about sort of the Mitchell-Lama or any of the affordable housing after it's recapitalized, if there's any oversight after modernization that the buildings are actually keeping up with their promises that they made to get that recapitalization. Go.
I can talk electrification.
Sure.
It's one of my favorite
A couple
topics,
quick
but you
things.
guys are pretty
and
in the weeds.
I didn't get there, but we actually in the submitted testimony are very supportive of an HAVP program or any sort of state voucher program to look for, and have continued to support that year after year. We've considered it. We know that it's expensive to consider a statewide housing assistance voucher program, but we are very supportive of that in our priorities. As it pertains to climate resiliency, it's definitely a priority of CPC's. We've been looking at any opportunity we have in terms of the resources available to build those into our lending tools. In addition to the electrification and the work that we're doing through the Climate Friendly Homes program, we are working with a number of different developers on climate resilient programs. This is something, as we consider the insurance premium crisis and all of the work ahead, that we also need to consider from an insurance perspective, kind of rising costs as we face more and more climate related disasters. There's a lot of work to be done. I'll hand it to Jolie, I think,
Thank
next
you.
on this. Yeah.
Look, all the new affordable housing that gets built, public, affordable, mixed in, is all electric across the state. I think our big challenge on electrification is retrofitting. Oh, 30 seconds. So, we are running webinars, we're working with CPC and other lenders, we're doing everything we can in the larger picture about infrastructure and making sure the grid is resilient and we can actually electrify all these buildings, because let's be honest, there's not enough grid capacity to electrify all of New York City, and the state has problems that are different but also very challenging. So we're working holistically with the state, with the city, with other small cities, and with federal resources to make sure we're ahead of the game.
Thanks, I'll follow up with the recapitalization question later. Thanks.
trying.
Perfect, Madam Chair. William, a question for you. I think your ask was again 75 million this year in the budget, and it was 75 million last year as well.
Yes, correct.
How much of that goes to actual admin cost of the 75 million, or is that total project money?
Yeah, most of that is capitalization, utilizing the low-income housing tax credit program, the 9% and the 4% program. Those where those dollars go. Very little to none goes to operational cost.
So if you had to take a wild guess, how much goes to admin?
Again, I think all of it, all those dollars are capital, committed to the capital.
They're capital expenses, and they have some project administration fees built into the LIHTC construction program. So it's less than a market rate project would usually see in terms of project oversight and things like that. It's pretty tight.
So if most of that money goes there, where does the funding go for you, or how do you get paid?
I get paid because I'm a member of the Public Housing Authority. So we get our money from the federal government. They pay. We have a contract with the federal government for the maintaining of, and so we're building out new and affordable housing or repurposing our existing housing. But my salary is paid for by the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
It's not a capitalized expense, the industry.
Okay, I was just wondering because every dollar that we can put out there on the ground is a dollar well spent. And I'm not saying spending money on you is not well spent, but I'd like to see the projects. And I believe your association was very instrumental in the St. Francis Apartments in Geneva.
Yes.
And I just wanted to give you a shout out on that. I followed that project. I live in Lyons, just a little ways north. And that project was really, really well done. So I just want to give you kudos to a great job because that was good to see, and it's good to see those dollars go there to something that's really, really useful for the community. So thank you for what however you helped that project, thank you.
Yeah, we have a lot of hard-working public servants who are very, very much committed to public and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I'll yield the rest of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Assembly Member Otis.
Thank you very much. A question for Mr. Simmons. Thank you for being here. Could you give us a sense of, for the outside of New York City municipal housing authorities, how's the financial health and physical health compared to a couple of years ago where there were some real stress points?
In my testimony today, there's about 22 housing authorities that have used the state funding for the tax credit program, along with the money that they have from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Many of them have spent anywhere from $10 to $20 million in revitalizing their properties. And many of these properties prior to getting involved with New York State were really just dying the death of 1,000 cuts because the Department of Housing and Urban Development really wasn't funding to the level for the capital needs of public housing. And so many of them are doing great. And there's quite a list more of housing authorities that are utilizing the program now. It wasn't easy in the beginning because many of these housing authorities were getting their federal funds from HUD, and they get an allotment, and they would just apply it to their repairs as much as they could do. But getting involved in tax credits, a lot more complicated, lawyers, developers, architects, engineers, and it took a little bit of a work to change the paradigm for so many of these housing authority members and their boards. But we got there, and it's been working out great.
And we need to keep the money flowing.
Yes.
To keep that continued work a reality.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Senator, I'm in a pattern of I've called the senators and an assembly member calls the assembly member, so I keep rolling it wrong. I apologize. No, we don't get any more, sorry. Assembly Member Novikov.
Thank you. So, Neighborhood Preservation Coalition and the Community Preservation Corporation. My question is to Erin and Mark. How are you going to preserve New York City private houses only communities and neighborhoods from the city of yes? So how can I avoid a 10-story building next to my 2-story house? And how much money is intended for that cause? Thank you.
So Neighborhood Preservation Coalition, our companies are not-for-profits on the ground. We utilize the tools in the toolbox. The tools are all the great programs that HCR run that you guys fund, because each instance is a unique challenge to its own. So the goal is to make sure we maintain people living in their homes. If that's making sure that their boiler works, or there's a hole in the roof, or whatever type of service that they need, our companies are the ones that will help identify that, work with that constituent, and make sure that they can stay in that home.
At CPC, as a construction lender, we also have permanent mortgage products. We absolutely will be working with any sort of new development spurred by City of Yes. We're excited to see New York City neighborhoods embrace a little bit more housing in every district, and we're grateful for the state for their commitment to build the infrastructure to allow those neighborhoods to embrace it.
So there's nothing, because I'm coming out from the name of the organizations, so there's nothing to preserve the community or neighborhood and to protect it from a larger development as City of Yes program.
I don't think I understand the question.
I mean, for me, preserving the community and preserving the neighborhood is exactly, what the city is opposite of the City of Yes,
Understood.
right?
Sure.
Are your organizations doing anything to preserve those communities and neighborhoods?
So CPC has been around for 50 years. Our preservation is really looking at housing and affordable housing as a precious resource, which it is in New York City. We absolutely are committed to preserving affordable housing, rent-stabilized housing. Our investments into the Signature portfolio, I think, speak to that, as well as our 50-year history in the rent-stabilized stock. We see investing in new construction and a little bit more housing in every neighborhood is something that we need to do to preserve the city of New York. So absolutely, that's part of our commitment to preservation.
Yeah, every home, every apartment building that we can make sure stays in good working order, or every small landlord or every landlord can maintain that property, I think that is a step in the right direction.
Assemblymember Meeks.
Thank you. I think this question can go across the board. Are you meeting state MWBE regulations or guidelines that are set forth? And what are you doing to meet those regulations or those standards?
From the Syracuse Housing Authority standpoint, our goals are 30% participation. Not only do we meet the goals in terms of our capital improvement programs, but for our vacant apartment prep turnaround program, from our operational monies, the vast majority of our contractors are MWBE. We meet and exceed the goals all the time. We do constant outreach for contractors and promoting of our programs. And what helps us out tremendously is that many of our vendors get paid on a biweekly basis. So if I'm a contractor and I do work with the federal government or the state government, I may have to wait 20, 30 days. Syracuse Housing Authority, we pay you in 2 weeks. And so the guys love the work and they keep coming back. And so we run a very active program, been doing it for years.
Thank you.
All of our developers that build affordable housing are required, because of the public-private partnership, to meet a minimum threshold. Maybe you know what, I think it's 30% of the workforce is required to be MWBE certified by the city or state, depending upon the funding mechanism. And those funds are overseen and checked on. And NYSAFA, for our part, runs forums where developers who are hiring and contractors who are hiring, we have job forums where we bring together vendors and MWBE companies with those who are seeking to hire those companies as part of their public-private contract financing.
So what percentage would you say you're meeting as it relates to MWBE?
Everyone is required to get funded. They're required, I believe it's 30%.
Now, we're familiar with what the requirement is, but we know that often that's not met. So
Well, in our programs, they have to be met or you don't get paid. So
Okay.
if you don't have certified and checked and vetted 30% compliance, you won't get, the funds won't flow. So for those public-private partnerships, I don't know what happens on other projects, but for all of our projects, it's non-negotiable. I mean, if you don't meet the requirements, there are huge fines if you don't meet the requirements and stay certified.
Thank you.
That's right. I would add to that, it's the same answer, I think, for CPC's portfolio, and I would also add, we understand that the real estate industry has a very high threshold for entry, so we've been doing a tremendous amount in the last few years to invest in, we've been providing technical assistance and training through our Access Incubator program to, I think we're in our 4th cohort of new up-and-coming developers. Many of them are led by people of color to develop their own small businesses and their own real estate projects, building the industry up. We've invested $40 million of CPC's money in that program.
Thank you. All right, with that, all for your participation and your testimony today and your work on behalf of New Yorkers every day. We're going to excuse this panel, and we're going to call up Panel B, Legal Services for New York City, Center for New York City Neighborhoods, Center for Public Enterprise, Strong Economy for All Coalition.
I believe that the Center for New York City Neighborhoods and the Center for Public Enterprise are actually
Neither.
no, but they were. I think that they texted Ways and Means.
Oh, no, that's fine for me to know. Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. I think we only have 2 of the 4 representatives. No, you don't. Okay, so which one am I still waiting for then?
In theory, Strong Economy for All, I believe.
Okay.
Which is entirely possible that they
Right.
also disappeared, but
Okay, is Charles Kahn, Strong Economy for All here? I actually know he was at the earlier hearing this morning, so maybe there was just a little confusion. So, hi, because, let's see, there's only one of you, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 6 on the next panel. Please, start. You have to press it to green there. Oh, you had it. There, oh, there you go.
Good afternoon, I'm Rosalind Black. I'm the Citywide Housing Director of Legal Services NYC, the nation's largest provider of free civil legal services.
Pull it a little closer so people can hear. Thank you.
So I'm the Housing Director at Legal Services NYC, the nation's largest provider of free civil legal services to low-income households. Thank you for allowing me to speak today about the Innovative Housing Public Benefits Initiative built with the funding allocated to legal services for representation for eviction starting in 2023. In 2023, we were very pleased to receive $10 million administered by OTDA and presented as a renewable 3-year grant to provide eviction prevention services. We knew this funding could have a huge impact on tenants facing eviction if we could figure out how to break the eviction cycle by increasing income and rental subsidies for those coming before us. So we built this Housing Public Benefits Initiative. We now have 40 public benefits advocates who partner with our housing attorneys. Here's an example of our work. Mr. A is a 65-year-old disabled veteran who was living in a rent-stabilized Manhattan apartment for 15 years. His landlord sued him for $33,000 in back rent. His SSD income was too low to afford his rent. A public benefits attorney immediately partnered with our housing attorney. Using legal strategy, we won a $4,000 reduction in the rent owed. We increased his income by getting him on food stamps of $230 a month. We got him a City FEPS rental subsidy that paid the arrears of $29,000, and now he has an ongoing rental subsidy from City FEPS of $550 a month. Given this disabled veteran's serious health issues, he had been hospitalized for 5 months with a leg infection and faces amputation. Losing his home would be devastating. Fortunately, our team's tenacious and holistic advocacy allowed him to remain in an affordable home and gain long-term financial stability. This is just one of the thousands of examples of how we've been able to expand our work. We can now evaluate every one of the many thousands of tenants who come to us at risk of eviction to make sure they receive every cent of benefits and rent subsidies they qualify for, from the Medicaid Savings Plan to food stamps, FEPS, City FEPS, and Screedry rental subsidies and benefits. With our help, tenants get the income and rental subsidies that all of you in the legislature have fought so hard for. From the program's inception in October 2023 through 2024, our organization handled over 7,000 cases. We went from handling 690 benefits cases in all of 2023 to over 1,000 cases every quarter in 2024. This is more than a 480% increase. Crucially, the number of cases where we got back rent money from public assistance or charities is going down relative to the number of more permanent affordability solutions like FEPS or CityFEPS or Screedre. While we received $10 million the first year, our funding was reduced to $4 million the second year as other providers were brought in to share the $10 million pool.
Jackson.
Okay. First, thank you for staying the course.
Absolutely.
And Legal Services of New York City, that only deals with housing or deal with other aspects of legal services?
Well, our organization is, some may know, we provide all legal services. I'm here as the housing director speaking on behalf of the funding that we receive in particular for the state that funds the Housing Public Benefits Initiative that we have.
And you said that your request was $10 million. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, I didn't quite get to finish. We've received $4 million this year, so we're requesting that we receive $10 million and that the overall pool, which for New York City right now is at 10, be increased to $30 million, and the other providers doing this work be similarly proportionally increased to funding.
So the $10 million is not only for housing, it's for the entire New York City legal services, or is it the $10 million for only housing?
The $10 million is going towards the innovative project that really supports the housing, that gets people the public benefits that they are entitled to in order to prevent their eviction and provide them with long-term affordability. So yes.
Well, let me thank you, as I said earlier, for staying the course. Obviously, you and your team that you supervise down in New York City are doing a great job. I mean, the needs are great, and as attorneys working in order to help people stay in their home and or whatever the problem is so important. And I want to thank you on behalf of all of the constituents, no matter where they live at. But my district is in Northern Manhattan and the Bronx, but anywhere, doesn't matter. You're doing a good job. And I want to just ask you about that. How many people under your jurisdiction as a citywide housing director that are dealing with housing?
How many housing staff do we have?
Yeah.
Over 200. Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing to be able to grow the size of our staff and have, with the resources mostly from the city, right, that we are engaging in right to counsel and engaging in affirmative tenant work.
Sure.
Yeah.
And last year, what was in the budget?
Last year, New York City received $10 million.
You received the $10 million, you
New York
said?
City got $10 million, yeah.
Okay, and is that what you're asking for, the same thing?
We're asking that, well, right now it's not in the executive budget at all. It's in the, I believe it's in the Assembly budget and it's in the Senate budget. It's in, I think, the Senate at 10 and the Assembly, I think, at 30. We were asking that it be, in part of the state budget at 10, and we were asking for an increase overall to 30 so that our org would get 10 and the other orgs would get, I think, would get 10 and 10 as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with you
Thank
later.
you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Thank you.
Senator, Assemblywoman Rosenthal.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Have you seen good cause eviction cases during the past year?
Yes, I mean, good cause eviction is having a huge impact in a lot of very positive ways. It's giving tenants defenses and reasons to be able to stay in their homes. It's also impacting our work in the sense that housing eviction defense is becoming more complicated and more time-consuming because the law, there were a lot of vagueness in the law, right? I'm sure intentionally left that way that will be resolved through litigation, right? Like, what is a small landlord who owns this building? So the litigation coming out of that is making housing court cases much more complex.
I mean, in my office, I found tenants who live in a good cause eligible apartment building often do not get those lease riders where they need to be informed if they are or are not subject to good cause, and the increases are much steeper than 8.84 allowed. Have you seen that as well?
The people who've come to us, there's been a few who have been in that situation. We've been able to clear it up, obviously, right? And so we hope that more people continue to contact us with those questions, right? Who come to us proactively, who say, I didn't get the notice, is my building subject to good cause? And you really need a lawyer to navigate it. It's almost impossible on your own to be able to do the investigation to uncover whether you qualify. So we are available as a legal services provider to engage on those issues.
But more, case laws being developed on this matter?
Case law is being developed every day. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have to give a notice and when? And we're litigating all those meaty issues. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can fix some of that and make it better in the future. I carry the bill with Senator Kavanaugh establishing housing access voucher program. Since you mentioned the other voucher programs, I wonder if you'd just say a few words about the necessity for a statewide voucher program.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that the tenants who are lucky enough to qualify for the limited voucher programs, we fight really hard to get them in, but most of the people who come to us are not qualifying for it, right? They don't have a way to afford their apartments and have them, be able to have rents that they can sustain. I mean, I think, if there would to be such a program, what we're doing here will go really nicely hand in hand to support it, right? We can make sure people qualify for it, make sure people have it at the right level, fight for all those things. So absolutely, it couldn't be more crucial to have those kinds of vouchers for tenants.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for your work.
You.
Kavanaugh.
I'll try to be brief here. Just this is partly just to clarify what the ask is and what happened in response to some of the questions from my colleague, Senator Jackson. And so just this is, you're talking about the funding that has been added over the last few years by the legislature for legal assistance specifically for tenants throughout the state. And obviously you handle the New York City portion of that, right?
Yes.
So this is the program that we had $25 million. We originally had $25 million that was sort of carved out of ERAP money, and that was only for non-New York City, I believe. And then we, over the last couple of years, we got it up to $40 million. In last year's budget, in last year's adopted budget, $40 million for outside New York City, and you had a $10 million pot for within New York City, of which your organization got $4.2 million. Is that right?
Our organization receives $4 million of the $10 million New York City pot. I believe there's $35 million that goes to 40 million went to the upstate communities and 10 for
Right,
New
we
York
did
City.
40 for upstate and 10
Yes.
for
Yes.
New York City, and that was divided among legal
We get 4 legal aid
services and
societies,
legal aid and a
getting
few
4,
others.
and I think 2 goes to New York City Office of Civil Justice.
And you're proposing for this year, for within New York City, a total of $30 million, of which you would hope to get $10 million for legal services NYC. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate your work, and obviously I've been very supportive of trying to
Thank you,
make sure
Senator
this money is available, but I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Levenberg.
Thank you so much. I'm so interested to hear about the Housing Public Benefits Initiative. Is that what you were saying? Is that also available outside the city? Is like some of that money that Senator Kavanaugh was just mentioning, is that also going to that same initiative outside the city?
So there's a pool of money that goes to the upstate organizations. How they are using their funding will vary. So a lot of those organizations are using it for eviction defense in housing court for legal representation because they don't have any funding to do that. So they are prioritizing how they're spending their money. I'd say upstate communities, they also have maybe less access to a lot of those benefits, right? A lot of those subsidies are specific to New York City. A lot of the ability to get money from public assistance for rent arrears don't exist, unfortunately, for the upstate communities. So I think they're doing different things with their pool of funds.
Interesting. It would be interesting to learn more about it and how some of that could help inform our decisions about what we could do to support upstate communities as well. And so I was just wondering if Legal Services of the Hudson Valley is that a counterpart of yours in?
Yeah, they're one of the organizations statewide
Yeah.
that's part of the group from OTDA that is funded. Absolutely. And I think the New York City model is a great model, and I would hope the upstate communities could have the resources to do something similar.
Absolutely. And I guess the other question was just how can we help more people qualify for HEVP? You said that basically you just sounded to me like you said we need to expand it and most people don't qualify, and obviously I'm interested in upstate since I represent communities in Westchester and Putnam. So
Right.
what, do you have suggestions for?
Right. In addition to creating the pool, I believe there are bills out there. I think, Assemblymember Rosenthal sponsored a bill to increase the availability of the screen injury rent freezes, to extend that to upstate, to allow upstate communities to opt in and to increase the amount, the income levels for which people qualify. I think those are all great starts. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assemblymember Burdick.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the work you do. And this is similar to the line of questions that my colleague Dana Levenberg had asked, that, one of the things that I see is so many of the terrific programs like yours that take place in the city. And, we are proud of the work that Legal Services does in New York, in Westchester County. But, looking at it from a statewide basis, what do you see as some of the overarching lessons that you've learned yourself, as well as in talking to, folks like Legal Services of the Hudson Valley?
Yeah, I know there's obviously been a lot of efforts made to try to have a statewide right to counsel bill passed. I know that hasn't been successful, but I think we've been attacking it piecemeal, right? Some of the Westchester now has a right to counsel, right, which is pretty amazing, and it's kind of gone community by community where we've been able to uplift these efforts. And I'd say, upstate kind of, it's a resource issue, right, in terms of like having the ability to have money out there to prevent to prevent the evictions, right? Like we can go to court, and as lawyers, we are hugely successful, right? Like from our organization, 90% of the people with lawyers don't get evicted, but in part that works because we have a pool of money that we can count on to solve these crises. And I think, a lot of the upstate communities don't have those pools, and we've seen kind of unique things being done in other jurisdictions, like Philadelphia, for example, where they have small pools of money and they can like have some resolution of cases with some smaller funds of money. And so I think that's part of maybe is having those resources there.
And can I ask you, do you see that on a statewide basis that there's, is it, to be honest, is it fragmented or is it unified in terms of legal services organizations working together to try to, promote their shared needs and such on a statewide basis?
Yeah, absolutely. We coordinate with all the legal services community. There's quite a lot of coordination that goes on. I'd say what legal services look like in different communities, it varies a lot, right? From having the resources to like give advice only to cases to being able to, like in New York City, fully litigate things, right? And that's like somewhat of a resource question, right? Can you only have a lawyer for a day, or can you have a lawyer on your case? And so
But it's not just money, of course. It's also ways in which to go about it. And is there sharing among the organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. We meet together. There's a coalition of housing providers statewide, and so we share those resources. I think the state is also working on creating like a technical assistance thing that's happening in terms of like maybe a centralized statewide intake system that the Judiciary Committee is working on. So I think there's a lot of efforts to like pool resources statewide that happen and are really important, right?
Well, thank you very much for the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and to close this one up, Assemblymember Novakov. You'll tell me how to say it correctly at some point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, thank you for being here. So my first question is about the ADU program. Has this program been successful?
You're talking about the accessory dwelling units?
Yes.
I'm not expert on the accessory dwelling units. It's not really in the wheelhouse of what we do. I know, in general, it's a source of, could be potentially a source of housing, right? Affordable housing, and allow not homeowners to, get some more income as well as provide affordable housing. My understanding of the program so far, it's been pretty limited, right? Maybe the communities that got it weren't the same communities that really were looking for the resources to do it. So, but I don't have all the exact details of how successful. I know they put more money into it, right, with the part of City of Yes, I believe.
That's fine. Okay, so yeah, it is a part of City of Yes, and since it's a legal services, how are we going to legally protect those small private house communities and neighborhoods from larger developments within the City of Yes program?
The ask is how we protect the homeowners?
Yeah,
or
how do you help? How can you help to protect the homeowners?
So
Their neighborhoods from the city.
yeah, I mean, we do have a homeowners protection program
Yeah.
in our organization that you all as a state body have supported, very consistently over time. And so the work there is to prevent people from losing, prevent deed theft, prevent discrimination, and help those small homeowners hold on to their homes. So absolutely, that's a huge priority for the organization. And yeah.
And how much money is intended for that cause?
How much money is in that program? It's $40 million a year. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's in the state budget for $40 million this year.
Is there a specific allocation for the protecting those small communities?
The
Is there
money,
a specific allocation of money? How much money specifically?
From what I know, and Senator Kavanaugh probably knows a lot more about it than me, that money is part of the homeowners protection program. It's specifically allocated for those legal services to make sure the homeowners know their rights and can enforce their rights and hold on to their homes.
Understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance. You got your whole panel to yourself. Not quite sure how that worked out, but appreciate your work and the work of all of Legal Services.
Thank you.
Thank
you all
you.
as well.
And next, I'm going to call up a panel C, which I think is a full panel. We'll see. New York Building Congress, New York Housing Conference, American Institute of Architects, Habitat for Humanity, New York, Open New York, Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development.
It's five.
Five, who did we lose? No, but we replaced them. Oh, they didn't come at all? Okay.
They didn't check in.
Oh, they didn't check. Oh, I understand system. Okay, fine. It's okay, he'll give you the names. I'll be back, I promise. Okay. Hi, everybody. So we did lose one. We don't have the New York Building Congress. So just first, start off by introducing yourself so the people in the booth know what face and name to match up when you do testify. Please.
My name is Shakti Robbins-Kubas, New York Housing Conference.
Okay.
Michael Barrett. I am the CEO of Habitat for Humanity, New York State.
Bria Donahue with the American Institute of Architects.
Anne-Marie Gray, Executive Director, Open New York.
Emily Goldstein, Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development.
Great. So we're going to start again at the right. You're going to have 3 minutes, and the clock will go off when your 3 minutes is up. And I have to excuse myself for just a few minutes, but I leave you in the very capable hands of Senator Brian Kavanaugh. Please start.
Good afternoon. My name is Shakti Robbins-Kubas. I'm a senior policy analyst at the New York Housing Conference, a nonprofit affordable housing policy and advocacy organization. We work to advance policies and funding to support the development and preservation of decent and affordable housing for all New Yorkers. Thank you to the committee chairs and the other members of the legislature for the opportunity to testify today. Crushing costs are pushing families to the brink, housing insecurity is rising, and supply shortages are locking New Yorkers out of affordable homes. Meanwhile, the threat of federal funding cuts looms large, making it even more critical for New York State to step up. We do support the governor's $1 billion commitment to the City of Yes for housing opportunity, but note that spread over 5 years and broadly allocated, it risks being diluted at a time when the crisis is accelerating. NYCHA and Mitchell Lamas, two of the city's most vital sources of permanent affordable housing, could easily absorb the full $1 billion allocation and still fall short of their capital needs. We strongly support several proposals to increase housing supply, including the $110 million for infrastructure and technical assistance for pro-housing communities. We support the $50 million mixed income revolving loan fund. We support doubling SLIC to $30 million per year through 2029 and the expansion of the New York State Historic Tax Credit. We were also very pleased to see $40 million included in the executive budget for the Homeowner Protection Program, and we strongly support the new proposals to expand and strengthen homeownership. At the same time, with almost 200,000 residential eviction filings in New York last year, and the number of New Yorkers experiencing homelessness more than doubling to almost 160,000 in just 2 years, it is crucial to address the urgent and ongoing needs of vulnerable low-income renters. We support $250 million for the Housing Access Voucher Program to provide rental assistance to families and individuals who are at risk of already experiencing homelessness. We continue to support a statewide program to provide emergency housing assistance to prevent evictions. And we also encourage the legislature to maintain strong funding levels for existing HCR programs that protect homeowners and make affordable housing production and preservation across the state possible. We also support the proposal to increase funding for supportive housing and additional bills that have been introduced that would further increase housing supply, such as the amendments to the Martin Act to preserve and expand affordable housing, and the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act. We encourage the legislature to include them in your one-house budgets. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. The written testimony is much longer and has more details and recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, and thank you and Chair Rosenthal and to members of the committee for all your great work in supporting affordable housing throughout New York State. Habitat for Humanity is appreciative of and supports the governor's various housing proposals, but given the limited time, I'll just address one. It appears in Alpha Part K of the governor's executive budget and is referred to as the Fair Taxation or Fair Assessment proposal, and it's crafted to address a reoccurring problem that we face. When Habitat is able to use state and other subsidies to help make a home affordable, perhaps taking a $400,000 home to a $250,000 purchase price, the taxes that are then assessed are based on that fair market value as opposed to the subsidized amount. And the result is that the home becomes once again unaffordable. This undermines the intention of the state housing subsidies. Anecdotally, our experiences on the ground are the local assessor says, look, I'd really be happy to help you out here, but there's nothing in the law that I can point to that will allow me to assess in some other way. And so we are delighted that the governor has put forth a proposed correction to this in the executive budget, which would allow local assessors to apply a 25% to 50% discount on the assessment of qualifying families who use state subsidies through a housing nonprofit like Habitat or land banks. Looking to the extent of the subsidies contained in this proposal, we know that we've historically needed more of a reduction to facilitate home ownership. So we'd ask that in your one-house bills that you increase the range of this proposal from 25 to 50% to 25 to 75%. We think that it would maximize the potential of that proposal. You know, I should point out that there's a similar proposal with ideal language that's carried in the majority of both houses by both Senator Hinchey and Assemblymember Barrett, who we thank for sponsoring this long-time legislation. Those proposals set the maximum of the discount at 75%, and we would encourage you and respectfully ask that you include that language in your one-house proposals. I should point out that we are yet to come across any objection to this proposal. It's a revenue positive proposal. It's good to come to a joint budget hearing with a revenue positive proposal. It respects local control. It helps facilitate home ownership. And these homes, of course, you know, can't be sold without it being conveyed to another qualifying family. So there's restrictive covenants on these homes. So we'd appreciate that. And also funding the AHC at $36 million would be our second ask. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and members of the Joint Legislative Budget Committee for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. I'm Bria Donahue, Director of Government Affairs at the American Institute of Architects, New York. We represent more than 5,000 architects and design professionals committed to positively impacting the physical and social qualities of our state. I want to commend you for your demonstrated commitment to tackling our community's affordable housing crisis this past session by enacting meaningful policies and providing critical funding, namely lifting the floor area ratio cap, creating the Affordable Housing from Commercial Conversions Tax Incentive Benefits Program, extending 421A tax incentive and replacing it with the Affordable Neighborhoods for New Yorkers Tax Incentive Program, and many other great initiatives. These tools are absolutely essential, and now we need to work together to establish a meaningful statewide strategy to streamline environmental review processes, enable transit-oriented development, and eliminate parking mandates. In New York, we have the privilege of having the nation's most robust transit system, making a policy like transit-oriented development well-positioned to make a meaningful impact and provide an opportunity for every neighborhood to do their part to address our supply needs. This policy must go hand in hand with eliminating parking mandates, as they detract from the intended outcome of a transit-oriented development policy by restricting the number of units and encouraging car usage even in transit-rich areas, as well as add costs due to the structural demands of underground parking. Additionally, reforms for seeker will help get projects online faster, eliminating hundreds of thousands of dollars and years off a project. We have spent the past year laying the groundwork to unlock opportunities for more housing in the city, and now we need the financial tools to go alongside to build the housing we have enabled through zoning. Specifically, the $25 billion investment in the 5-year housing plan and $1 billion commitment for City of All in the governor's executive budget. One other topic I wanted to mention is adaptive reuse, specifically embodied carbon. Embodied carbon refers to the greenhouse gas emissions generated by the manufacturing, transportation, installation, maintenance, and disposal of construction materials used in building, road, and other infrastructure. Currently, materials used in construction of buildings represent about 7% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. We have already implemented a number of policies to address the operational emissions of buildings, and now it's time to tackle embodied emission. The first step is to allocate $10 million to establish financial tools to assist local low-carbon material manufacturers to develop environmental product declarations via grants of up to $10,000 per manufacturing plant to develop third-party verified environmental product declarations and expand PACE to cover embodied carbon improvements. We look forward to continuing to work with the legislature to unlock the tools to help our communities address the housing crisis and appreciate your consideration of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Weinstein, Kruger, Rosenthal, and Kavanaugh. I am Anne Marie Gray, Executive Director of Open New York, an independent grassroots pro-housing nonprofit with hundreds of volunteer members across the state. To get right to the point, the proposals in the executive budget do not match the urgency of this moment. New York ranks among the most unaffordable states in the country. Half of renters spend more than 30% of their income on rent, nearly a third pay over 50%. Homeownership is out of reach for everyone but the wealthiest. Homelessness has reached record levels, with more than 100,000 New Yorkers in shelters each night. Our housing shortage is not just a crisis of affordability, it's a crisis of displacement, exclusion, and opportunity. We build fewer homes per capita than nearly any other state, pushing families out and limiting our economic potential. We cannot sustain a thriving economy if people cannot afford to live where they work. New York is even projected to lose 3 congressional seats in 2030 due to population decline. This weakens our voice in national politics and makes it harder for Democrats to win national elections. Albany has the power to stem this loss if it chooses to act. There are impactful and ready-to-go solutions right now is the good news. We support the proposed mixed income revolving loan fund. It is a step in the right direction, but it does not go nearly far enough, and the legislature has the opportunity to enact bolder solutions right now. First, the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act. This empowers religious organizations to build contextual, affordable housing on their land. It is projected to create over 60,000 new homes over the next decade. It expands the property tax base, making it revenue positive, and a community-driven solution. Second, the Sustainable Affordable Housing and Sprawl Prevention Act. This removes unnecessary, costly barriers to building sustainable infill housing. It stops wealthy anti-housing neighbors from delaying projects for years with frivolous litigation. Third, we need an all-of-the-above approach. We need to increase housing production. We also need strong tenant protections and voucher expansion with the Housing Access Voucher Program. The overwhelming majority of New Yorkers support these measures. 74% of voters back the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act and want to see and are more likely to support legislators who back it. This support cuts across regions, demographics, and party lines. So this is not a partisan issue. It's a housing crisis that demands urgent action. Albany must act now. The housing crisis threatens our communities, economy, and political influence, and the solutions are right in front of us if we have the will to implement them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Emily Goldstein. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. First, I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support over the years, for 6 years running now, of ANHD's Displacement Alert Project, which is a tool that's used by many of your offices, particularly to do constituent services and to better understand the particular sort of building by building threats, hazards, and needs that are facing your districts. We respectfully asked for $250,000 to continue to maintain and expand this tool, which we hope that many of you are finding useful and which we know that many of the organizers and advocates in our communities are using as well. Second, we'd like to urge you to fund at $250 million a housing access and preservation initiative. Happy? Hopefully people like it. This is our proposal, sort of revised from what we came with last year, to provide funding to stabilize and address the financial needs of our 100% affordable housing buildings throughout New York State. As you've heard already in many of the testimonies, our affordable housing stock is in pretty dire straits. The combination of rising costs and sort of pandemic arrears and non-payment hangover is really putting our portfolios at risk. This is particularly true for ANHD's members, all of whom are nonprofits, and so operating on incredibly thin margins and really have been, frankly, overextending themselves to avoid needing to evict tenants, with the result that we're now in a bind where either tenants are at risk, portfolios are at risk, or both. So we're asking for an infusion of a fund into the New York State Housing Trust Fund, which would enable the provision of forgivable loans to address both capital sort of debt restructuring needs as well as some of the operating needs of the buildings to sort of provide an emergency stabilization. Third, I'd like to say that I truly hope this is the year that we pass and fund HAVP. There's never been a more critical time to create and fund a tool to really try to immediately tackle the homelessness crisis throughout the state. Not only has this crisis been sort of building and expanding for years, we sort of all know that we're facing uncertain federal times, and I think many of us are deeply concerned that some of the federal programs that we rely on for, vouchers and other forms of subsidies may not be as stable as they've been in the past. It's crucial that the state have some sort of mechanism in place to be able to have the flexibility to step in and pivot as needed over the next year and more. And finally, I'd just like to urge you to leave HSTPA alone and avoid any further loopholes to this valuable protection.
Thank you.
So first up, we'll have Member Levenberg.
Wow, okay. Wow, I'm just very happy to hear all the support for HAVP just because I am a big supporter. I'm also, I think we're in competition because I have a bill that's housing action plans for everyone, which I also have called Happy. I'm very supportive of the assessment change that you mentioned, and I do think that that's something that we're going to be working on in one way or another, so I will continue to support that. And I'm also very interested to hear about the low carbon material manufacturing, a little bit more about that, something that I've just been personally interested in. Also, I just got back from the Netherlands, and so many of their parking garages are underground. They're built on water. Like, if they can do it, why can't we? New Amsterdam, I think we're called, right, in the city? It seems like we should be able to build a lot of parking underground. I don't think we have figured that out yet. I don't know why, but between low carbon materials that we should be using and underground parking that we should have, it seems like we should be able to do much, much better.
Yeah, absolutely. So two separate questions. For the low embodied carbon materials, really wanting to give our local manufacturers, specifically of concrete, the financial tools to be able to produce these environmental product declarations of their low carbon materials, so that as requirements for low carbon materials come online, the Port Authority has a very robust program like this, that local manufacturers have the ability to comply with those regulations. And longer term, we would love to see a New York State policy modeled off of what California and Washington's doing to require more robust embodied carbon regulation. But to answer your parking question, the reason it's so complicated is because there's a lot of very different structural constraints for putting parking underground. So the way the loads and the columns need to be just designed requires very different structural demands that add a lot of cost. And so this is something that we spoke a lot about when we were this past year dealing with all the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity zoning changes, is that you can't just easily throw parking under your building. Of course. That is a very cohesive layout. It gets messy really quickly, and then the added challenge of if it's a valet parking or if it's just the homeowners can use the parking. So that also adds another challenge in how the parking structurally is placed underground.
Well, now they have those automated things, though, don't they? That kind of like move your car up and down. But I do think that fewer parking spots we need to rely on our public transit system. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for your testimony. Let me start with Anne Marie, although others might chime in. I agree with you about the faith-based affordable housing. Obviously, I carry the bill on the sustainable, affordable infill housing. The statistics you have about how popular they are directly in conflict with the resistance that we have from local officials. And I'm wondering how do we get like popular things passed that those guardians who are so intent on preventing any kind of change to local zoning?
Sure, and just on those statistics again, this is like, even in Long Island, which is, one of the often examples you hear, 70%, 77% actually support this bill. So one, I think that there's always keeping in mind that this is a small minority of people who are maybe making the most noise. It's not necessarily representative of everybody. I think there's also just something to really keep in mind. This is an extremely sensible bill. I mean, we're talking about, we're doing this with a whole coalition of faith leaders. One of them is trying to build a 3-story building in a community that already has 3-story buildings. They've been working on it for 3 years. They're trying to build deeply affordable housing on their parking lot. And they got downzoned in the dead of night by their local town. It's just, it's not working if that's what we're fighting against. And New York is actually really alone amongst states in the entire country right now of having zero mechanism for the state to allow some sort of accountability when places have overly, frankly, exclusionary or restrictive zoning. This is a really, really smart bill that I do think actually has a lot of popularity and is really, really sensible and, again, supported by people who are really rooted in their own communities. And we have talked to some local officials who are supportive. Of course, that is it is a common a concern. But I really do think this is just an extremely important bill for the state to show leadership on and has a lot more support than you might hear.
Oh, good. Well, that's good to hear. And then for an architect's view, we passed last year the single stair bill that requires a review of the fire code for that. It looks like it's going to take years for that to happen. Do you have recommendations about how to move that along and how to help people understand how valuable that could be?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and this is something that we're seeing all over the place, that code changes are unfortunately a very slow, long, onerous process. Something we're seeing just tomorrow with the energy code. So I can get back to you with more information on that.
I'd appreciate that because I think it could be transformative. Thank you.
Assemblymember Kellis.
Wonderful. I just wanted to start by thanking you on pushing the initiative to reduce or give the ability for local assessors to reduce taxes. There is one county that does that in New York State, and that's my county, and we've been doing it for many years. It was a home rule bill, and it has absolutely increased the amount of affordable housing that we have, but it has also enabled people who are low income to be able to afford to own a home and move into stable housing. So thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for that. about the sustainable affordable housing sprawl prevention. My first question is, what is the average length of time that a project is delayed going through the seeker process right now?
It's an excellent question that I'm happy to get back to you on with more details. But for example, there is a project called Haven Green in New York City. There's public land, deeply affordable senior housing that has been delayed in lawsuits for over a decade. In the middle of Soho. This is one of the most well-resourced places in the entire country. It's a really good case study of this bill would have made it impossible for those lawsuits to continue and have such an incredibly long delay. And there are tons of stories like that. I'm happy to talk more about it.
So it creates a full comprehensive environmental evaluation, just not allowing the state seeker process that creates the ability to block it completely by NIMBY, people who don't want development.
Yeah, it's basically fast-tracking things that make a huge amount of sense, right? This is sustainable infill housing and really taking away the ability for frivolous lawsuits that are not actually adding anything to our understanding of climate impacts and things like that.
But I'm assuming they also probably increase the cost of the development significantly, so they're no longer affordable.
There was a fantastic Citizens Budget Commission report on this. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars in a lot of cases on projects that literally translates to, I want to say, $100-ish of literal raising the rent. Don't quote me on that figure, but I can send you the report. But they really did a deep dive of this is cost, this is time, this is literally translating into both housing units and the cost of housing itself.
Thank you so much. It seems crazy. It's the opposite of what we probably intended to do, but it's being used against us. And I wanted to put one last, the HAVP could not agree with you more. The one thing that drives me nuts and stresses me out is that our solution to housing cannot be build our way out of it because people right now are becoming homeless. So anything you wanted to say on that in the last 25 seconds, please, by all means.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. ANHD is not anti-development by any means. A lot of our members are developers, but just sort of build is never going to get us to where we need to be. And in particular, when we're thinking about homelessness, when we're thinking about people who are at risk of eviction today, right? If you start building affordable housing, it's years before that comes online. Vouchers can help people today.
Thank you.
Who's left? Assemblywoman Linda, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Bria. Last year, we voted to allow former office buildings to be converted. Do you know how many are planned for it? Because there was discussion about how certain ones had such large floor plates that it would be impossible to convert at an affordable price. So as far as you know, for architects, have they been involved in this?
Yeah, I don't have a specific number for you, but I can get back to you. But one of the really great ways that tool is going to be able to help build housing is with the new rezoning that's happening in the Midtown South mixed-use plan, because there's a lot of commercial buildings that can be converted into housing, and so we're really excited about the opportunity there. But we're still trying to work out the kinks with the large floor plates, so around home office requirements, court requirements, and things like that, around windows and light, air, safety, things of that nature.
Right.
So we're still working through the kinks, and we have a whole working group put together to work closely to try to figure out how we can tie affordable housing into these quite costly renovations.
Great, thank you. And for Anne Marie, in terms of landmark protections for some of the religious institutions, some people seem alarmed that those will be thrown aside. I wonder if you could address that issue.
Yes, absolutely. We want to be extremely clear that the bill exempts any current landmark properties. We even clarified the bill language last year to do that. And actually, I have copies if there's of interest, but Sarah Bronin, a really extremely well-respected national preservationist, has been extremely supportive of this bill because historic properties often, they really need, they don't have much revenue to invest in the historic buildings. And so there's actually a lot of synergy of using a parking lot excess land to make sure you're actually investing in such a great historic resource and being extra clear. This exempts historic properties, does not override that in any way.
Thank you. And Emily, if in 45 seconds, please tell me why HAVP is so necessary in this state.
Sure. I mean, it's because of the homelessness crisis. We have, what's become really an intractable crisis, even as asylum seekers, coming into the city and the state have declined. Homelessness has increased. ANHD works in New York City, and I know there's a common perception that this is a New York City issue, but that's really not true. There's a great report by the state comptroller sort of showing effects statewide. So, at the end of the day, it is humane and also, frankly, cheaper to house people than to have people to continue to be homeless. And without a resource like HAVP, it's not possible.
Thank you. And as our last
Thank you very much. Thank you all for all of your testimony, for all the work you do. I've had opportunity to work with each of you quite a bit. Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, on the Bria, if you could address this, the need. There's a desire sometimes not to do policy in the budget, and measuring embodied carbon in materials sounds a lot like policy. Can you talk about the extent to which there's a fiscal need to facilitate that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our ask, $10 million to really support local New York manufacturers to create the environmental product declarations necessary to comply with a lot of the regulations that the Port Authority, for example, has, and other things that we're looking to achieve down the line in code changes to enable low embodied carbon materials to be used, and that we can long-term reduce the embodied emissions that we're seeing. One of the main ways that we've done a lot of policies around operational emissions, so that's Local Law 97, the carbon coming out of your building, but the most effective way to reduce embodied carbon in construction is through adaptive reuse and recycling materials. And so having low embodied carbon materials, having manufacturers be able to fund the environmental product declaration process, development, and the soft costs associated with that is absolutely essential. And so we're happy to share more information with you all about our kind of big picture requests on how we can reduce embodied carbon.
Great. I'll just say there will be a bill forthcoming very soon. We've been working on language with you. And not with Assemblymember Kellis, who's got many other priorities. Anne-Marie, can you talk a little bit about the potential for faith-based housing development? Like how much can we get in terms of expansion of housing supply by doing the faith-based?
Yeah, so we worked with the Furman Center to do a much more detailed analysis of potential sites. Based on that data, we estimate this is about 60,000 homes over the next decade. So I know City of Yes has come up a lot. This is actually basically almost the same as City of Yes over the next decade. And again, this is low-hanging fruit. This is community-based development that is contextual to the neighborhoods and really driven by community anchors of faith-based organizations.
Great. And just, Mike, I have 26 seconds, but you said the Part K change is revenue positive. Can you talk about why that is?
Yeah. Our argument is that if not but for Habitat, the home wouldn't have been built. The home would still be dilapidated if we didn't renovate it. And so these are homes sometimes that are not on the tax rolls or no longer on the tax rolls, and we put them back on the tax rolls.
Got it. Okay. And that's my time. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time with us today, your testimony, and your work every day. And next up, as we welcome back our Chair of Ways and Means from his economics training, Panel D, Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, Enterprise Community Partners, Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative, and Community Voices Heard. And if Panel E wouldn't mind heading towards the front, since you're going to be after this panel, it moves things along pretty quickly. Thank you. Are there only 3 for Panel D? Yes. Okay. Who did we lose?
We lost our last group, Community
Oh,
Voices.
okay, great. Okay, turns out we only have 3 of you here, So we're not looking for the 4th. Okay. And if you don't mind starting from the right, just introduce yourself so the people in the booth upstairs can match name and face.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Meyer, and I am with the Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative, or RMAPI.
Sir?
Hi, Patrick Boyle, Senior Director with Enterprise Community Partners.
Great.
Hi, my name is Rashida Tyler. I'm the project manager for the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative.
Okay, start on the right here.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the legislature, and thank you for this opportunity. RMAPI is a multi-sector community collaborative dedicated to breaking the cycle of poverty by shifting power and enabling upward mobility for all families. Our work is deeply rooted in community engagement, and we hear directly from those impacted by poverty every day. One of the most urgent concerns we hear is the pressing need for increased affordable housing options, particularly for low and very low income households. Our community members have spoken clearly, and these are all quotes. Decent affordable housing is essential and should be a right. There isn't enough affordable or income-based housing to meet the needs of the people in Rochester. The waiting lists are long. People lack dignity when they live in decrepit apartments, houses, and neighborhoods. These conditions foster instability and crime. Stop penalizing those without homes for not following complex and unrealistic rules. And there's no affordable housing for minimum wage workers. The data support these statements. In 2024, New York State had more than 158,000 homeless individuals. New York has one of the highest rates of homelessness in the country, and a lack of affordable housing has exacerbated this crisis. Our MAPI is currently diving deep into the issue of child homelessness in our community. According to data pulled by our colleagues at Enterprise Community Partners, over 3,000 children in the city of Rochester experience homelessness each year, including more than 600 under the age of 5. More than half of renter households in Rochester are rent burdened, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Housing instability leads to a cascade of negative consequences that put families at risk: loss of employment, family disruptions, poor educational outcomes, and increased reliance on emergency services. We cannot allow these conditions to persist. So our recommendations. Our MAPI strongly supports the Housing Access Voucher Program, HAVP, which would establish a statewide Section 8-like rental assistance program, providing housing stability for individuals and families at risk of homelessness. It would also support landlords by ensuring a steady rental income. HAVP is particularly important because it will be available to individuals regardless of immigration status or criminal record. Research has consistently shown that rental assistance programs significantly reduce homelessness and housing instability, lead to substantial cost savings by reducing reliance on shelters and emergency services. Only 1 in 4 eligible households receive federal housing choice vouchers, and localities outside of New York City, like Rochester, lack their own voucher programs. HAVP would provide close to 13,000 households with vouchers. It also aligns with the recently released recommendations of the Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council. Their recommendations call for the creation of a state housing voucher program. And according to their research from Urban Institute, a state housing voucher would reduce child poverty by over 15%. Beyond HAVP, our MAPI supports additional policy changes to increase housing security, including increasing the shelter allowance to 100% of HUD's fair market rent. This allowance has not been updated since 2003, despite significant rent increases in that time period. We also support investing in housing navigation and other support services to ensure that people with vouchers can utilize those effectively. But we also know that we need longer-term solutions. Oh, that's my 3 minutes.
Hi, again, my name is Patrick Boyle. I'm a Senior Director with Enterprise Community Partners. Enterprise is a national nonprofit. We support community development organizations on the ground, aggregate and invest capital for impact, advance housing policy at every level of government, and build and manage communities ourselves. Since our New York office opened in 1987, we've committed more than $5.7 billion in equity loans and grants to affordable housing to create and preserve over 84,000 affordable housing units across New York State. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this testimony today. In last year's session, there were many important housing measures enacted along the lines of housing supply, office to residential conversions, ADUs, renewed tax incentives, changes to FAR cap, and those were all very important, as housing supply is a very important aspect of solving our housing crisis. But I think what is on Enterprise's mind a lot these days is really the stability of tenants and the rising homelessness rate, as well as the operational challenges to housing, the housing that exists now, and some of the strains that we're seeing in the affordable housing stock. So to touch on a few of those issues, on the homelessness front, we'll join the chorus that many others have said today with respect to the Housing Access Voucher Program, which would be the single most impactful measure that could really be adopted this year to really tackle homelessness around the state. We're also calling for around $47 million in housing navigation and related services for people with vouchers. More resources for people with vouchers is an equally important part of the picture. The voucher utilization rate, or the ability of someone with a voucher to find housing with a voucher, is very, very low in New York compared to other areas of the country. This pool of funding would help everyone who has a voucher looking for housing find the housing navigation support they need to be able to obtain housing. We call for the advancement of the recommendations of the Childhood Poverty Reduction Advisory Council, including, as Rebecca said, a statewide state housing voucher. $50 million for the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment, or SAFE program, to really address rent arrears outside New York City, where oftentimes there is more limited resources available. And on the affordable housing preservation front, we'll join the call that others mentioned before to really help resource captives beyond the captive that has been recently launched in New York City, to further allow groups outside New York City and other nonprofits to be able to access captives and launch captives of their own. I also just want to call on the fair housing front for $7 million for HER's Fair Housing Testing Program. This increase in funding would be really necessary not only to help groups do kind of what they already do in the fair housing space, but to really expand that in other areas. And based on what we're seeing at the federal level, we're going to need more investment around fair housing enforcement here in New York. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to share my testimony today. My name is Rashida Tyler. I'm the project manager for the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. The Collaborative is a statewide organization that helps faith-based organizations respond to the housing and homelessness crisis in their community by providing them technical assistance and pre-development funds so that they can develop housing within their communities. We work with faith leaders across New York State in rural, suburban, and urban communities who want to help keep families safe in their communities by providing safe, stable, affordable housing. As we all know the statistics surrounding the housing crisis. A recent report from the New York State Comptroller's office found that homelessness increased 53% alone from January 2023 to January 2024. Let there be no confusion. The housing crisis is an affordable housing crisis, which is most severe among low-income families, Black and brown communities, and women. Yes, we need to create more housing at all levels of affordability, but let us not lose sight of where the greatest need is. Housing for New Yorkers who, for many, no matter how hard they try, cannot escape housing insecurity. While the problem is growing each day, many communities are taking actually to criminalizing homelessness and banning activities such as camping and other activities associated with being homeless. This is actually causing and may discourage those who are seeking assistance from seeking out those resources. We do not support the reestablishment of involuntary commitment for those suffering from mental illness as a substitute for providing safe, affordable housing solutions, nor do we support the employment of hostile architecture or the limitation of the provision of necessary facilities such as restrooms or the removal of public seating as is happening right here in the New York State on the concourse. These efforts to discourage the homeless from finding places to rest, especially when they have no other options, are not doing our state any favors. Solving the housing crisis actually requires a multifaceted solution. We support policies that promote rapid rehousing and shelter, such as the increase in temporary housing assistance, and that is S113A108. We support the expansion of supportive housing funding and the combating of youth homelessness. We support the Housing Access Vouchers Program. As many here have said, this will be one of the single most effective anti-homelessness programs that could be enacted this session. We support also the right to counsel and the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment SAFE Act. We also support the creation of affordable housing through the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act.
Thank you.
Questions? Hello?
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony, for all your work. This has been a somewhat downstate heavy day because of just the folks that signed up to testify. So it's great to have people with statewide perspective and some updated perspective here. Just talk a little. We've from the Senate side, we've had less talk about HAVP and SAFE, partly because we had a 6-hour hearing last week on that. On rental assistance, but each of you has said that one of the single most effective things we can do is expand statewide rental assistance statewide, make it available. Can you just talk a little bit more about in your areas why that would be so critical? And Ms. Tyler, you mentioned the shelter eviction arrears forestallment, the arrears eviction forestallment program. Can you just talk a little bit more about how that, that's a new program, but what your sort of hopes and expectations are for that?
Yes, absolutely. So the New York State, we cover the whole state, but I myself am from Ulster County, where it has been the center of the housing crisis in many cases. In Ulster County, we have seen many people who have not recovered from the pandemic and are still trying to even keep up and to catch up on those rental payments. So they've started paying the rent, but they're still in arrears. And so it's very important to get them caught up because that threat of eviction is hanging over their head. Having the ability to have people get caught up on their rent is something that will help landlords, and it will also help the community as a whole. We have people who are working 3 and 4 jobs, are doing Instacart and gig work just to survive and not getting ahead. I think this program is vital, and I think that it will provide a lifeline for many people who want to remain in the community.
Thank you.
Senator May?
I think Patrick's trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just wanted to briefly touch on the senator's question. So, enterprise is statewide in our focus, and as was mentioned, and this is an argument I think both for HAVP and the SAFE program. Different areas can vary a lot in their resources around rental assistance. So having something that's sort of statewide, that's sort of centrally focused, and it's not kind of something that goes out to different social service agencies, and it's a little difficult to track, and it's a little difficult to see the statewide impact, I think would be huge. And not everyone has a city FEPS or other kind of existing resources like that. And one thing that gets a little less focus on the HAVP side is also a potential ability to really project base it would really help a kind of an affordable housing supply, affordable housing pipeline perspective. And as was mentioned, the impact on landlords, particularly affordable housing landlords who are kind of struggling with their collections. Vouchers are a really important part of that picture. So it's really a win-win both for the tenants and for the owners.
Am I able to answer too? So I think for in Rochester, which has a high poverty rate, it's going down, but it is still high. We want people to have quality housing. Landlords need to be able to cover their costs. Like, the math just doesn't work when we have a city with a 26, 27% poverty rate, median income around in the 30,000 range. If we want people to have quality housing, we have to be able to pay for what that housing costs. We have to subsidize the cost of that housing. Vouchers are the most direct, effective way to do that, and a way of providing that long-term stability that people need in order to find employment, pursue education, so that they aren't, maybe needing that voucher forever, but it can be that long enough support to provide that stability that people need.
Thank you.
Am I up? Thank you. I just wanted to ask Ms. Tyler the same question I asked in the previous panel about the faith-based affordable housing. Such a popular idea, but there is a kind of targeted pushback against it. What is your plan for getting past some of that so that we can actually get things done that so many people want to see?
Right. So I think in general, when you're looking at trying to overcome objections based on home rule, you actually want to try to find ways that you can adapt the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act to be more flexible for the community. So one way would be, is height necessarily the measure that you want to utilize? I think that that's up to the legislature to make sure that the measurement that is being utilized is something that is adaptable for communities. You might be able to overcome the barriers that you face on places like Long Island and places like like upstate New York, where there are communities that are more sensitive to height. And so being able to find measures that work for each community and are flexible, I think is key. I think that it's not something that should prohibit there from being discussion and there from being this bill from being included in either one house. There's room for amendments and there's room for each community to weigh in. But I think being flexible and offering each community an opportunity to find a measure that works for them is something that could be done.
Seems to me that one factor might be if it meant that some of these properties were coming back on the property tax rolls. Is that something that's been discussed? Because that would matter a lot to local officials if they could.
So you
raise
mean
tax-
like faith properties coming back onto the tax rolls?
If they're being rented, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't want to give you a wrong answer. So I'm not 100% sure if that would be, we'd have to, again, talk with faith communities and see if that's something that would be something that they're interested in doing too. So I don't want to give you a wrong answer, but I'd love to explore that more with our faith communities that we work with.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. But if I could, I will say, we have talked to faith leaders from Brooklyn all the way to Buffalo, and they are interested in building, and they are frustrated by the red tape that they are encountering because they have property, and many are, again, land rich and cash poor, and are unable to actually take advantage of or help their communities by developing their parcels of land.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other senators? I want to thank you for your testimony and appreciate your staying with us till the end. Calling panel E, Rural Housing Coalition of New York, Rural Ulster Preservation Company, New York State Rural Advocates, and For the Many. So only.
So introduce yourselves first for the people in the booth.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yes. Good evening. I'm Michael Borges. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Housing Coalition of New York. We're their counterpart to Mark Streb and the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition.
I'm April Ramadan. I'm with New York State Rural Advocates.
Please.
So, again, Mike Borges with the Rural Housing Coalition. I first want to thank the legislature for their support last year in providing funding for several programs targeted to small and rural communities, particularly the $10 million in new funding for the preservation rehabilitation of USDA 515 affordable rental properties, and $7 million in continued funding for the Small Rental Development Initiative, which builds affordable rental housing of 4 to 20 units. Despite several new initiatives like the Vacant Rental Improvement Program, VRIP, and the Plus One ADU program, the housing shortage and affordability crisis continues. Unfortunately, the executive budget continues a trend of adding new programs while cutting existing ones that serve rural New York. The funding for the aforementioned USDA and the Small Rental Development Initiative were both eliminated in the executive budget. Funding for the Rural Preservation Program, which provides capacity building funding for the 60 nonprofit housing and community development organizations serving rural New York, was cut by over $2 million. In November 2024, the Rural Housing Coalition, in collaboration with the Association of Towns, conducted a joint survey of rural municipal leaders to identify the primary obstacles to constructing housing in rural areas. The survey respondents identified the lack of infrastructure insufficient local capacity, and a lack of state funding targeted to rural areas as the three main obstacles to building housing in rural areas. We were pleased that the executive budget included $100 million in infrastructure improvements to support housing development, but the funding was limited to pro-housing communities. Infrastructure funding should be allocated or prioritized for those communities that have identified the lack of infrastructure as a barrier to developing additional housing. Local capacity was another obstacle to building housing in rural areas. Again, the executive budget reduced funding to the Rural Preservation Program, which supports our 60 nonprofit rural preservation companies. These nonprofit organizations are the primary providers of housing rehab and repair services, as well as building new, affordable housing in rural communities. Without strong and financially stable local capacity, rural communities cannot preserve the existing housing stock or build new. The Rural Housing Coalition urges the legislature to reject the executive budget's cuts to the Rural Preservation Program and increase funding by approximately $500,000 to $8,050,000 so that rural preservation companies and neighborhood preservation companies each receive equal funding. Currently, NPCs are funded at approximately around $131,000 each. RPCs, their equivalent in rural areas, are funded at $121,000 each. We also asked that the $250,000 carve-out out of RPP funding for the Rural Housing Coalition be continued. The last obstacle identified in the joint survey of the Association of Towns was a lack of funding specifically targeted to rural areas. Again, as mentioned previously, the executive budget zeroed out the programs that were mentioned earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all distinguished members of our panel. Thank you, everybody who hung around until the end of the day. I'm April Ramadan, and on behalf of New York State Rural Advocates, we would like to thank you for allowing us to share our thoughts on the proposed 2026 executive housing budget. As New York's rural communities continue to face many challenges, rural preservation companies serve as vital conduits for delivering both state and federal resources. In just the past year, preservation companies undertook 204 infrastructure projects, wrote over 564 grants, rehabilitated thousands of homes, and managed nearly 4,700 affordable rental units. However, we are disappointed to report that Governor Hochul's 2026 budget proposes a 30% funding cut to the Rural Preservation Program. We advocate for a 2026 rural preservation budget of $8.6 million to correct this course and to provide these nonprofits with the COLA increase that they desperately need. Homeownership has historically been a cornerstone for building generational wealth for rural families, but this is currently under threat. It is increasingly difficult for young families to secure a home because of soaring housing costs, inadequate housing stock, and competition from out-of-area buyers. Existing homeowners also face many challenges, particularly seniors and low-income families struggling to maintain their homes. We remain committed to our request for $36 million in funding for the Affordable Housing Corporation, as well as additional support for vital programs like Resilient and Ready, Restore, and Access, all crucial for maintaining our communities. As we seek to support homeownership, we must also prioritize foreclosure prevention. We support $40 million for the Homeowner Protection Program, and we are advocating for high-quality pre-purchase counseling to safeguard against a worsening housing crisis. While homeownership is crucial, access to quality rental housing is just as important. The rural rental housing portfolio, especially Section 515 properties, is at risk due to aging infrastructure and the potential loss of affordable units. We support Governor Hochul's proposal for the Rural Rental Assistance Program alongside advocating for additional funds to preserve Section 515 properties. We are also requesting funding to establish a statewide small rental development initiative that we affectionately refer to as SERDI. Our rural communities are vibrant spaces filled with families and potential. We must not backtrack, but rather push forward. Today, I urge you to stand with us and support our funding request for rural communities and assure affordable housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
7 minutes.
Wow, 7 seconds extra.
So as the chair of the Legislative Commission on Rural Resources, I am very grateful that you are here and for the work that you do. And I guess you covered a lot of the specifics, did a great job. I want you to know there are a lot of advocates in the legislature for exactly what you're asking for. I am conscious, representing Central New York, of the rise in rural homelessness. And I would like you to just say, what are the main drivers? Is it cost of housing? Is it availability of housing, or is it something altogether other than that?
A lot of it is the quality of housing stock too, and that's why the preservation funds are so important. They said, like I've heard people say earlier, that preservation takes longer and it's more difficult, and that's true. But this is what we have to work with, and we have a lot of like the new funding, like Resilient and Ready for the storms, and there's a lot of stuff a lot of programs that are working to keep people in their homes, and we think that's vital.
Yeah, I think homelessness in rural areas tends to be invisible. You don't have people camping out in front of, storefronts and things like that. So sometimes it's hard to diagnose and address it. But yeah, I mean, homelessness is real. I think, when we try to build new housing, that's one way to address the housing crisis. But in rural communities, we also need to do a lot more to preserve our housing stock, right? Because we have a lot of older housing stock that needs rehab work, repair work, and things like that. So I think we need to emphasize both building new and preserving the housing stock that we do have, because we have a lot. It's just that it's in disrepair or it's not habitable, and we need to invest in both at the same time.
And the barriers to building new are?
Well, is that survey I did with the Association of Towns, especially in rural communities, it's infrastructure. That was their number one, we surveyed, I think we got like 900 responses back, which was pretty good, of all the municipalities in the state, and they identified infrastructure. I think the governor was listening.
Water,
Water, sewer, roads. I mean, you take for granted when you do an infill. I have a friend who works for the Albany Land Bank, and when they do an infill project, they don't have to worry about sidewalks and roads and sewer. It's just right there, right? Where you're building something rural in the middle of, in a field, well, you got to think about sidewalks. You got to think about the road, because that's not just out there. So there's a lot more barriers to building housing in rural communities than you would normally face as an infill project, say, in the city of Albany or some other urban area.
And rural infrastructure can be wells and septics too.
Yeah, exactly.
And in rural areas without public water and sewer, well and septic can run $50,000, $60,000 just for a single home. And we have people going years without water or septic because of those costs.
I understand the governor is trying to address some of that too, so great. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, panel F, West Side Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing, Self-Help Community Services, Neighbors Together, National Union for the Homeless, Coalition for the Homeless, Vocal New York, and WIN NYC.
I'm aiming for this, the 6:35. I'm aiming for the 6:35 train.
Is you train? Good evening, everyone. Could you just, for the record keepers up there, just state your name so they know which name to put under when they post your pictures? You can start from my right, your left.
Hi, Chris Mann from WIN.
Eustacia Smith from Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing.
On behalf of Self-Help Community Services.
Bevan Francis, National Union of the Homeless.
Tracy Adams from Vocal New York.
Okay. You start from either side.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, chairs and esteemed members of the legislature for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chris Mann. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at WIN, the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing in New York City for families. We operate 16 shelters and nearly 500 units of permanent supportive housing. Sure, sorry. Each night, more than 7,000 people call WIN home, including 3,800 children. WIN's also a proud member of Housing Access New York, a statewide coalition of more than 70 organizations that have been fighting for the Housing Access Voucher Program. New York's facing the worst homelessness crisis in its history. Last year, homelessness doubled, with nearly 160,000 people experiencing homelessness statewide. Since 2022, the number of children experiencing homelessness has also doubled, reaching over 50,000 kids in shelter. This is not just a New York City issue. Homelessness has skyrocketed across the state. Families with children make up 60% of the state's homelessness population, and closer to 70% in New York City. The faces of homelessness in New York City and the state are children. At WIN, more than 50% of the 3,800 kids are under the age of 6, so we're talking about very young children. Additionally, there were just under 200,000 eviction filings statewide last year, and 2.9 million renters are cost burden, meaning they are much more at risk of homelessness. As a statewide rental assistance program modeled after Section 8, HAVP would help fill a critical gap, supporting families regardless of immigration status and criminal justice involvement. The need is obvious. When NYC opened the Section 8 waitlist this summer, for the first time in 15 years, over 600,000 people applied in just 6 days. We also know that vouchers reduce child poverty, stabilize communities, and prevent homelessness. A new report from Robin Hood found that 1 in 4 New Yorkers can't afford essentials, and the share of poverty is nearly double the national average in New York. Governor Hochul's own CPRAC recognizes the importance of a statewide voucher. They included a recommendation for a statewide voucher that looks very similar to HAVP. In an analysis conducted by WIN last year, we found that a $250 million investment in HAVP would provide nearly 13,000 households with vouchers, offering stability and preventing eviction. That equates to around 30,000 individuals. We need to be honest, homelessness and eviction have substantial associated costs that are skyrocketing due to inaction. And we found that HAVP could save the state up to $1 billion over the course of 5 years through reductions in associated costs. I'm pretty much out of time, so I'll just say we also support investments in supportive housing, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you to the Joint Legislative Committee on Housing for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eustacia Smith, and I'm from Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing, or WSFSH. For nearly 50 years, WSFSH has developed and operated low-income housing for older adults and currently houses over 2,500 residents across 21 buildings in Manhattan and the Bronx. We know intimately that stably housing residents as they age in place depends crucially on providing services along with housing. That is why I urge you to fund the Affordable Independent Senior Housing Resident Assistant Program. This program would fund a staff member in independent affordable senior housing called a resident assistant to assist residents with obtaining a broad range of services that will enable them to age in place even as a person's needs change over time. While affordable senior housing supports independent living, a key link is often missing: help navigating complex government and community programs. These services can be difficult to obtain and maintain, particularly in a tech-centric world where basic appointments are often made online. Without support, many seniors give up, leading to faster health declines. Sometimes there are barriers beyond just technical. Accessing home health aid services can be a complex, lengthy process, but also can trigger tough emotions regarding loss. After a lifetime of caring for themselves and their family, now they must come to terms with the fact that they need care. A resident assistant builds a personal, trusting relationship and supports them past those barriers. Resident assistants also help address social issues so often faced by older adults, noticing when someone is isolated, reconnecting them to the community activities. A wealth of recent data shows that loneliness leads to poor health and decline, while social connections support better health and longer independent living. It's critical that we implement programs like this as the older adult population is booming. A recent comptroller report shows that while New York City's total population declined by 6.2%, the population of those 65 and older increased by 6.4%. At the same time, long-term care options are shrinking. This program is a cost-effective solution to keep older adults housed in the community, reducing reliance on expensive nursing homes. A similar program funded by HUD provides data that this kind of program works to reduce hospitalizations, reduce reliance on nursing facilities, and save significant dollars. But it is underfunded and only available to a small fraction of buildings that could qualify for it. The resident assistant bill asked for just $2 million per year over 5 years. Estimates from Leading Age New York indicate that this amount would roughly provide yearly net savings in Medicaid of $4.5 million and would service approximately 1,600 older adults. Help us ensure older adults can age in place and avoid institutional care by funding the Affordable Independent Senior Housing Resident Assistant Program. And thank you to Assemblymember Rosenthal and Senator Kavanaugh and all those who have supported this bill.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Annalise Denio. It's nice to see many of you again. I am a senior policy analyst with Leading Age New York, but I thank you today for giving me the opportunity to present the testimony of our member, Stuart Kaplan, who is CEO of Self-Help Community Services. And he's honored to, although he wasn't able to be here, he's honored to be able to share his insights on the critical needs of aging adults across the state. Self-Help's unique approach to serving all older adults is rooted in its longstanding work with Holocaust survivors, which has taught them that every person deserves compassionate, trusted, and innovative care that respects their life experiences. Today, Self-Help provides affordable housing, home care, and community-based services to 25,000 individuals in the greater New York City metropolitan area. A 2023 study conducted by the Joint Center for Housing Studies of Harvard University concluded with the well-acknowledged fact that the population of older adults is rapidly growing, and with it comes an urgent need to expand innovative housing solutions that allow older adults to age at home safely and with the support that they need. New York State is no exception to that need. For older adults, the stress of unstable housing worsens existing mental and physical conditions, and unfortunately, Self-Help is increasingly seeing homelessness in this population and how the provision of housing is life-changing at any age. Affordable senior housing is therefore not just an investment in the brick and mortar, it's an investment in its people, in communities, and in the financial sustainability of our healthcare systems. And it can help low-income older adults avoid unnecessary crises, hospitalizations, and premature institutional care, all of which come at a high human and financial cost to individuals and taxpayers alike. Proudly serving as a key stakeholder on the Master Plan for Aging with colleagues from across the state, Stuart would like to commend the plan's emphasis on housing as a critical social determinant of health and its recognition of innovative models like the Resident Assistant Program outlined in legislation carried by Chairs Rosenthal and Kavanaugh. This type of program, modeled for more than 50 years at Self-Help, brings social services on-site to affordable senior housing, connecting residents to the supports they need as they age safely in their own home. Most affordable senior housing buildings, however, including those financed by state or city, financed by the state or the city, currently have little or no financial path to providing this much-needed service. That's why we're urging the committees to support this legislation, as well as an investment of $10 million over 5 years, as Stacy said, $2 million per year in the budget to bring resident assistance into every affordable senior housing building statewide. Years of published research has shown us that this model yields extraordinary returns, and by championing affordable senior housing and ensuring on-site services, this year's budget could be pivotal in empowering older New Yorkers who have given so much to our communities in the state, and letting them age with dignity in their communities while safeguarding the sustainability of our healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bevan Francis. I'm an organizer with the National Union of the Homeless, Albany chapter, coalition member for Housing Justice for All. I work closely with the unhoused community of Albany, and we are exhausted. We are exhausted by the system and the housing crisis in New York State, and we are not alone in our exhaustion. Thousands of New Yorkers are suffering from the threat of eviction and homelessness. I experienced homelessness for the second time from 2021 through 2024. My 19-month crisis began when my marriage suddenly came to an end. In the blink of an eye, I went from having the support of my husband's income to only my own. I received Social Security disability and I worked part-time, but I could not afford to secure and maintain housing on my own. I needed help. 140,000 New Yorkers need help. I immediately applied for public housing, and after the arduous application process, I was placed on the waiting list. The estimated wait is 2 years or longer. I am still on that list 3 years later. For 19 months, 578 days, I looked in the mirror and watched my health decline. I became malnourished and my body stopped making white blood cells. I watched as I lost weight and I virtually faded away. Housing is health care. Housing is a human right. According to the state comptroller, Dinopoly's report released this year, Albany City and County saw a 38% increase in homelessness between 2022 and 2024. In total, 1,011 people experienced homelessness in 2024, along with myself. Living at or below the poverty line is like walking a tight wire. We try to maintain balance under the extraordinary pressure. The Housing Access Voucher Program is the safety net that New York State needs when we fall. The Housing Access Voucher Program will uplift over 20,000 people out of homelessness. The Housing Access Voucher Program can prevent tens of thousands of non-payment evictions. The Housing Access Voucher Program can subsidize low-income housing so it does not fall into despair. HAVP is a common-sense policy and one solution that New York State wants and needs. And with the threats to federal subsidies, it is more important than ever to pass this bill. I know that the Senate and Assembly support HAVP, so I ask that all of you push for this in the executive budget. Please and thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank Rosenthal and Kavanaugh for sponsoring the HAVP, the Housing Access Voucher Program. This program is very important, and if we'd have had it 5 years ago, things would have looked a lot better. I'm HIV positive. I was homeless, okay? And I have 2 felonies, so I don't qualify for Section 8, where HAVP will help people, individuals like me. I applied for apartments, and the first sheet of the paper says, have you ever been convicted of a crime? So I don't qualify. Another thing, HAVP will help me. When we go look for apartments, you gotta pay an application fee, which is $25. So if I go for 4 of them, that's $100, which I don't have, okay? HAVP would have helped a lot of us from having to go into a shelter. You know what it's like to live in a shelter and you're HIV positive, or you have cancer, or any underlying, health issues that are occurring? Shelters get millions and millions upon our heads being in there. That money you put into shelters, we can use that for HAVP, $250 million for the first phase. I don't know what the problem is. Children are becoming homeless. You can't become an astronaut, a politician, or a teacher if you don't have proper housing. Housing is a health care. People diminish. They die when they don't have house care. If you walk outside, you see people living in the corners, living behind buildings. HAVP will rectify all of this. It's just a piece of paper that needs to be signed. We can eradicate homelessness in the state of New York. We're a big state. We're a powerful state. I don't know why we have all these homelessness people. We should ask ourselves, what are we doing that is wrong? These people come out every day. A lot of them are taxpayers. A lot of them are registered voters. Nobody wants to be homeless, okay? Last year, I was one of the people in the 191,000 people that was getting evicted, okay? Where was HAVP? We need it in the worst way, or we ain't gonna have no New Yorkers. Either they're gonna be dead or they're gonna go to another state. We need our state. We're a bad state. We're a strong state. Keep us together. Help us, our people that are homeless. People are ready to get evicted. I was one of them. I'm 62 years old. Shouldn't have to live like that. I fight for the community, your community, our community, to help put everybody where they at. So please, please think about it real hard. HAVP is the answer, the common solution to homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Question?
You first.
Well, thank you all for your important testimony. As you know, I'm the assembly sponsor of HAVP, and I mean, I couldn't have scripted it better. But seriously, both the Senate and the Assembly, for some years now, have supported it, have put $250 million in our one-house budgets. So I would say that the missing link would be the executive, and perhaps turn some of your firepower to the second floor, and you know, you all put it in very human terms, and that's the best way to understand it. Is, you know, it's not just words, it's people, and we desperately need to house those who are living on the street or behind buildings. So thank you for speaking out and sharing your personal story, and thank you for working hard in the trenches to uplift all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Senator?
Senator Brian Kavanaugh.
There we go. Thank you again. We had a several-hour hearing last week on rental assistance particularly, and because that was a hearing about things that are not in the executive budget, and so we thought it was important to do that, to highlight that. But I want to just start by thanking all of you, and particularly those who are sharing your experience of not having adequate services and funding available in housing, because it's just an incredibly important perspective for us to hear in every time we gather for an event like this to talk about policy in dollars and cents. It's you know, it's absolutely critical, and you know, your testimony hopefully will have you know, an impact on others that are part of the decision making that we need to make over the next few weeks. I do want to just take a moment to just highlight the Affordable Independent Senior Housing Resident Assistance Program, just because it is sort of it's for some people on the panel and in the legislature, it may be a new idea, even though the bill's been around for a few years, and this is another bill that I co-sponsor with Assemblymember Rosenthal. But just talking, this is services to provide resident assistance in existing housing that is otherwise, where the housing has been funded by the state, and there are not services that are comparable in federal, that would be available in federally funded housing for a similar population. Is that accurate? And can you just elaborate a little more on why that would be so beneficial to provide that? And again, I would just note, this is not, most of the things we're talking about today have been capital expenditures. This is an operating cost, which, you know, is a little harder for us to do sometimes. But if you could just talk about the need for that.
Yeah, yeah, this is for independent senior housing, so maybe it's 202 HUD housing, or it could be LIHTC, you know, some other housing, but independent, so where there's not services. And what we find is that people go, you know, if their needs increase, some of the services are really difficult to get, like a home health aide. And so without it, the only alternative is a nursing home or higher level of care, when that could be avoided. So we see this as an easy way to avoid some of those really expensive.
Yeah, and I will say that while there is a comparable program in federally funded buildings, as Stacy mentioned, it's very underfunded, and only about a third of the buildings in New York State that are HUD funded that could qualify for a service coordinator do actually have a service coordinator. And of course, with everything happening at the federal level, you know, that funding is in question. But the resident assistants are available on site and at resident request, and when they need it, to connect them with the services they need.
Great, thanks. And that's all the time I have. But again, thank you all so much.
Any other senators?
Do you have a question? Hi, sorry I had to run out and come back, but so we know there's an enormous homeless population problem in the city, and it's skyrocketing and throughout the country. I get the feeling that it's so much worse how the shelter system is working now than it was under the previous mayor. I just wanted to do a reality check. Anybody have an opinion?
I mean, I think one of the big problems is getting paid on time for the shelters. I mean, I think, you know, under this mayor, the shelter system has expanded a lot, you know, and there was a huge need with the influx of new arrivals. And so, you know, I will give credit where credit is due. Like, we have stood up a significant amount of new beds in New York City. But I think in terms of the operation, there's that significant challenge of getting paid on time. It's really hard for operators to work under those conditions when they're owed millions and millions of dollars. It's a little easier for larger providers like Wynn, still very challenging, but you know, there are other providers that are, you know, struggling to make payroll given that they're, you know, waiting so long.
So I wasn't trying to criticize any of the providers, so if I sounded that way, but it just seemed like nobody's getting paid on time. Contracts are very bizarre. And then the city-run shelters themselves seem to be much more chaotic than I've seen them for at least a decade. So I was just wondering whether it was my gut instincts or whether, you're sort of shaking your heads, yes, whether there's just something else going wrong now. Thank you.
It is. It's a lot of things going on in the shelters right now, and I'm talking about upstate, Syracuse and Rochester. That's who I oversee, both of the cities. The people are sanctioned. So if you're sanctioned, you can't go in the shelter because you have no form of payment. And that's sad. So that means I got to sleep outside. Okay? So to help people, we need HAVP and we need to live the sanctions. But with HAVP, it wouldn't make a difference if you were sanctioned because you could get housing.
Right.
But if I don't have HAVP and I go for anything else, I'm sanctioned. So there's no money for me to go anywhere. So I don't get no food and I don't get no cash assistance.
Thank you.
Means why I can't get in the shelter.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I just want to add really quick, here in Albany, specifically shelters, that's exactly what I was going to say, was talk about sanctions. If you're sanctioned from food stamps or public assistance, you are sanctioned from a shelter. If you're sanctioned from the shelter, you are sanctioned from food stamps or public assistance. And the application process for these programs, all of them, is hard for a lot of people to navigate. They may make mistakes, and like a simple mistake could lead to your sanction. That's all.
Thank you. Salman Shang?
Okay, works now. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and I know it's quite late here. I represent Brooklyn, South Brooklyn, and I'm born in New York City, so homelessness has been changed drastically for decades, and it seems like we're not solving this problem. So what's the real? I mean, we can give all the housing we can, but still come out homelessness. Where are the people? Are they from outside New York City, or they're within? Because that's from what my impression of when I'm out in the subway. I ask people, where are you from? And many of them are not locally New York City. So are they coming here because of the benefits that we offer to them? Or addiction issue, or mental health issue?
People leave upstate to go downstate because they think if I go downstate, I can find an apartment faster and I'll get paid more money, not understanding that there's more money down there because the cost of living is more. So a lot of people are coming from other states here and then going downstate. So our shelters are over-fluctuating when people come from different states.
That's why it's always never ending, because if we offer all these services other than our own New York State residents, we'll never solve this problem. It'd be like a continuous black hole. Okay, so the next question I have is,
Could I respond to
Sure,
that?
certainly.
I'll just say, I mean, nobody wants to be homeless, right? So
Certainly.
people aren't flocking to New York City to become homeless, right? You know, we have seen a large influx of new arrivals, obviously, and many of those new arrivals entered the shelter system because a lot of them bussed from the southern border, came to New York, didn't have connections, right? And many of them move on relatively quickly from the shelter system. But one of the challenges there, obviously, has been the lack of legal assistance to get asylum, TPS, and then work authorization. So that's been a challenge that obviously needs to be addressed on the federal level. But I think in terms of homelessness in New York City, right, before the influx of new arrivals, we had a homelessness crisis, right? We still have a homelessness crisis for long-term New Yorkers and some new New Yorkers. So I think the main issue, right, is that we need to invest in services for the lowest income people, and we need to build housing. I mean, no one is disagreeing that the housing supply is an issue. So that's one key component of it. But I think also, we're all in favor of, or so many of us are in favor of the Housing Access Voucher Program because it helps people get out of shelter immediately, right? And we know that the cost of housing someone with a voucher is less than housing someone with shelter long-term.
Yeah, I'm almost out of time. I have another question too. Is the math doesn't add up. We got 20 million people in New York State and declining. We lost 500,000 people in the whole state, and the math doesn't come up. And we've been building all these housing. So is it because it's the supply is different from upstate than downstate?
I'm sorry, I have
Yeah,
to cut
sorry.
you off, Assembly Member, and we have
Thank you.
Senator Rachel May.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your very personal testimony. I wanted to just call attention to Central New York, where the homelessness crisis has risen so fast that for the first time ever last year, the census of homeless individuals found that there were more people in families who were homeless than individual adults, which they'd never found that before. So this is so much about affordability, about lack of housing for families, that it's shocking and something we really have to work on. I also just wanted to mention, I do carry a bill for sanctions relief, Senate Bill 4417. I hope that you will call some attention. It's been very hard to get any traction for this bill, so I appreciate you elevating that issue because it is kind of invisible but really important that we deal with it. So thank you all.
And thank you all for your testimony, and it's, actually, your two was really moving. I'm sorry that you went through that, but I wish you all the best. Thank you.
One was PNC for housing. Oh, that one?
Middle?
Yeah, she was PNC for housing.
Calling panel G, a new economy project, housing conservation coordinators, and the Fifth Avenue Committee. That's it.
Do more. You gotta do more. Thank you.
Okay, just for the people in the booth, just tell us your name and from the three of you, and then you can start your testimony from the same direction. If you start on my right, your left.
Chelsea Diaz, New Economy Project.
Jared Young, HCC.
Thank you.
Julia Morales, the Fifth Avenue Committee.
Good afternoon, chairs and assemblymen and Senate members. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of New Economy Project, a New York City-based economic justice organization. Founded in 1995, New Economy Project works with community groups to fight systemic discrimination and to build a just economy rooted in cooperation, racial justice, and ecological sustainability. We co-founded and coordinate the New York City Community Land Initiative, an alliance that has fostered the growth of more than 20 community land trusts, which serve as vehicles to create and preserve permanently affordable housing and combat displacement. We urge the legislature to pass and fund the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, or TOPA, at $250 million annually for the next 4 years. I've written detailed testimony, but I want to underscore 3 points. First, TOPA is a powerful and proven tool to stabilize housing, empower tenants, and combat displacement.
TOPA gives tenants a first opportunity to collectively buy their buildings when a landlord sells on their own or in partnership with a qualified community land trust or nonprofit housing developer. Similar opportunity to purchase policies have preserved tens of thousands of affordable units and shared equity cooperatives in Washington, D.C. since 1980, San Francisco since 2019, and other jurisdictions. New York's TOPA bill incorporates best practices and lessons learned from those and other programs. Second, robust funding is essential to TOPA's success. A $250 million annual appropriation will enable tenants and qualified nonprofits to seize purchase opportunities on fast-moving timelines. Funding will also support technical assistance to help tenants exercise their TOPA rights and convert buildings to resident control. Third, TOPA would bolster and multiply tenant purchases already on the rise. I've cited several examples in my written testimony in which tenant associations have partnered with community land trusts and other nonprofits to successfully purchase their buildings from neglectful landlords. Enactment of TOPA would create similar pathways for tenants statewide who too often face rent hikes and eviction threats when their buildings change hands. New York State is home to a robust and growing network of CLTs, nonprofit housing developers, and legal and technical assistance providers that support TOPA and are ready to partner to ensure its effective implementation. Finally, TOPA would go far to combating real estate speculation that is driving New York's affordability crisis. As you heard today, Governor Hochul's budget proposal calls for a 75-day waiting period before corporate buyers could purchase 1 and 2 single-family homes. But that proposal leaves millions of tenants in the crosshairs of predatory investors. Passing and funding TOPA will give tenants and nonprofits statewide a powerful tool to interrupt speculative building sales and bring housing into stable resident control. New York's affordability crisis demands bold investments that address root causes of housing insecurity and homelessness. We urge the legislature to pass and fund TOPA at $250 million in the budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kavanaugh and Rosenthal. I know it's been a long day, but bear with me, we're almost there. My name is Jared Young. I am a leader in my building's tenant union and a community organizer with HCC. I am also a constituent of Chair Rosenthal in Hell's Kitchen. I was born and raised in a red brick tenement in Hell's Kitchen. This building is my heart and soul. My mother has been living in it for over 30 years, and during the same time, our living has been dominated by a neglectful and abusive landlord, Daniel Oheb Shalom. Suffering is constant. Horrific living conditions, deception, and injustice has been the standard of this building, but today I'm on a mission to purchase it. The stark realities of housing insecurity, corporate negligence, and tenant disenfranchisement defined my childhood, a brutal cycle that will repeat if left unchecked. But I have a vision for the future of housing in New York, and you have the power to make it a reality. I urge you to support and fund the passage of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, or TOPA. TOPA is the key to what I call housing freedom. It represents a pathway to dignity, stability, and autonomy for New Yorkers, and it's a solution to a housing crisis that needs any help it can get. I've seen generations of families come and go at my home on 45th Street, crushed under the weight of an unjust system that prioritizes profits over people. My surviving neighbors form our community. Our tenant union has been organized since 2020, and we are bound by our shared struggle and resilience. We're now looking to claim the rights to buy our physical home. Under TOPA, with funding, we could partner with the Community Land Trust, or CLT, to buy our home. We're currently in conversations with This Land Is Ours, CLT. It's been years of managing the building ourselves, including boiler maintenance, general issues, and anything else our landlord chooses to evade. They don't want this building, we do, and we're ready to take it over right now. So I ask you to imagine a better New York and think boldly. What if instead of living under the boot of corporate ownership, tenants had the right to purchase and control their own buildings? What if our rent went directly toward the maintenance of our homes instead of lining pockets? TOPA makes this vision a reality. It gives tenants a fighting chance to reclaim our homes, protect our neighbors, and build communities, and it really just makes sense. By passing and funding TOPA, because we need that money, we take a leap toward a New York where tenants have real power and real security, and a leap towards housing freedom. So I invite you to stand with us and take action toward making TOPA a reality. Our building can't wait, New York can't wait, and our freedom can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all members of the joint budget hearing for housing for allowing me to testify today. My name is Julia Morales, and I'm the Organizing and Advocacy Manager at the Fifth Avenue Committee, FAC. I'm here to discuss FAC support for several housing proposals that must be funded in the FY26 budget. A little bit about FAC. FAC is an award-winning nonprofit comprehensive community development corporation committed to serving 7,000 New Yorkers, low and moderate income New Yorkers, each year for the past 47 years. FAC strongly supports TOPA, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. An example on how TOPA can impact FAC is that we are actively pursuing a preservation purchase of a former LIHTC building where the regulatory agreement, which is in its extension period, expires next month. If we are not successful, then over 30 low to moderate income rent-regulated families will be displaced and be homeless. The tenants support FAC's preservation purchase of the building. The passage of TOPA needs to come with dedicated capital funding, including pre-development funding so nonprofit CDCs like FAC can quickly assess the properties to ensure informed and fair purchase prices. We urge the legislature to pass TOPA in the state budget along with an annual appropriation of $250 million to support TOPA building acquisitions and technical assistance. We also urge you all to adequately fund the Neighborhood Preservation Program, NPP, securing funding for NPP at $18.8 million versus what the governor is proposing, which would enact a 30% cut. And some groups like FAC and our affiliate organization, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, use these funds to do eviction prevention work, and FAC also uses it to support our capacity to advance our 2,000 Brooklyn Homes campaign and to build and to preserve affordable housing, as well as managing over 600 units of affordable housing. I'll be quick in the last few other things. We have an extensive testimony that we submitted previously, but the last few things, we are in dire need for ANHD's housing policy proposal, housing access and preservation initiative that will allow nonprofit CDCs to create a revenue stream to help some of us who have properties since COVID that we've had to build out some of our affordable housing units that we've had to step in during these times. And then lastly, I'll just say, which has been heard all day today, we strongly support HAVP. We submitted a testimony last week. And so we just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Shang?
Okay, all right, got it. Okay, thank you for being here, and it's great to have home ownership because that's a proper way of American dream, even though it's not the smoothest way, but home ownership is, rather than NYCHA. That's not a home ownership itself. But did this $250 million, would that encompass the whole state or just only for New York City?
It would be for the whole state.
Okay, so have they figured out what allocation would be New York City or upstate for this 250 if apply for that?
We don't have an allocation based on state or upstate.
Okay, and do you have targeted? Do we have a centralized system on what buildings are being targeted for TOPA? Listing, how do you prioritize who would be getting this funding if they go through all the regulatory hoops and have any idea on that?
Well, in order to apply for the funding,
Yes.
the tenants would then have to go through the TOPA process, and so that's a few steps ahead. So some tenants may not go through that, and so it's just hard to determine exactly what that number would be or to prioritize. It would just depend on the number of TOPA purchases itself, but we can think about that and get back to you.
Where do you get the money? Where do you get the numbers? $250 million.
It was based on property sales and costs throughout New York City, and it had some estimates based on upstate where there's less data, and also New York City. And again, I'm happy to follow up with some details on that.
Because 250, I just don't want to be just a pie in the sky number. I mean, what how do you base on how many potential property will be up within one calendar year or fiscal year, or to be multi-year funding on this? So, I mean, I don't, it's great to have home ownership, but 250 is a lot of money. And so, and we want to make sure that we spend it wisely and also fairly all across the board. So I hope there's a process on that.
Yes, and so the 250 million over 4 years, we anticipate it being up to thousands of units. And again, I'm happy to follow up with you with those numbers and data.
Well, thank you. And Jared, this is a great, what circumstances lead you to really need to purchase this building, and have this been an obstacle from the building owner to prevent this?
So we have had heat outages from the time I was a child. I used to take showers with boiled water every winter consistently. We had people breaking into the building constantly. During COVID, our building was entirely abandoned. So there's a full picture of abuse and neglect. And we realized that once we organized, we had power by being together, and taking ownership of the building needs to be finalized with something like legislation. Some of the hurdles have been just harassing us and trying to get us out, but right now they don't really have too much power. They are mandated to fix several violations before they sell the building. So we're trying to intervene in that process.
Well, thank you.
Just brief question. So we've been working on, the TOPA legislation. There are now 2 different versions of the bill. The Senate Housing Committee did report the bill last spring. Just from testimony here and from all of your experience in the field, I guess I'm looking for actionability. There are buildings, including one that you actually live in, that are, in your view, sort of available to be purchased by the tenants if there were adequate capital. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely, yeah. We're ready right now.
Because I just would note that the budget, budget's coming around fast. The budget is the moment when we figure out whether there's money available for a particular purpose. We have had, I think some of your organizations are actually working on some amendments to the proposed amendments to some of the existing legislation, and we do have an Assembly version, a Senate version, which are somewhat different. I think Housing Justice for All, one of the broad coalitions we work with, supports either of those bills. But just to say, if we were to find some money in this budget for capital, for acquisition, for tenant opportunity to purchase with partners, nonprofit partners, you think you'd be able to make some of those transactions in the coming year?
Yeah, absolutely. For my building, I can speak for us. We're more than ready. We've been organized for a long time. We would purchase our units. There's other things that we know that need to be fixed in the building, some of the things that we've taken on out of our own pockets, but we know exactly what it would go towards, and I'm sure if we itemized it, it's something that we could check off pretty easily.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman Rosenthal.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. How long has the TOPA idea been around? I mean, we've talked about it for some years now. Maybe you could talk about the origin of it.
Yeah, it's been around, not just the idea, but it's been implemented in DC since 1980. And it's been successful. It's since 2006, it's created 16,000 units of affordable housing and hundreds of permanently affordable cooperatives as well.
Is there any reason to think this wouldn't be successful here?
With adequate funding, I don't think so.
Okay, and maybe Jared, you could talk a little bit more about, you still suffer through harassment and neglect in your building, right?
Yes, we are currently owned by a private equity firm who is pretty absent. They don't have any experience with managing buildings, so they hire outside firms who are pretty absent as well. They are on delay for any repairs or any of our requests. They are mandated to fix several violations before the building is allowed to be sold, and they're just going at a snail's pace with fixing those violations, because once they fix them, that investment will not be a profit for the firm. So they don't see it as a valuable asset. And yeah, they see it as an asset rather than our home. So we just want to intervene in that process and slow the struggle down, slow down some of the suffering, and take it into our own hands.
Okay,
And
thank you. Yeah.
Chair
yes.
Rosenthal, if I may just add 2 points to your question, in addition to the excess. In addition to the funding, I also just want to note that we have lessons learned that we've already incorporated in the bill. And like we said, we have qualified purchasers like community land trusts that are standing ready to work with tenants as well.
And do you think it would be, spread out among the boroughs, right?
Yes.
I mean, of opportunities throughout the city, for example.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's it. Thank you. And thank you, Jared, for enduring all the harassment, but still coming out of it with the zeal to succeed and provide a safe home for you and your neighbors.
Yes, absolutely. We will win. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I need to do a follow-up question. So I think targeted for Jared. So what is the building estimated to sell for? What do you think you need to buy this building?
It is listed as $4 million right now. And I think that has a lot to do with some of the conditions that it's in. But we aren't sure exactly what the valuation is. That's probably just a flimsy price. They bought the building for $1,000. If TOPA had existed, we would have been able to purchase it for that. And that was because the city mandated Hope Shalom to get rid of his assets and liquidate, and that was the minimum price.
And how many units?
Well, so I should add that this is a joint building, so it's 2 buildings, 30 units, and 15 each.
With an estimated sales price of $4 million.
Right. Not bad.
No, I mean, again, it's all dependent also about the infrastructure and how much more money you'd have to put into it. I mean, I ask because I'm not so familiar with the modeling that people are using right now. My concern would be back in the 80s, the city of New York was allowing tenants to buy the buildings they were living in after they had been taken through tax liens. And how to describe it? You would have tenants ending up taking buildings that were in horrendous condition because basically the landlords had sucked everything out of the building they could and then stopped paying their taxes and walked away, right? I made my money, I'm walking away. So then the city said, okay, tenants, you want to buy them? And tenants said, yes, please. And then tenants ended up with very difficult situations because they didn't necessarily understand how much infrastructure work was required and how their their rent rolls weren't going to be enough to afford to take on the capitalization that was earned. I just don't want us to be walking ourselves down a path that ended up pretty sad for a lot of tenant ownership buildings back in the 80s. So I guess I would suggest we all review some of the reports that were written by advocacy groups at the time.
Well, I'll say that I think we're in really good hands with CLTs and some of the groups that really know what they're doing that have sprouted up since then. I think there's been a lot of research that you can speak to, but yeah, I know a lot about burning buildings in the Bronx and Uptown and in Hell's Kitchen. I think we've moved past that, but also we have groups that know what they're doing now.
And I'll just add that while a majority of the $250 million would go towards acquisition, amount of that money would also go towards technical assistance, both in the immediate and long term, to ensure the long-term success of those buildings, and just reiterating Jared's point about CLTs being ready to be that partner in the long term.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the 3 of you for your testimony, and I wish you all the luck in getting what you're trying to get, because home ownership is a great thing. This formally closes the 14th and final hearing of the legislature's public hearing series on the governor's 25-26 fiscal year budget. I want to thank everyone for their participation. I want to thank you for staying till the end. You are our closing act, and we appreciate your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so
Very
much.
much.